Everyone called it a trash game, unfair, unbalanced, and impossible to beat. But for Jinhyuk, it was his only escape. 11 years later, the game merges with reality, and suddenly, every monster, every trap, every nightmare he survived, is now real. But this time, he's got the most broken power of them all, the ability to copy any skill. The story begins with the faint hum of a computer filled the dim room. On the monitor, the flickering light of a virtual world cast eerie shadows across a young man's face. A voice, mocking, disembodied, echoed from the speakers. Another MMORPG, huh? Just another broken mess. Clunky controls, dull mechanics, who even plays this garbage? The young man leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. The pale glow of the screen reflected in his tired eyes as he mumbled, "You're not wrong." On screen, heroes charged toward an enormous tower, a structure so vast it seemed to pierce the heavens. The game's title glimmered faintly in the corner, Tower of Challenges. "This one fits the description perfectly," he muttered, voice laced with irony. He remembered how, when the game first launched, it swept through Korea like wildfire. Veteran gamers, old-timers, as he called them, had made it their life's mission to conquer this digital monstrosity. They stopped eating, sleeping, even living normally, all for the sake of a climb no one could finish. But 3 years later, the truth was undeniable. Tower of Trials, he said, eyes narrowing, isn't a game. It's punishment. Images flashed through his mind, endless dungeons, lethal traps, grotesque monsters that devoured players in seconds. The Great Gate Guardian, an enemy so powerful it had been branded invincible. The polar region, where temperatures plummeted to -60 degrees, freezing even the strongest adventurers within hours. And the labyrinth, a maze that stretched over 10,000 kilometers, an endless loop of despair. This wasn't entertainment, he whispered. It was torture. Anger surged. With a shout, he yanked off his virtual reality headset and hurled it to the ground. The screen flickered, static crackling as the game world faded to black. The company almost went bankrupt after that, he said under his breath, recalling the chaos, walls shattered, blood and debris scattered in his memories of those who'd pushed too far. But a few maniacs still refused to quit. And among those maniacs was Jinhyuk. His breath came ragged, sweat dripping down his temples. The tower's summit loomed behind him, 50 floors conquered, and the final system notification blinked before his eyes. "Congratulations. Player Jinhyuk has cleared the Tower of Challenges." He blinked at it in disbelief. "Did I really do it?" Blood trickled from his palm, his body trembling. "I wasn't even trying to win," he murmured. "I was just curious." But Jinhyuk wasn't like the others. He hadn't brute-forced his way through. He had memorized every pattern, learned every trick, and repeated every failure until perfection was all that remained. 11 years. 11 years of his life spent climbing this cursed tower. As he stepped through the final exit, he turned back, staring at the now silent behemoth. "I didn't think I'd actually clear it all," he said softly, a laugh escaping him. "Should have at least streamed it. That would have made for a hell of a finale." He opened his virtual interface, debating aloud, should I upload the ending to YouTube? Even a flop would get a few clicks. Just then, a glowing envelope icon materialized beside him. Curious, he opened it. "Thank you for playing Tower of Challenges, Jinhyuk. System notice, major reboot update scheduled in 12 hours. He chuckled. A reboot? After all this time? A smirk tugged at his lips. How much are they even spending on this thing? Leaning against the cracked wall behind him, he laughed again, tired, amused, maybe even a little sad. They must be planning something big. But whatever it is, I'm done. No more towers for me. The world around him began to collapse, the virtual sky fracturing, the floor disintegrating beneath his feet. He closed his eyes. "No matter what update you roll out," he muttered, "I'm not coming back." Moments later, the headset came off. The illusion shattered, replaced by the cramped mess of his apartment. Stacks of instant noodle cups and energy drink cans littered his desk. Plastic bags overflowed with trash. The only light came from the moon filtering through his window. He stretched, groaning. "Guess it's time for my last broadcast," he said with a wry smile. "Not that it matters. No family, no real obligations, just me and 500,000 won a month." As he stood by the window, the cool night air brushed against his face. Stars twinkled faintly above the city, far beyond his reach. "People used to tell me to become a fighter," he said quietly. "But right now, money's worth more than glory." The moon hung high in the sky, and for the first time in a long while, Jinhyuk allowed himself to just breathe. The faint hum of his PC echoing through his messy apartment. Empty cans, snack wrappers, and boxes of half-eaten food cluttered the table. He had just gone live, and within 3 minutes, over 20 people had already joined his stream. The chat immediately exploded. "Why were you streaming so early, dude? Did you forget the schedule again? Yo, what's with all that food? You throwing a party?" Jinhyuk chuckled as he scrolled through their teasing comments, his face illuminated by the soft blue glow of his monitor. On his desk lay a ridiculous feast: chips, ramen, fried chicken, and a lineup of sodas and alcohol bottles. His viewers laughed even harder. "Streamer buffet. Look at this man living the dream. How's your liver holding up, bro?" For a moment, it was all just light-hearted fun. The kind of cozy chaos that filled Jinhyuk's lonely nights. But then, the smile faded from his face. His expression hardened. He leaned toward the mic. "Everyone, there's something I need to tell you." The chat went wild with confusion. "Wait, what's wrong? Why do you sound so serious? You're not quitting, are you?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared quietly at the monitor, his hand gripping a mug of alcohol. Then, with a forced laugh, he said, "Relax. I'm just catching the mood." He raised the mug and took a long drink before exhaling heavily. But as he looked at the screen again, his voice dropped low. "Still, tomorrow, I'll make it official. I think it's time to wind this down." The chat froze for a moment, disbelief flooding in. Then came a stream of desperate messages, but Jinhyuk barely read them. He kept drinking. One bottle. Then another. Then a third. Hours passed before he finally passed out on his bed, surrounded by the empty bottles. When he woke, sunlight was filtering through the blinds. His head throbbed violently, his stomach churned. "Damn hangover," he groaned, dragging himself up from the bed. "I need to post that Tower Clear video before I forget." He pressed the power button on the PC. The familiar hum started up, but something felt wrong. The monitor flickered. His eyes widened. A live stream window appeared automatically. The title read, "Tower of Trials became reality, live." "What the," he muttered. Then he saw the viewer count. 331,750. The man who started the stream said that, "This tower is from Tower of Trials launched 11 years ago." The numbers climbed rapidly as the screen's colors distorted, fading into a blood-red hue. The chat box vanished, replaced by a strange static sound. This can't be real," Jinhyuk whispered, staring at the glowing red symbols flashing across the screen. He recognized it instantly. That effect only appeared when someone started the Tower of Challenges for the first time. But that was impossible, the servers were long gone. Then, a clear system notification appeared in front of his eyes, not on the screen, but in real life. System notice: the first stage of the new Tower of Challenges update has been completed. Before Jinhyuk could even react, the world outside darkened. The daylight vanished, replaced by a deep crimson sky. The city was swallowed by shadows, and all power shut down. Then another message appeared, not just to him, but to everyone. Mothers, children, office workers, all over the world, people froze in terror as glowing text appeared before their eyes. All players must reach the next floor of the tower within 90 days. Failure to do so will result in the destruction of humanity. Jinhyuk's chair toppled over with a crash. His breathing quickened. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he stared at the window. Adaptation level increasing. Reality synchronization, complete. "What the hell?" he whispered, trembling. "Humanity, destroyed?" The next message confirmed his worst fear. First phase of the tower update, complete. His room was empty now, except for the overturned chair and the faint flicker of his monitor. Jinhyuk's heartbeat thundered in his ears. "Stay calm," he muttered to himself. "You need to stay calm." But his shaking hands betrayed his words. He snatched his jacket from the chair, threw it on, and rushed toward the door. If the Tower of Challenges really became real, he thought, then there's no time to hesitate. He sprinted down the apartment stairs, jumping 3 steps at a time, until he was leaping over entire flights. His pulse raced. His face twisted into a wild grin. "The world might be ending," he said breathlessly, "but I've already cleared it once." Outside, the city was chaos. Sirens blared. People screamed. The once bright skyline was burning red under the blood-colored sky. In Central City, panicked voices filled the streets. "The sky's gone red. We need to get out of Korea. There's no point, the towers are everywhere." One girl held up her phone, showing the same glowing message hovering in the air. "Look, every country's getting it." Jinhyuk dashed past the crowd and into the subway station. He stopped at the top of the stairs, breathing heavily as he looked down into the darkness. Now's not the time to run, he told himself. It's time to move forward. He hurried down the steps, mind racing. If the tower has appeared for real, then I need to reach the North Zone first. That's one of the few safe territories outside the tower's boundary, and it's the closest. At the bottom of the stairs, a massive fountain stood, marble angels frozen mid-flight. Above it, a sign glowed faintly, Central Underground. Suddenly, a new notification appeared before his eyes. You have entered an event area. Jinhyuk looked around. The underground station was filled with people, dozens of them, all wearing the same stunned expression. He recognized their faces. These were players who had once played the first version of the Tower of Challenges. He walked among them calmly, his eyes sharp. The others glanced at him but stayed silent, too busy sizing each other up. Everyone's watching everyone else, he thought. No one knows what's going to happen next. He realized something important: the number of event items that would appear here was limited. If luck was on his side, maybe 5 would spawn at most. Then, from behind him, a voice called out, clear and familiar. Hey, you there! You're Jinhyuk, right? Jinhyuk turned, his eyes narrowing as the sound of the city's chaos echoed above. The tower had begun. Jinhyuk turned around, startled by the sudden voice behind him. A man stood there with a broad grin plastered across his face, as if seeing an old friend brought him genuine delight. Well, isn't this a miracle? The man laughed. The shut-in gamer himself actually stepped outside. I thought you'd still be in your room, playing with your toys. It was Jong-soo, a BJ, broadcast jockey, from Paprika TV, boasting over 500,000 subscribers, a celebrity streamer and, more importantly, the representative of the company Jinhyuk once belonged to. Jinhyuk's expression hardened. Shouldn't you be doing a live broadcast right now? He asked coldly, glancing at the crowd gathered behind Jong-soo. Jong-soo followed his gaze, his smirk widening. What, this? You can't tell what's happening here? Looks like the perfect scene for another viral broadcast. He gave Jinhyuk a light push on the shoulder, pretending to be casual. So, tell me, what floor did you reach? And why hide it from your dear colleague? Colleague? Jinhyuk repeated in his head, his jaw tightening. He remembered those broadcasts all too well, the company that Jong-soo had built. A company that lured streamers with promises of fame and fortune, only to drown them in unfair contracts. The more they streamed, the deeper they sank into a swamp of debt and exploitation. And those who dared to protest? Their voices were silenced, crushed beneath the weight of corporate greed. Jinhyuk recalled one desperate BJ, crying during a live broadcast. He had stared directly into the webcam, before ripping it off the monitor and hurling it at his contract in despair. That memory burned deep inside Jinhyuk. Because one by one, the friends he had started with, those who had climbed up from nothing beside him, had all abandoned the company, broken and betrayed. Hey, Jong-soo's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He grabbed Jinhyuk's shoulder, smiling brightly. I know you're a great player. And your mukbangs? Legendary. That's why, he leaned in. I'm ready to change your contract. Just for you. But Jinhyuk's eyes were as cold as winter steel. The world's changed, he said quietly. Before Jong-soo could respond, BAM. Jinhyuk's fist slammed into his face. Blood sprayed from Jong-soo's nose as 2 of his teeth hit the ground with a faint clink. Watch your mouth, Jinhyuk growled. Jong-soo collapsed, clutching his bleeding face, groaning in pain. Jinhyuk looked down at him, his voice low and calm. Strange. I actually feel better now. Turning away, he walked off, muttering, it's time. Around the nearby fountain, particles of light began to shimmer. The water started bubbling, then roiling violently. In a sudden burst, a massive tree erupted from the fountain, its trunk twisting skyward, its lush green canopy radiating power. The air trembled with its presence. Players gasped in awe and terror. The same as the Tower of Trials, Jinhyuk murmured, a grin forming on his lips. So my memory was right? A glowing message appeared before everyone's eyes. The mangrove of greed continues to grow. From its branches, red fruits began to bloom, glimmering like rubies under a warm aura. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed. Stats boosting fruits. Agility, strength, mana, only 4 of them. The moment those words sank in, chaos erupted. Players lunged for the tree, clawing and shoving each other to reach the fruits. Fists flew, boots kicked, and screams filled the air. Amid the frenzy, a bloodied handkerchief dropped to the ground. It belonged to Jong-soo. He staggered toward Jinhyuk, wiping the blood from his mouth. Listen, he shouted, desperation cracking his voice. If we work together, we can share the fruits. Split them in half, win for both of us. Jinhyuk didn't even look at him. His gaze was locked on the tree. Sit down if you don't know what's going on, he said coldly. It's not time yet. His tone was firm, calm, yet commanding. Jong-soo hesitated. Jinhyuk's confident smile didn't falter for a second. One player managed to grab a fruit and bit into it greedily. A system window flashed. Agility +3. It works. It really works, the man shouted, waving his arms in joy. Jinhyuk watched him silently. Ordinary people, he muttered. They have no idea what this tree truly is. He observed as more players climbed, each one consumed by greed, unaware of the danger lurking within. Then it began. The tree's roots writhed like serpents and lashed out, striking the ground with tremendous force. Screams erupted as players scrambled to escape. The more fruits eaten, one terrified man yelled, the more violent it gets. Panic spread. Players fled in every direction, terrified. All except two. Jinhyuk stood still, calm amidst the chaos. Jong-soo, trembling, turned to run, until Jinhyuk's voice stopped him. Giving up already? Of course. Jong-soo shouted. That thing's insane. Jinhyuk sighed. The real reward of this event only appears after all the fruits are eaten. Jong-soo froze. You're serious? Jinhyuk tilted his head. If I wasn't, would I still be standing here? A bead of sweat rolled down Jong-soo's temple. Then, his expression twisted into a crooked grin. So that's why you didn't move, you were waiting for this. He spat to the side, then asked, so what now? Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. We go inside, he said, pointing toward the thrashing tree. If we move together, we'll just become easy targets. Approach from both sides, understood. Jong-soo blinked, stunned by his calmness. You're saying, we split its attention? Exactly. Jinhyuk slipped his hands into his pockets and smiled. The plan had begun. Jinhyuk glanced at Jong-soo, his tone sharp and cold. If even one of us hesitates, he said, eyes narrowing, it's over. Jong-soo chuckled, wiping the blood from his mouth. Relax, man. It's not my first day in this game either. A tense silence followed, then Jinhyuk muttered, move. In the next instant, they split apart, Jinhyuk darting to the left, Jong-soo sprinting to the right. They surrounded the enormous mangrove tree, each taking a different angle of approach. But before they could get close, massive roots burst from the ground, slicing through the air like whips. Jinhyuk twisted his body mid-step, dodging the first root by inches. The sharp wind from its swing grazed his cheek. He turned his head to check on Jong-soo. And froze. Jong-soo stood motionless, grinning like a lunatic. Who would listen to a guy like you, he sneered. Why don't you be the bait? His grin widened into something grotesque. Jinhyuk's eyes hardened, his voice calm but dripping with venom. Still the same scum, huh? Another root shot toward him. He dodged effortlessly, landing light on his feet. To those who become bait, he muttered under his breath, that would be, you. The next root, redirected from Jinhyuk's dodge, snapped toward Jong-soo with deadly precision. What? The thick vine coiled around Jong-soo's legs, yanking him off his feet. Before he could react, the roots wrapped around his torso, tightening like a snake crushing its prey. Why me? Let me go! Jong-soo screamed, thrashing in panic. Jinhyuk didn't even glance his way. His steps were steady, focused solely on the tree ahead. If you hate it, he said coolly, maybe complain to your lawyer. The roots climbed higher, encasing Jong-soo completely. Tears streamed down his face as his voice broke. I don't want to die like this. Please. The tree's roots constricted and crushed him into a bloody pulp. Jinhyuk exhaled slowly. Have a nice trip, trash. He turned back toward the mangrove tree. Its massive roots writhed, sensing his approach. Just a little further, he murmured, his boots splashing in the fountain's water. The ground trembled. Roots lunged again, slicing through the air from every direction. Left, 22 degrees, Jinhyuk whispered, eyes darting rapidly as he calculated each attack trajectory. Right, 35 degrees. He weaved between them like a shadow, his movements precise and fluid. Each dodge was perfectly timed, each motion deliberate. The roots struck where he had just been. But Jinhyuk was gone. They crashed into one another, smashing violently into the trunk instead. Cracks splintered up the bark, ripping open the tree's center. The roots opened a path, Jinhyuk muttered, a wicked grin curling on his lips. Inside the ruptured trunk, a pulsating core glowed, a beating heart of pure magic. The mangrove core, he whispered. Just like in the game. No errors. Not a single deviation. His hand brushed against a broken fragment of a root beside him. He picked it up, the faint glow of power running through it. Scarlet light flared in his eyes. How about we make this interesting? Jinhyuk smirked, raising the fragment like a blade. Let's end this quickly, tree. The mangrove roared, its entire body trembling in rage. The roots rose again, this time shimmering with a dark crimson aura. A message blinked in Jinhyuk's vision. Mangrove of Greed has activated, blood-sucking vines. TCH, he clicked his tongue. Even for an old mob, that's gonna be hard to dodge. The roots lashed forward, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Jinhyuk's grip tightened. Then, with a twist of his wrist, Clang. He deflected the first root with a dull thud, the shockwave sending a burst of air across the ground. The vine passed so close that it grazed his cheek, leaving a thin red line. The next roots came in a flurry, but Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed with battle focus. Each motion was deliberate, every strike perfectly timed. He flipped his blade fragment, adjusting its angle, redirecting every incoming root like a master swordsman guiding the flow of a storm. In his head, he smirked. I can twist the trajectory, bend it any way I want. The roots clashed, tangled, and tore into the tree's trunk again, destroying it from within. And amidst the chaos, Jinhyuk stood there, his eyes glowing bright red, calm and unshaken. Now then, he murmured, his voice low and dangerous. Let's finish this. The roots of the mangrove shuddered violently, then began twisting together, merging into one monstrous, pulsating limb. The ground trembled as the enormous root reared back like a serpent, its shadow swallowing Jinhyuk whole. Coming for me, huh? Jinhyuk murmured, eyes sharp and calm. No need to get nervous. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. Then, his right eye ignited with a bright blue flame. The massive root lunged. In an instant, Jinhyuk moved. His body blurred, blade flashing as he redirected every incoming strike. The root split apart midair, slamming into the ground around him with explosive force, breaking through concrete and shaking the entire plaza. Dust and debris swirled, but Jinhyuk walked forward, unscathed, his expression composed. Only a thin scratch lined his cheek, glinting under the light. I've been through this 100 times already, he said with a grin, brushing his hair back. He raised his hand. The air around him trembled. Sweat dripped from his brow as he approached the tree's luminous trunk. Behind the dense green canopy, a faint blue light began to shine. Tiny butterflies of azure glow fluttered out from the leaves, spiraling upward like floating stars. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed. Sleep butterflies. He covered his mouth and nose, stepping aside as the glowing insects circled him. Their wings shimmered softly, releasing glittering dust into the air. Sleep pollen, he thought grimly. A defense mechanism. One breath, and you're out cold. The insects swarmed closer, but Jinhyuk waved them away, holding his breath. The trick's simple, he smirked inwardly. Just don't breathe. He dashed forward, cutting through the haze of shimmering wings. The giant tree loomed ahead, veins glowing red within its trunk. Found you, he whispered. Jinhyuk thrust his palm toward the tree. Boom! A deafening impact echoed through the air. The space rippled with shockwaves, light flaring across the battlefield. Wind whipped through his black hair, strands flying wildly across his face. Sweat beaded on his skin, and a red glint burned in his eyes. From beneath him, roots lashed upward once again, only to falter. The enormous tree groaned, its bark splitting down the center as the system's voice rang in his ears. System message, player, anonymous, has defeated the mangrove of greed. The world tree split cleanly in half, its once vibrant leaves fading to gray. The fountain's water shimmered under the settling dust. Jinhyuk exhaled, a grin spreading across his face. Didn't think all that boring timing practice would actually pay off. The system chimed again. Honor level achievement will be recorded within 24 hours. Please enter your player name. Jinhyuk frowned, staring at the glowing blue window. My name? So it's asking for personal info now? He tilted his head, thinking. Revealing his identity would stir chaos, especially once people realized who he was. No way, he muttered. Anonymity suits me better. A new prompt appeared. Face will be hidden via mosaic. Voice will be altered for anonymity. Jinhyuk chuckled softly. Not perfect, but fair enough. He turned back to the fallen tree, placing his hand on its cracked trunk. Now for the real prize. He pushed his arm deep inside the hollow bark. After a moment, his fingers brushed something smooth and cold. A grin curved his lips as he pulled out a small jade orb, gleaming faintly in his palm. The tree's core, he whispered, tightening his grip. System message, item acquired, heart of the mangrove tree. He rolled the sphere between his fingers, its green glow reflecting in his eyes. If a single fruit boosts strength, agility, and mana by 3 points each, he mused, then the heart should be worth at least 12. The thought made him chuckle. Even after 50 floors, nothing came close to this kind of loot. Without hesitation, Jinhyuk popped the jade sphere into his mouth. The moment he swallowed, a blinding light exploded in his chest. His body trembled as raw energy coursed through him. He opened his status window. Player level, 1. Available stat points, 12. A wicked smile formed. The strongest level 1 player, huh? Not bad. Hours later, the world was already buzzing. Breaking news, unknown player defeats Mangrove of Greed. First victory in the Tower of Challenge recorded. Comment sections exploded with disbelief and excitement. Most people dismissed it as fake, just another online hoax. But somewhere in the chaos, a video quietly began trending. Its thumbnail showed a masked player surrounded by swirling debris. His face was hidden by mosaic. His voice distorted. Yet his presence, the confidence in his stance, was unmistakable. It was Jinhyuk, the first conqueror of the tower's new world. The moment the video of the battle went live, all the skepticism that had flooded the forums vanished in an instant. Viewers flooded the comments with awe and excitement, their disbelief replaced by pure fascination. Clips of Jinhyuk darting between monstrous roots, his blade flashing under the emerald light of the mangrove, began circulating everywhere. He could almost hear the collective gasp of millions watching. Some cheered, others doubted, but one thing was clear: no one could look away. Jinhyuk's lips curved slightly as he watched the reactions roll in. "So this is what all the fuss is about," he muttered, his tone dry but amused. Under the username Kingsman, a man introduced himself as Director Park Hazik, offering Jinhyuk a formal contract. "Join us. Let's make history together." Another user, Black Dragon, followed with an even more audacious promise: "Name your price. I'll match it. Money's no object." Jinhyuk stared at the screen, one brow arching. 1 billion, huh? They really think this is about cash? He leaned back in his creaky chair, the faint glow of his monitor painting his face in blue light. For a brief moment, he was lost in thought, back to the days when life had been a relentless grind. A cheap video camera sat gathering dust on the windowsill. Cold fast food boxes littered the table. Rent overdue. Back then, $1 billion would have been a miracle. He remembered starving for days, saving money just to stream mukbangs instead of eating. But that was before. Before the tower. Before this new world that rewarded skill, not status. Now, as he swirled a half-empty drink in his hand, he whispered, "Even if they offered 10 billion? I'm not sharing what I know." He clenched his fist, smirking. What mattered wasn't wealth, it was monopoly. The power of holding knowledge no one else possessed. Rising from his chair, Jinhyuk opened a map on his phone, the next target already glowing in his mind's eye. A towering structure appeared in his imagination, dark, looming, pulsing faintly with mana. The Tower of Trials had spilled its magic into the world, mutating relics outside into sacred treasures. Behind a glass display case, an ancient sword bathed in light shimmered faintly, like it was breathing. Its edge flickered, vanishing, reappearing, as if the relic itself was rejecting reality. "A replica," Jinhyuk murmured. "But even copies hold power if you know where to look." Soon, he stood before the National People's Museum, its grand steps silent under the night sky. Floating displays of weapons, shields, and scrolls glowed faintly inside, a treasure vault brimming with mana. Jinhyuk frowned. "Of course, I'm not the only one who came for these." The mangrove tree of greed had been rare, appearing in only 7 places across Seoul. But the museum? There was only one. Which meant competition. He imagined silhouettes, skilled players from across the city, veterans and opportunists alike, all drawn to the same place like vultures. Pushing open the museum's door, he felt an eerie stillness. "Quiet," he muttered. "Too quiet." Then his eyes caught it, a charred corpse slumped against a blackened wall. His jaw tightened. Someone had arrived before him. Hands shoved in his pockets, Jinhyuk scanned the area, his expression unreadable. The world's changing, guess people are too. But not fast enough. At the foot of the stairs, faint mana lines pulsed, a sign pointing toward the relics of the Middle and Modern eras. That's where it would be. The relic everyone wanted, the Great East Land Map. It wasn't just a historical artifact. It was alive with mana, humming with data from the Tower of Trials itself, a complete guide to ruins, labyrinths, and hidden treasures. "No one realizes," he whispered, "the real treasures aren't on the map, they're underneath it." Suddenly, a jug crashed to the ground, shattering the silence. Shouts erupted, chaos spilling through the museum. Artifacts exploded in bursts of mana. Blood splattered across the marble floor. Someone screamed, "Freeze!" The young man with black hair, his hand still gripping his opponent's collar, slowly turned. A broad-shouldered man stood across the hall, arms crossed like an executioner. "Anyone moves," he growled, "and you're dead." The boy in the blue shirt scowled back. "Don't talk crap," he said coldly, taking a step forward. The young man with a bandage on his cheek smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. "You think anyone here's scared of that kind of talk?" Blood trickled from the head of his hammer, splattering onto the marble floor. The burly man before him scowled, knuckles cracking as veins bulged beneath his skin. His temper snapped. "You bastards, you really don't get it, do you?" His teeth clenched, eyes glowing a feral red as rage consumed him. With a roar, his muscles bulged, the seams of his shirt tearing apart. The spectators stumbled back as the man's skin darkened into a gray, stone-like texture, his transformation complete. The card belongs to me. His voice now rumbled like an animal's growl. The red gleam in his eyes made even the boldest step away. But an elderly man in a blue vest simply chuckled, closing his eyes. I'm afraid I can't agree to that, son. The transformed man turned toward him, baring his jagged teeth. Are you senile, old man? Disappear before I snap your withered neck. The old man sighed, tapping his cane on the ground as a small flame flickered at his fingertip. So rude. I was hoping for a civil conversation. The fire suddenly flared, brighter, hotter, swirling around his hand. You talk too much, the gray-skinned monster snarled, lunging forward. The old man's eyes opened, cold and sharp. He snapped his fingers. A roaring inferno burst from his palm, swallowing the man whole. The beast scream tore through the air, echoing across the hall. In seconds, his body was nothing but smoldering flesh, a steaming, blackened heap on the floor. The old man clasped his hands behind his back, turning away with a sigh. A pity, he said softly. A disaster born from an unrestrained tongue. A girl with short hair, Yuri, approached from behind him, her expression unreadable. Should I take care of the rest, Mr. John? John nodded. Please. Gather the items. And clean up the mess. Yuri smiled faintly. Of course. You can rely on me. She walked toward a pedestal where a small Anubis statue rested under glass. As she touched it, purple light burst from her eyes, glowing lines spreading around her like veins of lightning. That's enough to handle anyone foolish enough to interfere, she said confidently. The Anubis figurine pulsed with light, golden patterns racing across its surface. A deep growl echoed as a towering, jackal-headed warrior materialized beside her, gripping a long spear. Its eyes gleamed blood-red, its armor forged from shadows. From this point on, Yuri announced, crossing her arms, anyone who moves, will be considered an enemy of Anubis. Her voice carried through the silence. The black-skinned warrior lifted its spear, and several of the remaining players froze in place, terror plastered on their faces. We surrender, one shouted, throwing his weapon aside. Take the card. Just don't kill us. Yuri clapped her hands together gleefully. Good choice. But her smile faltered as the sharp crunch of footsteps echoed behind her. Someone had stepped on broken fragments of pottery. Jinhyuk walked forward casually, hands in his pockets, his expression calm and uninterested. What a mess, he murmured, tilting his head as his eyes drifted over the ruined artifacts. You people don't even have basic respect for antiques. He bent down, brushing the dust off a stack of yellowed scrolls. At least they're still intact. That's something. Then he froze. His name echoed across the hall. Yuri hissed, eyes blazing with fury. You think this is funny? Anubis stomped the ground, cracked spiderwebbing across the marble floor. Dust filled the air as Yuri's grin turned feral. Kill him, she ordered. The jackal warrior lunged forward, spear thrusting toward Jinhyuk's chest. But Jinhyuk didn't move. Not an inch. Just as the weapon was about to strike, he flicked his wrist. Clang! The spearhead snapped clean off and clattered behind him. Yuri's eyes widened. What? The floor behind him was split with a deep crack, as though struck by an invisible blade. Two nearby players gawked, their jaws dropping. He dodged that, one whispered. No, he didn't even move. Jinhyuk smiled faintly. You really have no idea how high my stats are, do you? His gaze shifted to the towering Anubis warrior. So, what now? He asked Yuri. You lost your only weapon. But Yuri only smiled back, a sharp, knowing grin. She slung her backpack off her shoulder and began pulling out more figurines, each radiating a different color of magic. Who said I only had one? She taunted. One by one, replicas of other Egyptian deities hovered in the air, Horus, Batet, Set, all glowing with dark power. The air grew heavy, the museum trembling under the surge of mana. The system message blinked before Jinhyuk's eyes. A replica of the sacred relic incarnation of Anubis has awakened. His eyes widened. 5, at once, he muttered, astonished. Yuri stood surrounded by her summoned creatures, her hair whipping in the wind of their aura. What do you think now, Jinhyuk? She sneered. Still feel like laughing? Jinhyuk chuckled softly. Not bad, he admitted. To maintain 5 relics at your level? That's impressive. He tilted his head, raising his hand lazily. If I had to rate you, somewhere between good and acceptable. Yuri's face twisted in irritation. You're acting cool on purpose, aren't you? I hate guys like you. Jinhyuk's smirk vanished. His eyes hardened. Then maybe I should show you what real power looks like. He pulled out a weathered piece of paper, an ancient talisman drawn with a tiger symbol. Let's make this quick. Tossing it into the air, he pressed his palm forward. The talisman ignited with golden light. You have injected mana into the sacred relic replica, Tiger of the Mountain. The system window flickered again. The ruler of the mountain has descended. A blinding light filled the hall as a massive tiger emerged beside him, fur shimmering like molten gold, eyes burning with ancient might. The ground quaked under its paws. Yuri gasped, stumbling back in disbelief. That's impossible. The Anubis warriors raised their spears, roaring. The tiger growled low, baring its fangs. Jinhyuk placed his hand gently on its head, his voice cold and mocking. How dare a jackal bare its teeth before the ruler of the mountains? He pointed toward Yuri and her summons. Dinner served. The tiger roared, a deafening, primal sound that rattled the museum walls. It lunged forward, claws slicing through the air. A single swing decapitated one of the Anubis warriors. The others charged, but the beast was too fast, a blur of gold and crimson. The floor cracked beneath its paws, and the air filled with screams and the stench of burnt mana. Blood sprayed. Shattered armor clattered to the ground. Yuri trembled, sweat streaming down her face as she stared at the carnage. What kind of relic user is he? She had heard of countless relic techniques, but nothing like this. The mana radiating from the tiger alone felt like it could tear her skin apart. A white flash filled her vision. Her knees buckled, and she fell, trembling. Tears welled in her eyes. I thought I had the strongest relics, she whispered. But I was wrong. Jinhyuk approached slowly, hands in his pockets, his shadow looming over her. You fought well, he said softly, though his smirk said otherwise. Yuri looked up, pressing a hand to her chest, her voice trembling. What do you want? He stopped right in front of her, eyes glinting. The item, he said simply. She swallowed hard, her heart pounding. Jinhyuk crouched down beside Yuri, his gaze sharp and impatient. Hand over the mask of Tutankhamun, he said coolly. Yuri's brows furrowed, her voice trembling with frustration. That relic's useless here in Korea. What could you possibly want with it? Jinhyuk didn't bother answering. His eyes narrowed, and with a lazy flick of his finger, he gestured behind her. A massive tiger's head materialized from the shadows, its fangs glinting like daggers. Yuri froze, her breath catching. Oh okay. I'll give it up, she stammered. Among the shattered glass and debris, her open backpack lay spilled on the ground. From it, the golden mask of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh slowly floated into the air. A system notification blinked before Jinhyuk's eyes. Replica relic acquired, Mask of Tutankhamun. He caught the mask with one hand, smirking. Second sacred relic, secured without breaking a sweat. Yuri glared, still shaking. Don't tell me you're after T.Ono's card next? Jinhyuk tilted his head, pretending to think. That's none of your concern, he said flatly, though in truth, he'd completely forgotten about the card. He ran a hand along the tiger's fur and added, make sure no one follows us. The beast bared its teeth in silent understanding, growling low. Wait. Yuri gasped, clutching her chest. Her voice trembled as dark energy seeped from the tiger's paws. Jinhyuk glanced over his shoulder, satisfied. Everything was falling into place. Perfect. Preparations complete, he thought, eyes shifting toward the stone staircase that led higher into the tower. The time's come, he muttered. He raised his hand, eyes fixed on the glowing blue chamber ahead. This was where he'd obtained the tower's most powerful skill. Inside a dimly lit vault, numbers and runes glimmered across the walls. A glowing vase floated beneath a glass barrier. Sweat beaded down the forehead of an old man in a blue vest, John. He glanced nervously at Jinhyuk, still struggling to comprehend how the young man had gotten past Yuri. How did you even manage this? He muttered under his breath. Jinhyuk ignored him, inspecting the radiant wall. Looks like a level 1 barrier. John frowned. So you do know what this is. He pressed his palm to the blue surface. Physical force and magic attacks won't work. It's strange. Jinhyuk extended his hand toward it, eyes half closed. His voice dropped. The flow of mana diverges here, blue smoke swirled from his palm, a faint glyph glowing inside the mist. Then, he whispered a single word. Karpo. Without breaking contact, he turned to John. I can break it, but I'll need your help. John's brows knitted. What kind of help? If you keep channeling flame magic into the barrier, it'll weaken enough for me to enter, Jinhyuk explained. Keep it up until I return with the relic. John arched an eyebrow, smirking. So I stay here, burning through my mana, while you go treasure hunting? Jinhyuk gritted his teeth. If I could attack continuously with that kind of firepower, I'd do it myself. But time's short, dawn's coming. You get the card afterward. Fair deal. John considered for a moment, then sighed. Worst case, I get nothing. But, fine. You have my word, Jinhyuk said with a confident smile. I've no interest in making enemies out of strong mages. John nodded reluctantly. Then I'll trust you, boy. Good. Handle the barrier. Flames roared to life in John's hands, crackling like living serpents. "I'll do what I can," he muttered, forcing more mana into the fiery stream. The barrier hissed, lines of light beginning to fracture under the heat. "Now!" Jinhyuk shouted. "Carpo!" He covered his face and dashed forward, straight through the shattering wall of blue light. Inside, the air shimmered with ancient energy. Glass display cases lined the chamber, each glowing faintly. Sweat dripped down John's face on the other side of the barrier. "Hurry," he yelled. But Jinhyuk only waved with a grin. "Relax, old man. I'll handle this my way." He stuffed his hands into his pockets and surveyed the room. Broken cases, ancient relics, scattered scrolls, except for one corner where a faint glow pulsed under shattered glass. There lay a sword engraved with strange runes, Kayen Long. So someone else was here first, Jinhyuk thought. Smart enough to take what they wanted, and even left a protective seal over the chamber. His eyes gleamed. Interesting. He stepped closer, shadows rippling around him. The faint blue glow pulsed through the ruined chamber as Jinhyuk stepped past the shattered glass and debris. He noticed the faint traces of energy shimmering along the edges of the room, a protective barrier. The previous player had been cautious. Jinhyuk clicked his tongue, unimpressed. So he grabbed what he wanted and bailed, huh? No risks, no curiosity. Typical. He walked up to a fractured display case and began counting the remnants scattered around. Then, suddenly, his eyes lit up. A grin tugged at his lips. Well, found you. Resting on a red velvet cushion was a small pile of glittering gold coins. The system's familiar chime echoed in his ears. Chosun Dynasty coins, C-rank relic, acquired. Jinhyuk held one between his fingers, feeling its warmth. Perfect. The last piece I needed. He turned toward the table, where the mask of Tutankhamun and the ceremonial Persian casting mold were already waiting. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed a finger into the right socket of the pharaoh mask. Instantly, golden energy surged from it, intertwining with the aura emanating from the Persian mold. The room trembled as the relics reacted to one another, bright streams of power swirling like molten sunlight. System notification, a reaction has occurred between the two relics. A mischievous spark danced in Jinhyuk's eyes. Then let's add one more to the mix. He pulled the golden thread connecting the Li coins, and with a sharp tug, it snapped. The coins scattered midair, spinning in the energy storm. The power exploded outward, coating the chamber in a radiant golden haze. Jinhyuk raised his arms to shield himself, his hair whipping from the pressure. System alert, reaction detected among 3 relics. Probability of failure, 97.3%. Processing fusion attempt. His smirk deepened. Come on? I don't fail. Then? Success. Fusion achieved. The air cleared, revealing a new relic floating before him, an obsidian black eyeball encased in golden flame. New relic acquired, Eye of Truth, SS rank. Effect, view another's status window and discern lies from truth. Usable 3 times per day. SS rank, huh? Jinhyuk muttered, admiring the glow. Guess that's a nice bonus, but not why I came here. More system alerts appeared one after another. Hidden quest completed, combine 3 replica relics below Class B to create an SS class item. New personal ability unlocked, Unification. Blue streams of energy swirled around his legs as he felt a strange resonance inside him, threads of mana connecting his body to something larger. He closed his eyes, envisioning a grid of white squares, each one a skill, a power, a memory waiting to be copied and refined. I'll collect every ability this world holds, and fuse them into something greater. This will be my weapon, to climb to the top of the tower. The air pulsed violently. Personal ability registered, Unification. Effect, copy personal abilities of other players, store them within the world's memory, and merge them into higher tier skills. Level, unmeasurable. Blue light flared from Jinhyuk's eyes. Warning, conditions may alter if the user fails to maintain control during absorption. Outside the barrier, John's voice echoed through the chamber, rough with exhaustion. Hey, Jinhyuk! Hurry up, my mana's running out. Sweat poured down the old man's face as fire coiled from his hands, pressing desperately against the blue wall. Inside, Jinhyuk's expression twisted into a grin. Perfect timing. His system window flickered again, displaying the requirements to copy John's ability. Condition, John conceals his emotions deeply. To copy his skill, the target must be forced to reveal genuine feelings. Jinhyuk's grin widened. So all I have to do, is piss you off. John shouted again, straining against the barrier. How much longer, kid? Without turning, Jinhyuk said casually, you probably won't be using that flame magic again, huh? What? John faltered, brows furrowed. Not much point, Jinhyuk added with a shrug. The barrier's already weakening. Besides, I could have done it without you. John's flames flickered, his teeth grinding. What are you saying? The barrier shimmered, cracking like ice under heat. Jinhyuk extended his hand again, whispering the word. Karpo. The destruction spell pulsed through the air, the wall of blue fire splitting apart as he dashed forward, covering his face. The barrier shattered behind him like glass. John stumbled back, panting, completely drained. He stared in disbelief as the barrier crumbled to dust. So, he didn't need me at all. Inside, Jinhyuk exhaled softly, his mind buzzing. Mana nearly gone, huh, old man? Guess I overdid it. He surveyed the room again. A large map hung on the wall, glowing faintly with runic light. So this is the big reward? A map of the tower? His smirk returned. I already know every corner of this place up to the 10th floor. With a flick of his lighter, he stepped closer. Guess I don't need this. John's muffled voice shouted through the barrier, panic lacing his tone. What are you doing, you fool? Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed mischievously as he held the flame to the map. Just cleaning up. The parchment caught instantly, fire racing across it in brilliant orange light. The fire spread quickly, crackling and roaring as it devoured the poster pinned to the wall. That poster contained a detailed map of the first 10 floors of the tower, an invaluable guide for any player. If it was destroyed, every player's advantage would vanish in an instant. Panic rippled through the room. Why would you do this? Old man shouted furiously as the flames consumed the wall. His trembling hands clenched tightly, veins bulging as he swore, I'll kill you bastard, burn you alive, and grind you into dust. But his outburst only made Jinhyuk's eyes glimmer with mischief. Ding! A notification appeared before him. Condition fulfilled. Above the man's head, a glowing blue book materialized. Another alert flashed across Jinhyuk's screen. Skill successfully copied, Fire Element, Rank B. A shimmering, Save button appeared before him. Skill saved to the world's memory. Fire Element allows control over flames and increases affinity with the fire attribute. Jinhyuk smirked. A fire element, huh? Not bad for my first copy. A fiery orb ignited in his palm, swirling with raw energy. The old man, whose flames he had stolen, growled, You'll regret this, boy. I'll make sure you pay dearly. Still grinning, Jinhyuk asked, Do you even know why I burned that map? The air shimmered. Fire Element, Level 1 activated. Flames surged up Jinhyuk's arms, dancing wildly. The old man's eyes went wide in disbelief as he watched Jinhyuk wield his own ability, but stronger, sharper, and more precise. Sweat dripped down his temple as realization dawned. This guy, he's no ordinary player. Before he could speak, Jinhyuk cut him off with a sly grin. If you want to survive this tower, old man, you'd better start obeying me. Without waiting for a reply, Jinhyuk turned and descended the stairs. As he walked, he imagined the faces of the other players he had encountered. There were only 4 survivors from the National Central Museum, including himself. Now that the Tower of Trials had become real, everyone was desperate to minimize their risks. Stretching his arms lazily, Jinhyuk muttered, If I want to stay ahead of the pack, I'll need to collect as many personal skills as possible. A translucent blue status window appeared before him, listing his current stats and copied abilities. Satisfied, he crossed his arms, deep in thought. Yeah, I'll take every skill I can get. No matter what it costs. Hovering over the old man, Jinhyuk smirked. Level up with that girl on the first floor. I'll contact you later. The man lowered his head in submission, his brows furrowed with frustration. The girl beside him bit her lip nervously, her hands trembling. To Jinhyuk, they were nothing more than toys, temporary pawns he could use and discard. The skill book in his hand shimmered with a faint blue haze. His path was long and uncertain, but one thing was clear, he needed to gather the most useful abilities before anyone else could. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he mused, I only have one body. I can't monopolize everything, but the best skills? The most broken ones? Yeah, those will be mine. His stomach growled. Ugh, guess that's my limit. Time for some rice soup. He spotted a small cafe and walked in. Inside, the air was tense. The customers were staring wide-eyed at the television screen. The news anchor's voice trembled as she spoke. Breaking news, a fire has erupted at the National Central Museum. Current reports indicate at least 23 dead and over 50 injured. Authorities suspect the attack targeted several ancient relics. The footage cut to scenes of devastation, the museum reduced to rubble. The broadcast continued, similar incidents have occurred across the world, in the United States, Europe, China, and Japan. The Louvre has been destroyed. Jinhyuk leaned back, expression calm. So it's starting worldwide, huh? Guess the players overseas aren't slacking off either. The screen switched to CCTV footage from inside the museum. One frame showed Yuri standing beside Anubis. The next, a man with a blurred face raising his hand. Then, a massive tiger sinking its fangs into an enemy's neck. Gasps filled the cafe. "Is this even real?" one man whispered. "Could a normal person do that?" another asked. "Wait, isn't that the guy from the tower's community video?" Jinhyuk scratched his temple, his eyes narrowing. "Tch, too many people are starting to recognize me. I need to figure out how to hide my identity." On the screen, the anchor continued, "The government is investigating the origins of the mysterious structure known as the Tower of Trials. A special division, the Association of the Awakened, has been established to deal with individuals who possess special abilities." Jinhyuk raised an eyebrow. "Already forming departments, huh? That's faster than I expected." He poured himself a glass of water and thought aloud, "So they've already accepted the tower as part of reality. Impressive. I figured it would take them a few weeks to process it." The broadcast cut to a press conference. A man with a scar on his cheek appeared, introducing himself as Han Sang-jin, the head of the Association of the Awakened. Jinhyuk's expression hardened the moment he saw him. Sang-jin declared, "We are recruiting awakened individuals. Depending on their level, they'll be compensated as government officials, at least grade 7, with an annual salary of 60 million won. Those featured in the tower footage will receive special treatment." Whispers spread across the cafe. 60 million? That's insane. Lucky bastards. What a crazy turn of events, a girl murmured. But Jinhyuk just smirked behind his hand. "So I'm their target, huh? They see me as a threat, and want to buy me off." He imagined Sang-jin's smug expression and thought, "One skilled player is worth more than 100 weaklings, and he knows it. He's trying to lure me with cash and comfort. How predictable." Still, curiosity twinkled in his eyes. If he's the head, maybe he's strong enough to make it worth copying. He chuckled softly. "I'll have to find out for myself." The clock on the cafe wall ticked to exactly 7 p.m. The minute and hour hands overlapped, and suddenly, the world shifted. The Tower of Trials has opened. The sky split apart as a colossal tower rose high above the clouds, stars twinkling around it like diamonds. In an instant, the players were transported to a new area, standing before a vast river, with floating islands hovering in the mist above. "Don't push," someone yelled. "This is insane, it's just like before." Smiling faintly, Jinhyuk looked around. Heh, they all look like rookies. A golden pouch appeared in the air before him. Reward, 100 tower coins granted for first entry. Coins jingled as they fell into his hand. "The game begins," Jinhyuk whispered, a grin spreading across his face. Golden coins showered from the sky, tinkling like rainfall. Notifications began to appear one after another before every player's eyes. "System alert, record and upload your achievements publicly. Reward, 100 coins for every 10,000 views. Commission will vary based on player level." A glowing blue plus sign shimmered above the crowd. Another message followed. "Warning, views from non-tower residents count only once per person. Choose carefully when watching videos." As players read through the notifications, chaos stirred. A man in a robe spread his arms wide before an army of monsters, activating his broadcast. "System alert, live broadcast is available only during boss monster battles. Clearance required for next floor access." Elsewhere, an old warrior in heavy armor clenched his gauntlet fist as the Minotaur before him roared loud enough to shake the air. A skull-shaped icon appeared with the word "Warning" flashing in red. "System notice, any falsified views or illegal actions will be penalized." Watching these alerts unfold, Jinhyuk rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So that's how it works. Outside the tower, city residents were glued to their phone screens, captivated. The live streaming system had turned into a bridge between two worlds, the people struggling to climb the tower, and those watching from the safety of reality. Millions tuned in, desperate to witness the tower's conclusion while unintentionally boosting view counts and income for the players. One popular video showed a warrior fighting through ancient pagodas. Over 900 people were watching. Another showed a lone hero facing a dragon barehanded, over 1,200 viewers gasping in awe. Gold coins rained endlessly from above these viral streams. This system, a mix of survival and showbiz, was the most ingenious, most profitable feature of the challenge tower yet. Players rushed forward, shouting plans to raid the Goblin Cave first. "Let's clear it fast and farm some coins," someone yelled. The crowd surged like a flood. Someone bumped Jinhyuk's shoulder. He pushed them aside without a word, eyes narrowing as he watched the mass of overeager players scatter. "They're all in such a hurry," he muttered, standing still amidst the chaos. Trying to be first, without even knowing what's waiting for them. For Jinhyuk, earning coins wasn't a challenge, he already knew the system inside and out. But uploading videos? Sharing his strategies with the world? Not a chance. Even with rewards on the line, leaking information was a massive risk. One wrong clip, he thought, and my advantage is gone. Hands in his pockets, Jin-hyuk smirked. He already knew exactly what to do next. His road wasn't like the others, it was a different path entirely. He remembered that time long ago, after clearing the 30th floor. Progress had halted, leaving players stuck for months. Back then, he'd scoured the lower floors for hidden secrets, collecting fragments, solving puzzles, digging for answers that others missed. Now, torch in hand, Jin-hyuk pushed deeper into the dark dungeon. The flickering light revealed walls etched with ancient carvings. Every step he took was deliberate, calculated. But suddenly, his expression froze. The torch slipped from his grasp. His hand trembled with anger. Pathetic, he muttered bitterly. The truth struck him like a blade. His old self, the character he had built for years, was weak. Useless. A notification blinked in front of him. Confirm character deletion? Grinding his teeth, Jin-hyuk stared at the glowing text. Years of struggle, sweat, and sleepless nights, all wasted. But doubt was a luxury he could no longer afford. With a deep breath, he confirmed. Blue light enveloped his body, particles rising like stardust. His eyes blazed with determination. This time, he vowed, I'll reach the end. That had been 6 years ago. Now, standing before a colossal gate decorated with skulls and bones, he felt the same surge of anticipation. You have discovered, Level B, Labyrinth of Creep. Known for its extreme complexity and numerous traps. Crossing his arms, Jin-hyuk muttered, the key to breaking through beyond the 30th floor, starts here. He gritted his teeth. Didn't think I'd have to do this again. Touching the massive gate, blue runes flared to life. As it rumbled open, Jin-hyuk stepped inside. Ancient Greek murals stretched across the walls, depicting battles and monsters. At the entrance stood a stone bust of a bull, its cold eyes staring straight ahead. Seeing this familiar sight, Jin-hyuk smiled faintly. So it's the same as before. White butterflies drifted through the air, fluttering beneath the stone ceiling. One descended gracefully and landed on his finger. He chuckled softly. Still here, huh? But his brief calm shattered when he sensed movement behind him. Turning sharply, he saw a group approaching, their eyes gleaming with greed. Who are you? He asked coolly. A girl at the front smiled. We're just looking for a hunting spot. When we saw the labyrinth open, we thought we'd come in before it closed. 10 minutes earlier, the same group had watched as the massive gate opened by Jin-hyuk. A red-haired man among them had pointed. That guy, he knows something. Follow him. One of the squad members frowned. Why did that guy go straight into the labyrinth? He asked, baffled. And how the hell did he open it without a key? The others stared in disbelief. Opening a labyrinth without a key was unheard of. Looking down at the entrance, the girl with sharp eyes suggested, let's follow him. But the blonde man folded his arms, clearly not convinced. We don't even know what kind of labyrinth it is, or how big it might be. Leaning casually against a tree, the girl countered, think, will you? You know what matters most at the start of the Tower of Tests. She glanced upward, explaining, if he opened the labyrinth without a key, it must mean it's on the first floor. That also means its difficulty level isn't too high. Watching Jin-hyuk disappear into the darkness, another squad member nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense, that's probably why it's possible at all. A labyrinth on the first floor would be much easier to unlock. A girl with pink bubblegum puffed out a bubble, smirking. You think that guy's going to share the loot with us? Her ally grinned. No chance. Her eyes gleamed. Then we'll just make sure he never leaves that dungeon. The squad chuckled as she turned toward the labyrinth entrance. We found an open labyrinth first. It's only fair we enter it. The others stepped up behind her, forming ranks. Besides, she continued sweetly, the more people we have, the safer it'll be. Jin-hyuk, watching them from the shadows, smirked. They're relying on numbers, he thought. Trying to outsmart me, huh? His eyes glowed faintly as a notification appeared before him. Eye of Truth activated. The girl stepped forward, confidently pointing to herself. I'm Park Hannah, 22. I made it up to the second floor of the Tower of Tests. A status window appeared. Park Hannah, skills, contact, quick step, weak healing. Jin-hyuk's eyes flickered in interest. Contact, huh? That's interesting. The ability allowed her to form a natural closeness with someone she met for the first time, easing tension and awkwardness. The condition for copying that ability required being alone with the target for 240 hours. Remembering the woman with demonic wings, Jin-hyuk's lips curled. With that skill, I could probably control her. Then, one by one, the others introduced themselves. The red-haired guy behind Hannah spoke first. Jang Chulsik. barely survived the first floor. The girl in a lilac sweatshirt followed. Lee Hai-min. I've also only reached the first floor. Another girl, Jang Mina, blew another bubble. Third floor for me. The blonde crossed his arms. Min Guk. Never played the tower before. And finally, the bespectacled man scratched his head awkwardly. Kwangwoo, first time here too. Jinhyuk smiled faintly. I'm Jinhyuk, he said simply. As he turned away, his inner thoughts sharpened. They could stab me in the back any second. No point remembering their names. Suddenly, Park Hannah stepped closer and looped her arm through his. Jinhyuk, she said sweetly, gazing into his eyes, which floor did you reach? Pressing against him, she activated her contact skill, level 1. Scarlet flower petals shimmered around them. Jinhyuk looked amused. She's testing her skill on me. Hannah smiled, waiting for the bond to form. But her expression faltered. Huh? Why didn't it work? She whispered, surprised. Hiding her hands behind her back, she tried again, changing the topic. Then, can you tell us what kind of monsters are in this labyrinth? Jinhyuk agreed easily, narrowing his eyes. Sure. But be ready. Above them, glowing butterflies fluttered as he spoke calmly. This labyrinth changes every hour. Its layout resets each time. The squad gasped. What? The ground trembled violently beneath them. Min Guk looked around, panicking. What's happening now? It's only a first-level labyrinth. Hannah shouted in disbelief. How can this? Her words cut off as giant stone blocks began emerging from the walls. Look out, someone yelled. One block smashed down right in front of her. Hannah dove to the side at the last second, barely avoiding it. Move, idiot! Chulsik shouted, pointing up. If you stay still, you'll die. Hannah looked up, just in time to see a massive slab of stone falling from above. It crashed into the floor, shaking the entire dungeon as dust and debris exploded around them. The squad collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Dust filled their lungs as the thunderous movement of the stone plates finally came to a halt. Dripping with sweat, Park Hannah braced her hands on her knees and looked back. Where's Jang Mina? She cried, panic flashing across her face. She's gone, Chulsik hissed through gritted teeth, his face pale. What the hell kind of labyrinth is this? A first-floor dungeon shouldn't have anything like this. They're all supposed to be the same, except for the ruins. Jinhyuk brushed the dust from his shoulders, his expression calm in the chaos. Has any of you ever been inside a changing labyrinth before? He asked quietly. Silence fell. Someone stammered, how would anyone have been to something like that? Hannah bit her lip, frustration clouding her expression. This place is too dangerous. We need to leave. Now. Turning sharply, she called out to Hyman. Use your ability, find us a way out. Hyman's voice trembled. I can't. During the labyrinth's change, my ability shuts off completely. Tears welled in her eyes as she clenched her fists. Hannah's pupils widened in horror. We're trapped, she whispered. There's no emergency exit. From a short distance away, Jinhyuk watched their panic with cold amusement. They were so confident, he thought. They only entered because they had a map reader on their team. Thought this would be a quick stroll to the supermarket. He lowered his gaze, his eyes glowing faintly. Idiots. And then, he felt it. That shift in the air. The faint, gut-deep pulse that told him something was coming. It's almost time, he murmured. Hannah clenched her teeth in anger and spun toward him. You knew, she shouted, charging forward. You knew about the labyrinth changing and didn't warn us. She jabbed her finger at him, her voice shaking with rage. Because of you, we almost died. Min Guk stepped up beside her, pointing accusingly. You're the only one who knew what was going to happen. Another teammate, Kwang Woo, added, and because of you, Jang Mina's on the other side of the wall. Jinhyuk sighed, frowning slightly. Did I ever ask you to follow me? Hannah blinked, taken aback. You all came in on your own, he said flatly, eyes burning with quiet irritation. No one dragged you in here. Min Guk gritted his teeth, fury twisting his features. You think that excuses you? We're trapped, and I'm already pissed off enough. With a flash of light, a weapon materialized in his hand. The blonde raised his sword and snarled, I didn't like you the moment I saw you. Before Jinhyuk could respond, a heavy thud echoed through the chamber. A strange, wet sound followed, then a crash. Min Guk froze, eyes wide. His sword clattered to the ground as a spray of blood burst from his chest. And Min Guk? Hyman screamed, clutching her hands to her mouth. Kwang Woo's voice shook. How did that happen? A massive hoof struck the floor, shaking the ground beneath them. From the shadows, a hulking figure emerged, horns gleaming, muscles rippling, and blood dripping from a jagged axe. The creature let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire labyrinth. The Minotaur, someone whispered in horror. Weapons materialized in trembling hands. A single bloody axe remained embedded in the wall, humming with energy, before vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a deep, cracked scar. Then it reappeared in the creature's grip. The Minotaur raised it high. Hana's eyes widened in shock. "We're dead." But before the axe could fall, Jinhyuk moved. "Everyone, move," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. He launched himself forward, his coat flaring behind him as he rushed past the frozen squad. The air rippled from his speed. The leader watched in disbelief, heart hammering. "What is he doing?" Her voice trembled as Jinhyuk closed the distance to the towering beast, his expression calm, eyes burning like fire. The Minotaur's axe came crashing down, splitting the air with a shriek of metal. But Jinhyuk was already moving. He darted forward, closing the distance in a blur. The ground exploded where the axe struck, sending shards of stone flying through the air. Using that burst, Jinhyuk leapt, his body twisting above the monster's horned head. A faint ding echoed in his ears. Dodge successful. He grinned midair. Perfect timing. The sting from his wounded shoulder barely registered. A new notification flickered before him. Hidden stat unlocked. Breach. His eyes widened. Breach. The description appeared in glowing blue text. This stat reduces the level gap against stronger foes and increases it when facing weaker ones. Landing lightly on the cracked floor, Jinhyuk muttered under his breath, "So that's how it works." He reached up, grabbed the Minotaur's horn, and pulled himself closer. "For every 3 points, the gap shrinks," he mused. The beast roared, its crimson eyes blazing with fury at being touched by a mere human. But Jinhyuk's grin only grew wider. This is what I've been missing." The Minotaur swung its axe again, its movements wild with rage. Jinhyuk slipped past each strike, the wind from the blows tugging at his hair. Breach stat increased by plus 0.05. Another dodge, another notification. Again, and again. His body moved on pure instinct, remembering the pattern of every attack. Every motion carved experience into his muscles like muscle memory reborn. Breach stat increased by plus 0.05. Breach stat increased by plus 0.05. The monster let out a guttural snarl, slamming its axe down with desperate speed. Jinhyuk hopped backward, laughing quietly. "Doesn't matter how strong you are if you can't land a hit." Behind him, the squad stared in disbelief. Minguk's jaw hung open. We tried to trick him?" Park Hana's hands trembled. "He's insane, taking on a monster like that alone." The Minotaur's rage boiled over. It swung in a wide arc, the axe blade humming through the air. The weapon came so close it brushed against Jinhyuk's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Another chime. Fatal dodge successful, life-threatening evasion detected. Breach +1. Jinhyuk chuckled under his breath, wiping the blood from his neck with 2 fingers. "1 stat point for a scratch? I'll take it." The Minotaur's attacks grew faster, heavier. Every blow could have crushed him, but he moved like water, slipping between death and survival by inches. Just one mistake, he thought, eyes narrowing, and it's over. He dodged another furious strike, dust swirling around him. "Looks like it's time to end this." At the edge of the room, the terrified squad huddled near the wall. Hyaman clutched her friend's hand. "I want to leave," she whispered. Hana nodded shakily. "If we follow the wall, we might find an exit." Before they could move, a calm voice spoke behind them. "Where do you think you're going?" They turned to find Jinhyuk standing there, blood-streaked but smiling faintly. He pointed his thumb toward the raging Minotaur. "If you want to get stronger," he said, "then fight." The squad blinked in disbelief. "Dodge its attacks," Jinhyuk continued, eyes gleaming. "You'll gain a hidden stat too." He turned back toward the monster, rolling his shoulders. "But only if you survive long enough to learn." The Minotaur's axe came crashing down again, the impact splitting the air with a thunderous roar. Park Hana barely managed to leap back in time, her breath catching in terror. Heyman flinched, throwing her hands up as if to block the incoming death blow, while the squad leader, her face pale, screamed as the monstrous weapon tore through the chamber. Stone cracked. Dust exploded through the room. The shockwave rolled over them like a storm, tearing apart everything in its path. When the chaos settled, Hyuk was on the ground, his hand pressed against the floor slick with blood. Nearby, Hana's tear-streaked face trembled as she looked at the destruction. Through the haze, Jin Hyuk gave a crooked smile. "You can't just stand there like a statue," he said calmly, brushing dirt from his sleeve. "Dodge. Keep your distance. That's how you survive." He turned to face the Minotaur, his sharp eyes glinting with mischief. "Right, big guy? Isn't that true?" The creature snorted, its massive frame heaving as it raised its axe once more, but before it could swing, a low rumble echoed through the walls. The labyrinth had begun to shift. Blocks of stone ground against each other, sliding into new positions. A section of wall shot up between Jin Hyuk and the Minotaur, sealing the beast away on the other side. Jin Hyuk chuckled and waved casually. "We'll finish this later," he said, just as the wall slammed shut. The Minotaur roared furiously, steam puffing from its nostrils. It swung its axe down in rage, shaking the entire dungeon. As the tremors faded, Hannah collapsed, gasping for breath. Kik sat beside her, eyes wide. "We could have died," he muttered, voice shaking. "Just like Mingu and Haman." Hannah nodded weakly. "At least it can't follow us now." Then, a soft glow drifted through the air, tiny white butterflies fluttering overhead. "The pollen," Jin Hyuk murmured, watching them. "From those glowing moths earlier. It's what's been attracting the Minotaur." Hannah's eyes widened. "Then why would you touch them on purpose?" He looked at her, genuinely puzzled. "Because I need to raise my stats." He picked up a bloodstained knife and gave it a spin. "Every time the maze shifts, it gives us a window to rest. I might as well make use of it." "Fun," he added with a grin. "That's what it is when that monster finds me." Park Hannah stared at him, speechless. "How long are you planning to keep doing this?" He raised one finger, smirking. 1 month. Then I'm walking out of this maze." The squad fell silent. Kik finally helped Hannah to her feet, muttering, "We'll go our own way. This hell won't last that long anyway." Jin Hyuk tilted his head thoughtfully. "That's probably true," he said. "So, which direction are you all heading?" They didn't answer, just started walking down the corridor. But the deeper they went, the darker it became. No markers. No signs. Just endless stone passages twisting into uncertainty. "Does he even know where the exit is?" someone whispered. Jin Hyuk ran his thumb along the edge of his knife, a playful gleam in his eyes. "Of course I do. I know this maze better than anyone." Hannah frowned. "We don't have much choice, do we?" But before she could finish, Jin Hyuk raised his finger and wagged it teasingly. Nothing's free in this world. Even a bus fare costs something." The blade flashed, stopping a hair's breadth from her face. "Now," he said, voice low and cold. "Hand over all your coins." Then the scene shifted. A man with the shield and a sword roared and lunged forward. Monsters stumbled back in fear, their shouts echoing through the corridor. Then, cut. The scene froze on a video player screen. Comments flooded beneath the paused frame. "This guy's insane. That dodge, so clean. He soloed goblins like a boss." The clip had gone viral, over 1 million views in a day. At a small desk, a young man pushed up his glasses and grinned. "Looks like all the boards are talking about me. My battle with the goblins alone made over 1,000 coins in ad revenue." The swordsman from the video laughed. "It's thanks to our teamwork, really." "Yeah," another said, summoning shimmering blue arrows in his hands. "The edit made it look like you did everything solo. No one even noticed my buffs." The guy with glasses chuckled. "No one ever notices the support." Suddenly, the guy in the blindfold frowned. "Wait, who's this?" Everyone turned toward the screen. A new comment had appeared from a user named Bald Guy. "Fake. Totally scripted." And just like that, the mood in the room shifted. The guy at the computer slammed his hand on the desk, frustration written all over his face. "He's ruining everything," he snapped, glaring at the screen. The one with the bandage across his forehead sighed and rubbed his temple. "Relax, man. Don't get so worked up. This world was always meant to be monopolized by those who discover things first. That's just how it is." The boy with glasses frowned, tapping nervously at his keyboard. "Wait, hold on, something's happening." A new video just dropped on the Walk of Fame feed. Everyone leaned closer to the glowing monitor. The notification popped up, for the first time in the world, successful tenfold enhancement. The preview showed a dazzlingly bright dagger spinning in midair, surrounded by shimmering energy. Within minutes, the view count was exploding, hundreds of thousands, then over 1 million in just 10 minutes. The young man with glasses gawked at the screen. "This is absurd," he muttered, scrolling through the endless stream of praise and excitement in the comments. Their squad's video, once proudly sitting at the top of the rankings, was already plummeting down the charts. "Why's it tanking so fast?" asked the guy in the blindfold, his brows furrowing. "Because of that," the one with glasses said bitterly, pointing at the shining thumbnail. Meanwhile, far away inside the labyrinth, Jin Hyuk crossed his arms and stared at the floating system message in front of him. His expression was calm, detached. "Let them fuss over rankings," he murmured. Then, with a lazy wave of his hand, he said to his squad, "Go pick some moss, set up a place to sleep, and find logs for a fire." Kik grumbled, clearly irritated, but still obeyed. As he turned to leave, he shot a glare at Jin Hyuk, who was smirking with his usual mischievous calm. Jin Hyuk ignored him. He opened his status window, his eyes scanning the holographic menu until he selected exchange. A cheerful message blinked in front of him. Welcome to the exchange. Jin Hyuk rubbed his chin, thinking. Now, what do I need this time? In the air, holographic images appeared one by one. A deck of enchanted tarot cards, 70 coins. A fragment of an old bronze key, 80 coins. A piece of a wooden cartwheel, 300 coins. And a lotto booster scroll, 10 coins. Each one looked like worthless junk. But Jin Hyuk smiled slyly. He reached forward and confirmed the purchases. Thank you for your purchase, appeared with a chime. To anyone else, those items were meaningless trash, but Jin Hyuk knew exactly what they could do. Let's see, he said softly, placing his hand above the glowing blue energy that connected them all. Let's try something fun. A surge of magic coursed through the air. The blue energy twisted and whirled around the items, binding them together in a brilliant flash. Item combination successful. Before him, a magnificent artifact emerged, the Wheel of Fortune, its rim glowing with ancient runes and an image of the goddess of luck etched in its center. Artifact effect, temporarily increases luck to its maximum value for 10 minutes. Incomplete, limited range of use. The golden wheel hovered in the air, spinning slowly as Jin Hyuk studied it with an amused grin. If you don't understand how something works, you'll never know its limit, he whispered, summoning a knife into his hand. And luck, it's the kind of power that can raise a man to heaven, or throw him straight to hell. He grasped the wheel, and light exploded around him. Luck has reached its maximum value. Sealed scrolls materialized from above, falling like raindrops of light. He checked his inventory, 10 enhancement lotto scrolls. Normally, those scrolls were a joke, barely a 1% chance of success. But now, with his luck maxed out, 100% success rate. Jin Hyuk smirked. Perfect. He lifted his dagger toward the spinning wheel of fortune and began the enhancement. One by one, the scrolls disintegrated in brilliant flashes, notifications popping up faster than he could read. Enhancement success. Enhancement success. Enhancement success. The dagger in his hand gleamed with radiant energy, its edge sparking like lightning. Item, old dagger plus 10 acquired. Achievement unlocked, first player in Korea to create a level 10 item. Reward, 5,000 coins. Achievement will be displayed on the Hall of Fame for 24 hours starting tomorrow. Jin Hyuk swung the weapon a few times, feeling its perfect balance, and rested it casually on his shoulder. Finally, he muttered. Something truly worth having. Day 10 in the Labyrinth of Hell. Kik and Park Hana sat beside a small fire, their knees pulled to their chests. The flames crackled weakly over a few damp branches. Nearby lay a rough bed of moss, hardly comfortable, but better than the cold floor. There was almost no food left. Only mushrooms and moss. Hana grimaced as Kik bit into a spotted fly agaric, chewing miserably. You're seriously eating that? She asked, turning her face away in disgust. He shrugged. Better than starving. Jin Hyuk lay on his back nearby, arms behind his head, eyes half open, as if none of this bothered him. Hana's mind replayed the past few days, their desperate escapes, the shifting walls, and the minotaur that hunted them at the same hour every day. She remembered the way Jin Hyuk had stood there, calm and unflinching, even as the monster tore through the maze. He made it all look effortless. We'll die if this keeps up, she whispered, hugging her knees tighter. Kik nodded grimly. That demon will use us and toss us aside when he's done. As they spoke, glowing text appeared before their eyes, anonymous comments from spectators watching their progress. Most were filled with useless advice or idle gossip. Hana frowned, scanning the comments. Has anyone found out anything about him? She asked in a low voice. The responses came one by one. No info found. His YouTube, blog, everything's private. He doesn't even have a broadcast channel. Hana's shoulders slumped. So the people supporting us outside, they're completely useless. She turned to Kik, frowning. Did they report this to the Elder? What's the Raven Guild saying? The next reply appeared in the air. No updates yet. The guild said it might take 3 weeks to locate your labyrinth. 3 weeks, Hana whispered, clutching her face in despair. That's way too long. Across the fire, Kik lazily tossed the last piece of mushroom into his mouth, chewing. Kik stared at the glowing message board in front of him, his face twisted with frustration. So, what's the word from the guild? He asked quietly. His companion sighed. Nothing. They still haven't found our location. Park Hana glanced toward Jin Hyuk, who was lying on his side near the fire, his back turned to them. The dim orange glow flickered across his calm face, he looked utterly relaxed, as if he didn't have a care in the world. That sight made something boil inside her. After a long silence, she leaned closer to Kik. If we kill him, and hold out just a little longer until the elder arrives, we can survive. We can get out of this hell. Her voice trembled at first, but by the end, her words were sharp as a blade. Kick frowned, eyes darting to the sleeping figure. And how exactly do you plan to kill that? Park Hannah clenched her fists. That's what we need to figure out. Kick reached down and picked up a jagged stone from the floor, gripping it tightly. The easiest way is to do it while he's asleep, he whispered. One good hit to the skull, no one survives that. He raised his hand, knuckles white around the rock. But before he could swing, Hannah grabbed his arm. Stop, she hissed. Kick turned to her, eyes wide with confusion. What the hell are you doing? Her expression was grim. You don't understand. That man, his reaction speed isn't human. Even if he's asleep, he'll sense it. The moment you move, he'll kill you. Jin Hyuk remained perfectly still, his breathing calm, his back to them, yet the thought that he might be awake made their hearts race. Park Hannah slowly released Kick's arm and looked down, her lips trembling. We're powerless against him. Even a sneak attack could end with both of us dead. Kick threw her a look of disbelief. So what, we just keep suffering like this? Let him use us until we die? Hannah didn't answer right away. Instead, she began rummaging through her small satchel, her fingers trembling as she searched. Wait, she muttered. I might have something. Her eyes lit up when she finally found it. From the bottom of the bag, she pulled out a small glass vial containing a dark green liquid, and inside it floated a venomous sting, shimmering faintly. This, she said softly, is from a giant immature pumpkin wasp. A single drop of its venom can kill 100 trolls. She smiled faintly, though her eyes were cold. We'll use it in a way he can't resist. At that very moment, Jin Hyuk opened his eyes slowly. He sat up without a sound, holding a small wooden plank topped with fried moss and mushrooms. His expression was unreadable as he poked at the meal with a pair of improvised chopsticks made from mouse bones. The atmosphere was so tense it felt surreal, like a scene from a twisted survival show. Hannah forced a shaky laugh. We just need to catch a few more mice or moths. Then we'll finally have something edible besides mushrooms. From across the camp, Jin Hyuk's voice broke the silence. Pass me some more mushrooms, and water. Both Hannah and Kick froze. Then, without a word, Kick obeyed, scooping a few charred mushrooms onto Jin Hyuk's plate and handing him a small container of water. Still plenty left, Kick muttered bitterly, glaring at the disgusting meal. Hannah shot him a sharp look, silently calling him weak for hesitating. Jin Hyuk lifted a piece of mushroom to his lips and took a bite. The live chat that floated above their heads exploded with messages from anonymous viewers. He ate it. He really ate it. No way, did they just poison him? Holy crap, this is insane. Park Hannah smiled quietly to herself, hiding her excitement behind a calm expression. Beside her, Kick watched anxiously, waiting for the poison to take effect. A few moments later, it did. The plate of mushrooms clattered to the floor. Kick's mouth opened in shock as a black liquid poured out, splattering on the ground. His body convulsed violently, veins bulging under his skin. Kick! Hannah cried, stumbling to her feet. What's happening? Jin Hyuk calmly set his plate aside and looked up at her, his gaze sharp and cold. You really thought I'd eat food from your hands without checking it first? Her breath caught. Kick fell to the floor, twitching, his skin darkening by the second. Jin Hyuk stood up, brushing dirt from his pants. I swapped the plates when you weren't looking. The live chat erupted again. Wait, he knew. He switched it. This guy's terrifying. Oh my god, she killed her own ally. Jin Hyuk summoned a translucent blue window in front of him, his tone almost amused. You know, he said casually, secretly broadcasting a live feed from inside the labyrinth is illegal. Park Hannah's face went pale. What evidence do you have? She shouted, trembling. He tilted his head, smirking. Evidence? The spectators watching through the illegal feed began to panic as they saw what was happening. Jin Hyuk glanced at the system window hovering beside him. Lines of text scrolled across it. Broadcast detected, unauthorized live transmission during non-boss event. Violation of system rules confirmed. Offenders will be penalized. Would you like to file a formal report of illegal activity? He pressed his finger against the floating button. Park Hannah's lips quivered, tears welling up in her eyes. Jin Hyuk gave her a chilling smile. Next time you decide to go live, he leaned closer, eyes gleaming, you should practice your facial expressions. Her body froze, terror washing over her as the system's judgment began to fall. The fire flickered between them, casting shadows that danced like ghosts across the stone walls, while Jin Hyuk stood there, calm, composed, and utterly merciless. Jin Hyuk's lips curved into a cruel grin as he added, your disappointment's showing, you know. With a sharp press of his finger, the confirmation button flashed beneath his hand. Instantly, a bright, warning notification exploded into view, surrounding the trembling Park Hannah in glowing red letters. The application has been successfully submitted, the system announced coldly. All anonymous user identities have been erased. Park Hannah froze, pressing her hands to her chest as her heartbeat thundered in her ears. Behind her, the large projection of the live broadcast began to flicker and fade away. She spun around, eyes wide, watching as the chat filled with confusion. What's going on? Why can't I see anything? Did the stream just cut? One by one, their connection snapped. Each anonymous viewer vanished, their usernames deleted in an instant. The screen blipped again, showing a new message. All violators will be banned from watching broadcasts for 1 month. Repeat offenders will face permanent deletion. The number of spectators dropped to 0. Park Hannah stared at the empty void in disbelief. How is that possible? She whispered. Then another chilling message appeared. Player's fine has been replaced by a merciless fate. Her friend Six's body began to twist grotesquely, melting into a pool of black sludge before her horrified eyes. The sound of bubbling flesh filled the air. Park Hannah turned sharply, something massive was moving down the corridor. Out from the shadows emerged a minotaur, its massive frame illuminated by the flickering firelight. A wicked axe glinted in its hands. It let out an ear-splitting roar that rattled the walls. The beast charged forward, its heavy hooves cracking the stone beneath it. Panicking, Park Hannah dove behind Jinhyuk. Are you going to fight this time? She stammered, slapping his back. Tell me where to hide. Jinhyuk slowly turned his head toward her, expression unreadable. You've got some nerve, he said coldly. Trying to poison me 1 second, begging for help the next. Her voice trembled. Why you always tell us what to do, don't you? Please, she clutched her chest desperately. A soft ding echoed. Conditions to copy the target's skill have been met. Jinhyuk's eyes flickered with satisfaction. A golden skill book materialized above his head, pages glowing with divine light. I don't need you anymore, he said calmly, his gaze cutting through her like a blade. Park Hannah glared, voice trembling with spite. You'll regret this. My brother's in the Raven Guild, you think he'll let you live after this? The ground quaked violently before she could say another word. The Minotaur's colossal axe slammed into the floor, splintering stone and sending shards flying. Park Hannah shrieked and jumped back. Jinhyuk shot upward, launching himself high into the air, his figure slicing through the smoke. Watch carefully, he called down. See the difference between me and your pathetic guild. He twisted midair, his dagger gleaming with red energy. Then, he dropped. The blade sliced across the back of the Minotaur's skull, leaving a shallow, burning cut. The monster bellowed, swinging its massive fist in retaliation. The impact shattered the wall beside him, but Jinhyuk had already landed lightly on a crumbling stone tile. He smirked, thinking fast. That worked. Breach skill confirmed. But the ground beneath him cracked again under the force of the Minotaur's steps. Can't just brute force this thing. The beast's axe whooshed past his ear, and Jinhyuk dove, sliding low across the stone floor. Sparks flew from his boots. Same setup as last time. If I repeat it, I can win. The air shimmered. Fire element, level 1 activated. Flames burst forth, engulfing the corridor in searing heat. The Minotaur roared, raising its arms to block the inferno, but Jinhyuk was already moving. Breaking through the blaze, he lunged forward and slashed at its leg. The Minotaur's knee buckled, it crashed down, one leg sinking into shattered stone. Jinhyuk stood behind it, smirking. Easy now. Don't thrash too much, he taunted, gripping his knife tighter. You'll only make the meat tougher. The Minotaur growled, steam snorting from its nostrils. Its body trembled violently. Then, its eyes blazed green. The Guardian of the Labyrinth has activated Frenzy, level 10. The Minotaur's muscles swelled monstrously, veins glowing with radiant emerald energy. The air itself trembled under the weight of its power. Its horns shone with light, its axe pulsing with a terrifying green aura. Park Hannah stumbled back, horror painted on her face. Is it even possible to beat something like that? She whispered. Jinhyuk stood firm, knife poised before him, eyes calm and razor-sharp. The Minotaur roared, shaking the entire corridor. The Minotaur's eyes blazed with crimson fury, twin fires burning with feral rage. The creature's mane bristled, muscles swelling grotesquely as veins glowed red beneath its skin. Above its head, a menacing icon flickered into existence, Frenzy, level 10 activated. Power surged through the beast, shaking the ground. Its stats skyrocketed, strength, attack speed, and movement speed all increased by 30%. But that wasn't all. The most terrifying part of the transformation was the secondary effect, enhanced intelligence. The monster could now speak. Opening its jagged maw, the Minotaur growled in a guttural yet articulate voice, "Human. I'll tear you apart piece by piece." It lifted its massive axe, the air around it vibrating with pressure. "I'll crush your bones to dust, so you'll never dare step foot here again." Jinhyuk's expression didn't waver. His knife shimmered with an ominous purple haze as mana pulsed around it. His mana efficiency's gotten way better than before, he muttered, rolling his shoulders. Raising the weapon in front of him, he grinned, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Come on then, show me what you've got." With a roar that shook the dungeon walls, the Minotaur lunged. Its colossal axe swung downward, the impact strong enough to split stone. But Jinhyuk raised his blade just in time, the weapons clashed, sending a shockwave through the air. The axe slid off his knife and slammed into the ground with an echoing boom. The monster swung again, and again, but each strike met with Jinhyuk's precise parry. Sparks flew, the metallic screech ringing through the chamber. From a distance, Park Hannah watched in disbelief. Her mouth hung open, eyes wide with shock. The man who moments ago looked exhausted was now standing firm, his movements sharp and calculated. "He stopped dodging," she whispered, trembling. "He's taking those blows head on." The Minotaur's relentless barrage continued, but Jinhyuk blocked every strike with surgical precision. The dungeon floor cracked beneath their feet, shockwaves rumbling outward. "This is insane," Hannah muttered, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. "Even a full guild couldn't beat a boss in level 10 frenzy, he's crazy." Steel clashed again, clang. The blades locked. Jinhyuk pushed back, a smirk curling on his lips even as their weapons trembled. How can he smile in a situation like this? Hannah breathed, clutching her chest. Jinhyuk's eyes darkened for a moment. His mind drifted, not away from the fight, but deep into his own memories. "I've always been trapped," he thought bitterly. In this world, in that game, powerless. A flood of past defeats flashed through his head, countless deaths, countless respawns. Each one had carved its mark into him. Player has died. Breach stat plus 57. Those words echoed from the countless times he'd perished in-game. Every fall, every fight, every ounce of struggle had built up his hidden strength. He clenched his fist tightly. Not this time. Behind him, a massive spectral tiger roared to life, its transparent form bursting forth like a spirit responding to his will. Mana crackled through the air. "Let's see if this world still wants to play with me," Jinhyuk muttered, grinning. The Minotaur swung again, and Jinhyuk deflected it, his movements faster now, smoother. Breach stat plus 1. Notifications kept popping up with each exchange. Sparks and stone fragments filled the air as the axe slammed down again and again, but Jinhyuk was already anticipating every motion. The monster raised a brow, momentarily confused. How was this human keeping up? Jinhyuk tightened his grip, then darted forward. His knife glowed fiercely as he unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast slashes. The Minotaur's thick hide split in multiple places, crimson streaks marking each strike. Park Hannah could barely follow the movements, just flashes of purple light and deafening impacts. Jinhyuk's body blurred as he weaved between the Minotaur's strikes. The creature reeled, bellowing in fury. "You think your little tricks can hurt me?" the beast roared, raising its fist. "You haven't even scratched me." The ground trembled as it swung its massive arm. A blinding flash filled the chamber, a shockwave blasted through, shaking the air. Jinhyuk was thrown back, landing hard on the stone floor. Dust and smoke swirled around him. When it cleared, the Minotaur's massive fist hovered just inches from his face. Then, frenzy time expired. Jinhyuk tilted his head, wiping dust from his cheek. 5 minutes, he said calmly. "You're done." The Minotaur's muscles twitched violently. Its entire body began to steam, cracks of light spreading across its skin. With a guttural roar of rage, its strength drained away, flames consuming its frame. Penalty activated, user enters suspended animation for 24 hours. The beast's colossal body collapsed with a deafening thud, slamming into the floor as a massive crater formed beneath it. Jinhyuk exhaled slowly, glancing at his stat window. Breach stat, 50. 50 points, enough to close the gap of 19 levels, he murmured, a satisfied grin creeping across his face. "Give me a few more days, and I'll hit 100. From behind a broken stone pillar, Park Hannah peeked out, trembling. "Is it over?" "The rage is," Jinhyuk replied, sheathing his knife. "But the monster's only gone temporarily. Once the labyrinth resets, it'll respawn." Her eyes widened in horror. "Then, it'll come back?" "Exactly." Jinhyuk lifted his hand, 2 fingers raised. "We've got 20 days before that happens." 20 days later. The dungeon's floor shattered beneath a resounding step. The Minotaur roared back to life, its axe gleaming once more as it swung with monstrous force. Jinhyuk easily sidestepped the slash, his movements sharper than ever. Breach stat plus 1. Total breach, 100. Notifications flooded his vision as he flipped through the air, his aura flaring violently. The Minotaur lunged again, fangs bared and eyes blazing red. And Jinhyuk, grinning like a predator, met its charge head-on. Jinhyuk's fist shot upward like a cannon, smashing squarely into the Minotaur's jaw. The impact cracked through the air, and the towering beast stumbled backward with a pained grunt. Each point he had earned strengthened him, yet at that moment, it wasn't his stats that crushed the monster, it was his mood. He exhaled slowly, his knuckles throbbing. "Guess it's all about how I'm feeling today," he muttered, pinning the Minotaur's horn under his boot. The bull-headed guardian let out a weak snarl, its massive form trembling. Jinhyuk looked down from above, shadows crawling over his face as he whispered, "Looks like it's time for us to part ways." Jinhyuk's eyes dimmed as he turned his gaze toward Park Hannah, standing frozen at the edge of the chamber. Jinhyuk smiled faintly, brushing a lock of hair from his forehead. "Now then," he said lightly, "I need to figure out how to deal with you." Park Hannah flinched, pressing a hand to her chest. "What do you mean, deal with me?" "From now on," Jinhyuk replied casually, "I'm forming a company. A company for veterans." His smirk widened. "And I'm recruiting interns." Her eyes went wide. Interns?" He tilted his head. "What? Not interested?" "Interested?" she blurted out, almost shouting. "Of course I am. I've always wanted to join something like that." Jinhyuk chuckled softly. "Good answer." He stepped closer, eyes glinting mischievously. "Then tell me, what use would you be to my company?" Straightening up, Park Hannah placed a trembling hand over her heart. "My personal contact ability. It would be useful for communication and management." Jinhyuk raised an eyebrow. "You mean the ability I've already mastered?" "And no. I mean," she stammered, voice cracking. "I'll never betray you. You can trust me." He leaned forward slightly, casting a shadow over her. "Is that so?" His voice was calm, almost too calm. "Then what else do you have to offer?" Hovering over her, he smiled faintly, cold and sharp. "You're a disappointment." Park Hannah's eyes widened, panic setting in. Wait. Please." She dropped to her knees, tears spilling down her face. "Give me more time." Jinhyuk tilted his head as though considering it, then smiled sweetly. "Unfortunately," he said, "we don't accept interns that join halfway through." Her breath hitched, fear tightening her chest. "I'll give you Braham's ring," she cried suddenly, grabbing his leg. "Just spare me." His gaze sharpened. "Braham's ring? My brother, he made a deal with the Chinese guild," she stammered. "He gave Jinhang to Koro as payment. Please. I can get you the ring." Jinhyuk's expression darkened with interest. "So that's how the Black Crow Guild got their hands on it." He crouched down, his eyes reflecting the crimson gleam of the gem she mentioned. The image of the ring flashed before him, a golden band crowned with a blood-red jewel. One of the rarest treasures on the first floor. Its effects, increased movement speed, enhanced magic resistance, and the power to suppress a monster's mana flow. Jinhyuk's lips curled into a grin. Thanks to his eye of truth, he could see that she wasn't lying. Notifications flickered before him, confirming the item's authenticity. He clapped her trembling shoulder. "Congratulations," he said cheerfully. "You're officially an intern in the company of old men." What? Park Hannah blinked in confusion. Holding up 3 fingers, Jinhyuk continued matter-of-factly. "Number 1, interns don't get paid. Number 2, you'll come when you're called, no matter when or where. Number 3, he grinned. You'll sign the contract." Her heart dropped. Contract? The air shimmered as a new notification appeared before him. World memory reading initiated. Skill fusion, contact plus fire element in progress. Blue energy burst from his hands, 2 icons merging into one. The air crackled. "It might get a little hot," Jinhyuk warned playfully. A blinding flash filled the chamber. New skill acquired, Soul Brand. Park Hannah backed away, terrified. Is this the contract?" Jinhyuk lifted his hand, mana swirling around his palm like fire. "You didn't think you'd just sign a paper, did you?" "No. Wait, please," she screamed as his hand came down, glowing with fierce blue flames. Her cry echoed through the labyrinth as the soul brand seared into her skin. The mark burned faintly on her cheek, pulsing like a living ember. Soul brand successfully engraved. Target bound to obey all commands from the skill's owner. Violation will result in automatic body combustion. Jinhyuk smiled, lowering his hand. "Welcome," he said smoothly, "to the Black Enterprise." Her scream faded into silence, replaced by the sound of heavy stone grinding. The labyrinth gates began to open. System notice, first floor cleared for the first time. Blinding light poured in. Park Hannah fell onto soft grass, gasping for air. Tears streaked her face as she laughed in disbelief. "I survived." Another message appeared before her eyes. First floor completion bonus, 5,000 coins, players added to the honor list for 24 hours. 5,000, she whispered, eyes wide. After all that hell, that's it? Hey, in turn, Jinhyuk's voice called behind her. She turned. He extended a hand. Hand it over. What? Your reward. Before she could protest, glowing coins streamed from her inventory into his. His total balance now exceeded 10,000 coins. Not bad, he mused. I doubt anyone else has this much yet. Then he pointed at her, his voice calm but cold. And one more thing, bring me Braham's ring within 3 days. 3 days, she yelped. That's too soon. Blue energy flared in his palm. Then too. A burning pain seared across her cheek in the shape of a human hand. Park Hannah screamed, clutching her face. Oh okay. I'll do it. 2 days. Jinhyuk nodded approvingly. Good in turn. The screen of the outside world shifted to a live news broadcast. A massive screen atop a skyscraper displayed a man in a dark suit, his tone urgent. In a week, the announcer declared, Korea's strongest guild, Dangun, plans to conquer the boss of the 3rd floor. Images of various guild emblems filled the display, the elite of the nation preparing for the next stage of the tower. Among them, Dangun's emblem burned brightest, its dragon insignia representing Korea's pride on the international stage. As the broadcast continued, people walked through the crowded streets below, their eyes locked on the screen, unaware that, somewhere deep beneath the tower's layers, Jinhyuk had just rewritten the rules of survival. The news anchor straightened his tie and turned to the camera, his voice sharp with urgency. Any statements from the Chinese side regarding the tower conquest? The man beside him furrowed his brows, irritation flickering across his face. No, he said firmly. It's better to focus on conquering the tower ourselves than to wait for help from another country. The Dangun Guild has proven capable, they've managed fine without foreign support. Watching from his seat, Jinhyuk leaned back, eyes narrowing at the screen. His fingers tapped lightly against the table as he muttered under his breath, let's see how long that confidence lasts. The image of the tower's looming structure flashed through his mind, massive, endless, and full of horrors. He could already guess why they were in such a hurry. They wanted to seize as many resources as possible before others could. Greed always came before reason. He brought up a digital map of the tower, glowing faintly on his screen. No need to rush, he murmured. Not to the 2nd floor. Not even the 3rd. Each floor allowed only 90 days of chaos. And those who failed wouldn't get a second chance. Suddenly, a message appeared, transfer to the next floor commencing. The scene around him flickered, and in the next moment, monsters emerged from the shadows, dozens of them, their growls echoing through the air. Jinhyuk clenched his jaw. There's no way that guild will survive this floor, he muttered. The difficulty keeps increasing. Humanity won't get another shot. Later, the light from his small apartment window glowed faintly against the darkness outside. Empty bottles and garbage bags were stacked beside the door, a silent reminder of his life before the tower became real. Sitting down with his phone, Jinhyuk opened his contacts. I'll start by gathering intel, he said, scrolling through the list. No rumors, just solid information. He tapped open a tab titled Community, Challenge Tower. A feed of messages and forums popped up, buzzing with activity. It had a user search bar, letting him find old players. A nostalgic smile tugged at his lips. A cafe scene flickered into view, the scent of roasted coffee beans filling the air. Across from him sat a young man with spiky blonde hair who waved enthusiastically. Yo! I'm Taemin, he said with a grin. Nickname's Bald Head. His avatar on the site held a Molotov cocktail, wearing a ragged military jacket. Beside him, a girl with black hair thumped her fist against her chest. Name's Yanawa. My nickname's Firefist. Her avatar was even more ridiculous, a cartoonish inflatable ring around her waist and a pair of oversized boxing gloves. Jinhyuk blinked. You've got to be kidding me, he whispered, staring between them. These two looked nothing like the characters he'd teamed up with 2 years ago. For a brief moment, he pictured their old avatars, warriors, assassins, and mages standing together in perfect formation. Yeah, this isn't quite the glorious reunion I had in mind. His system chimed. Skill activated, Eye of Truth. Blue light flickered in his vision. Instantly, Taemin's status window appeared before him, lines of data scrolling down. Ability, Machine King. A high-tier magic skill, ideal for massive battles and siege situations. No wonder he'd always been their heavy hitter. He glanced toward Yanawa as she took a sip from her drink, her status window popping up next. Skill, Tanda Master, a technique focused on close-range combat and relentless offense. No wonder they always fought side by side, Jinhyuk thought, watching them bicker playfully. Their levels matched perfectly, they'd been grinding together for a long time. He smiled faintly. Some things never change. Then another message blinked in front of him. Copy ability unavailable, all party members must reach the 20th floor together. Jinhyuk sighed, rubbing his temples. Figures. Of course there's a catch. Teen leaned back and pointed at him. Alright, your turn, man. Let's hear it. Snapped from his thoughts, Jinhyuk blinked. Ah, right. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Name's Jinhyuk. Then, realizing how plain that sounded, he added quickly, nickname's Captain Boar. Taemin froze mid-sip, staring at him. Yanga choked on her drink, coughing as she burst into laughter. Jinhyuk covered his mouth, embarrassed. Why did I ever make that name 11 years ago? Trying to play it off, he sat down and crossed his arms. Anyway, I'm 27 now. I stream on Paprika TV. Taemin's mouth fell open in disbelief. Taemin's froze halfway to his mouth, his eyes wide. Wait, you're a streamer? He blurted, disbelief mixing with excitement. No way. I've seen your channel on Paprika before, I used to watch your streams sometimes. Jinhyuk chuckled, swirling the straw in his drink. Yeah, that's me. But I've already stopped streaming. Taemin waved his hand casually. Hey, that's fine. We've been gaming together for years. Let's just chill like old times. Sitting beside him, Yanawa nodded in agreement, a faint smile on her face. Yeah, it's been too long. Jinhyuk leaned back, watching them. They were so open. Friendly. It was strange, almost uncomfortable. His mind wandered to faces from the past. The smiling Jonggu who had used him without a second thought. The fiery glare of Park Hannah right before she betrayed him. Memories of deceit flickered like ghosts in his mind. But now, surrounded by his old party members, two people who weren't hiding knives behind their smiles, he felt something unusual. Peace. A holographic projection of the earth hovered above their cafe table, surrounded by empty coffee cups and glowing interface screens. Taemin was busy scrolling through tower reports, while Yanawa leaned in, explaining how the world had changed during the time Jinhyuk was trapped in the labyrinth. He learned everything: the rise of powerful guilds across the world, the booming streaming industry built around tower content, and even the bizarre rumors of miners in black robes who ran human factories underground. When Jinhyuk saw their masked faces in a short clip, his expression darkened. Taemin raised his eyebrows. Wait, don't tell me, you've been gone all month? Jinhyuk nodded. Yeah. Time runs differently inside. Then you probably missed the new test system, Yanawa added, spooning ice cream into her mouth. Jinhyuk blinked. Test system? Moments later, their taxi crawled through the traffic-choked highway, the skyline of Seoul shimmering ahead. Taemin twisted around from the front seat. When the tower first appeared, a flood of players rushed in. But from the second floor onward, the death rate skyrocketed. The association had to step in. They created a test system. Only players who pass the evaluation can move to the next floor. Yanawa lifted her wrist, showing a faint barcode etched into her skin. Everyone gets a verification code now. You can't advance without it. Jinhyuk's gaze darkened. The image of Sang Jin, the head of the association, flickered in his mind. That man was cunning, always smiling, always scheming. Gathering powerful players under the guise of safety? Jinhyuk smirked faintly. So that's your plan, huh? Collect the strongest for yourself. He leaned his head against the window, watching the glowing association emblem appear on a massive skyscraper ahead. I'll use your little system for my own good, Sang Jin. When the taxi stopped at the building entrance, crowds were already gathering. Giant screens displayed the association's logo, a shining sword encircled by wings. Since its formation, the new rule was simple. Fail the test, lose your chance to climb. Players graded below F were branded as failed and barred from entering the second floor. At the testing plaza, the atmosphere buzzed with tension. Hope, fear, and greed swirled like storm clouds. One man clenched his fists, whispering a desperate prayer to get a decent rank. A trembling girl bit her lip, praying for at least an A rank so she wouldn't be left behind. Nearby, reporters adjusted their cameras, preparing to cover the next prodigy to emerge, maybe another A rank hero. Don't miss this one, a cameraman hissed as the lens focused on the red carpet. Two figures appeared, Park Hannah and Park Hajin of the Black Crow Guild. Flashbulbs exploded as the crowd cheered. Behind them strode Kim Kite, the father of wrestling and one of the guild's leading figures. His expression was stern, cutting through the noise. What's with this crowd? He muttered. Hajin turned to him, polite but firm. They're all chasing fame and fortune. The tower made everyone desperate. Kite groaned. No time for nonsense. Make way. The press is waiting. His eyes gleamed. I came for the Black Crow's young stars. Don't disappoint me. Park Hannah straightened under the pressure. "We'll do our best, sir." Her brother nodded confidently beside her. Security guards began clearing a path, pushing the crowd back as reporters shouted questions. Among the mass of hopefuls stood Jinhyuk, his hands tucked casually into his pockets, Taemin and Yanawa beside him. "Hey, you! Move," one guard barked, pointing straight at him. Jinhyuk lifted a brow. "Why should I? I've got my number. I'm waiting in line like everyone else." Before the guard could reply, Park Hajin stepped forward, irritation twisting his face. "You're holding up the line," he said coldly. "Don't make a mistake you'll regret." Someone in the crowd gasped. "He's talking back to Park Hajin himself." Jinhyuk's expression didn't change. Inside, the eye of truth flickered to life, his pupils glowing faintly. Data flooded his vision, every stat, every ability, laid bare. Target identified, Park Hajin. Condition to copy skill, raise target's interest/hostility to maximum. A slow grin crept across Jinhyuk's lips. So that's how it works. Interest for allies, hostility for enemies. Perfect. Hajin frowned. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Jinhyuk said nothing. He just took one step closer. At that moment, Park Hannah arrived, her face paling as she recognized him. "Boss," she stammered. "Hannah." Hajin turned to her. "You know this guy?" Before she could answer, Jinhyuk's hand shot out, lightning fast. A sharp crack echoed through the plaza. Hajin's scream tore through the air as Jinhyuk twisted his index finger until it snapped. The crowd fell silent. And in the reflection of his glowing eyes, Jinhyuk smiled faintly. The moment Hajin's finger turned red and swollen, he yelped in pain, clutching it dramatically. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk stood there as calm as a mountain breeze, sipping his water without a hint of concern. But then, Hajin's eyes flared with determination. He lowered his hand, and in an instant, an overwhelming surge of magic burst from it, crackling and roaring like lightning. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Someone shouted for everyone to rush to the scene, and chaos erupted as curious onlookers hurried to witness the clash. Jinhyuk's brows furrowed slightly. Something wasn't right. Before he could react further, Hajin lunged toward him, blade flashing. Jinhyuk's grip tightened on his half-empty bottle. A sharp whoosh, and a stream of water splashed straight into Hajin's face, blinding him. His strike sliced through empty air. When his vision cleared, Jinhyuk was gone. The bottle he had been holding spun lazily through the air before bouncing off Hajin's shoulder. Then, crack, a brutal kick slammed into Hajin's leg. He crumpled to the ground, screaming, clutching his knee in agony. Gasps echoed all around. Jinhyuk stood a few steps away, his back turned, completely composed. The spectators stared, stunned and speechless. Among them, Hannah's face had gone pale. Sweat ran down her cheeks as she whispered in disbelief, why is Jinhyuk here?" Before she could collect herself, a familiar voice broke through the murmurs. "Pathetic," scoffed Kitai, his arms crossed and a sour look plastered across his face. Jinhyuk turned toward him, his expression blank and unreadable. Kitai's lips twisted into a smirk as Jinhyuk activated his skill, Eye of Truth, Level 1. But a red warning blinked in front of his eyes, error, skill failed. Another notification followed immediately, skill use denied, level difference too high. Kitai's composure shattered. Rage burned in his eyes as he stepped forward, each movement radiating fury. Flames flickered faintly in his gaze, a visible sign of his power. His level was clearly above 20. "I didn't know Hajin had a babysitter," Jinhyuk said dryly, his tone dripping with mockery. Kitai snarled. "He may be a handful, but he's useful." At that, Jinhyuk's expression darkened. His eyes narrowed as he asked, "So what Hajin supplied to China, that was Jinong from the Goro dynasty, wasn't it?" Kitai froze. Then, his face twisted with rage. "How do you know that?" he roared, his teeth grinding. Reporters and spectators exchanged confused glances, unsure what the two were talking about. Jinhyuk shrugged nonchalantly. "Does it matter?" he said, smirking. "Maybe you should be asking the right question instead." A sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. "Like, how do you get rid of the side effects?" Kitai stiffened. "Wait," Kitai said, he activated Blackout Barrier Level 3. A thick, black barrier erupted around Jinhyuk, expanding like living smoke. The air rippled with energy as the walls began to close in, twisting and sealing the space in a suffocating dome of darkness. "Jinhyuk!" Taemin roared, his eyes wide with panic. Without hesitation, he threw himself toward the narrowing gap, trying to break through before it sealed completely. Inside, the world dimmed under the oppressive aura radiating from Kitai. Veins bulged across his temples, his jaw clenched tight. Flames flickered in his eyes, wild, violent, unrestrained. "Jinhyuk!" Yanawa cried out desperately, slamming her fists against the dark wall. Her voice echoed hollowly as the barrier reflected her panic back at her. Inside, Jinhyuk turned, pressing his palm lightly against the surface. It was cold and solid, impenetrable. "Is this a protective wall?" he muttered, his tone edged with disbelief. The black energy pulsed under his touch, almost like a living creature breathing in rhythm. Kitai didn't answer. He stood just beyond the barrier, his fiery eyes locked on Jinhyuk with unmasked contempt. When he finally spoke, his voice was low but sharp enough to cut through the tension. "Tell me something," he said. "Are you really asking for 10 dungeons?" Jinhyuk's gaze met his, steady and unreadable. Kitai stepped closer, his aura flaring brighter, licking at the edges of the barrier like fire testing steel. "Then prove it," he demanded, his tone dripping with challenge. "Prove you're not lying." The words hung in the air like the calm before a storm, two figures trapped between black walls and blazing fury, their clash inevitable. His glare sharpened. "What are you talking about?" Jinhyuk chuckled softly. "Oh, come on. The edible item that restores mana and stamina, Jinong from the Goro dynasty. If you just eat it raw, it causes magical poisoning." The crowd murmured in confusion. Kitai's face contorted with barely contained fury. Jinhyuk raised 3 fingers. "There are 3 things that can suppress the side effects: Karen juice, moonstone, and Mundare root. I'd bet you're looking for that last one right now." Kitai's eyes widened slightly. He said nothing, but sweat trickled down his temple. His thoughts were spinning, everything Jinhyuk said matched the scout's reports. "So?" Jinhyuk tilted his head, smiling with that wicked glint. "Do you believe me now?" Kitai hesitated, then growled, "Fine. I'll believe you." But his tone was sharp and wary. A dagger materialized in his hand, its blade glowing with fierce magic. He pointed it at Jinhyuk's face. "But I'm warning you," he said in a low, threatening voice, "no tricks. You've already demanded 10 of the most valuable dungeons. Don't push your luck." Kitai's anger seethed visibly, his jaw clenched, the blade trembling as energy surged through it. "I should end this right now," he thought bitterly. Then, something changed. Jinhyuk's expression shifted into something terrifying. A grin spread across his face, wide, unhinged. His eyes glowed with a brilliant, unnatural purple flame. "It seems," he said slowly, his voice low and dangerous, "you still don't understand." Kitai's breath caught. "Our deal," Jinhyuk continued, stepping closer, "and your life, both are in my hands." As he raised his hand, his own blade flared to life, swirling with sinister, violet energy that made the air hum. At that instant, the ground rumbled. One of the guards burst through the floor, debris flying. Chaos erupted as Jinhyuk's allies formed a defensive line. "Fall back!" Yanawa shouted furiously. "Unless you want to die." Rage still burned in Yanawa's eyes like wildfire, her fists clenched tight enough to draw blood. But before she could take another step, a sudden chime echoed through the air. "Notification, Level 3 blackout barrier, cancelled." The words flashed before their eyes, and the swirling storm of magic vanished instantly. The thick energy that had been suffocating the area dispersed into nothing, leaving only silence in its wake. Yanawa exhaled shakily, her shoulders dropping as the tension drained from her body. Around her, the others began to scatter, confusion and relief mixing in their faces. Jinhyuk stepped out from the dispersing mist, brushing imaginary dust off his coat with a grin. "Hey, calm down already," he called, his tone half playful, half exasperated. "You okay, Yanawa?" Before she could answer, Timon's voice boomed from behind, "Jinhyuk. You lunatic. We thought you were kidnapped or something." They both rushed toward him, shouting and waving their arms, voices overlapping in a chaotic chorus of worry and frustration. Jinhyuk raised both hands in mock surrender, smiling. "Relax. I'm fine," he said, jerking his thumb toward the retreating figure of Kitai. "See? We had a little talk. Turns out, we actually understand each other now." Timon blinked in disbelief. "You what?" Before anyone could question further, Hajin stormed past them, fury blazing in his eyes. He stomped straight toward Kitai, his face red with rage. "You're just going to let that guy walk away like nothing happened?" he barked. Kitai didn't answer. He stood motionless, his expression unreadable. Hajin, sweating and desperate, bowed low. "Please, just give me another chance," he pleaded breathlessly. "I'll come up with a plan, I swear I can fix this." His words barely left his mouth before Kitai's hand shot forward. In one swift, brutal motion, he struck Hajin across the neck. The sound was sharp, a dull thud that silenced everyone nearby. Kitai lifted him effortlessly by the collar, holding him several feet above the ground like a rag doll. "Understand this," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "Jinhyuk is stronger than any of you. Remember that." Hajin's face turned red as veins bulged across his neck. He gasped for air, saliva dripping from his lips. I understand, he choked out, trembling. Kitai's eyes burned with disdain. If you pull something like that again, he let the threat hang in the air before releasing Hajin. The young man collapsed to the ground with a thud, coughing and wheezing as Kitai and his guild walked away. Hajin stared after them, his jaw trembling. What happened in there? He whispered, the question aimed at no one. His face twisted with rage, and a dark fire ignited in his eyes. No one humiliates me and gets away with it, he thought bitterly. No one. Then, notification, hostility toward target has reached maximum. Condition met, skill copy available. Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed as another message appeared. Skill, stealth, has been copied. Type, passive. Description, control your breathing and pulse to erase presence. Skill stored within the world's memory. A slow, satisfied grin crept across his face. Watching Hajin seethe with hatred, Jinhyuk's smile grew sharper, darker. He turned away, slipping his hands into his pockets as murmurs of awe rippled through the crowd. All around him, players whispered his name. Some in admiration. Some in fear. On the ranking board above the plaza, Hana's name still shone at the top, first place, 1,755 points. Jinhyuk tilted his head, amused. So the trainee actually drank mountain ginseng, huh? He muttered under his breath, crossing his arms. Not bad. Before he could say more, a voice called from nearby, next candidate, please enter the testing chamber. Stepping forward, Jinhyuk pushed open the door. The room was spacious and sterile, glowing with pale blue light. At the center stood a massive crystal pulsing faintly with magic. Beside it, a man in uniform greeted him with a clipboard in hand. The test is simple, the man explained, gesturing toward the stone. Strike the magic crystal with your weapon or skills. Anything goes, magic, abilities, physical force. The stronger your impact, the better your score. The crystal's true power reveals itself under attack. The examiner's eyes drifted to the blade in Jinhyuk's hand. Wait, are you really planning to use only that? Jinhyuk smirked and raised the weapon casually. This is all I need. All right then, the examiner said uncertainly, rubbing his chin. He tapped something on his tablet, activating the system. Begin whenever you're ready. But before he could step back, his eyes widened in alarm. Jinhyuk wasn't standing in front of the designated crystal anymore. Instead, he had strolled over to a much larger one at the far end of the room, the kind meant for high-rank evaluations. Wait, the examiner stammered, his voice rising. That's not the one you're supposed to hit? Jinhyuk merely smiled, his blade gleaming under the blue light. I know. The examiner stared at Jinhyuk as if he'd just walked into the wrong universe. He pointed stiffly at the stone Jinhyuk had wandered toward. That one is a mid-level magic stone, he said, voice cracking. He jabbed his finger toward a much smaller stone sitting on the opposite stand. You're supposed to hit that. The entry-level one. A tiny spark flickered inside Jinhyuk's eyes, more like a silent explosion. Before the examiner could understand what was happening, a pressure surged from Jinhyuk's body, thick and suffocating enough to make the man's hair stand on end. His soul practically shriveled. Wait, why you can't possibly activate a mid-level stone, the man whispered. Normal players can't even wake those up. And then, crack. The mid-tier stone shattered cleanly in two, crashing to the floor. A stunned silence swallowed the room. That's impossible, the man choked out. Even elite players can't split it in half. His tablet beeped wildly. Jinhyuk's test result popped up on the glowing screen, and the man's eyes bulged so far they nearly fell out. His rank, congrats, you are an S rank. I need to report this immediately, he shrieked. But before he could sprint away, Jinhyuk's hand shot out. He calmly plucked the tablet from the examiner's hands. Whoa there, Jinhyuk said, almost lazily. Not so fast. The man froze. Are you telling me to delay the report? Jinhyuk's gaze sharpened. Quiet, terrifying, absolute. For personal reasons, he replied softly. You'll file your report in 1 week. After that, go wherever you like. But, the examiner's voice wobbled like a melting jelly. Jinhyuk straightened, twirling his blade in one hand like a man flipping a pen during a boring lecture. You know, there's an old saying, he mused. The law is far away, but the fist? The fist is right here. The examiner screamed, that's true, and snapped ramrod straight like a terrified soldier. The office door suddenly opened as Hana walked past. Jinhyuk leaned against the wall, arms folded, as if he hadn't just threatened a government official with philosophy. She paused mid-step, turned, and held out her hand. A silver ring shimmered in her palm. Here, she said. The ring glittered with a faint magical pulse, Braham's ring. Obtaining difficulty, high. Magic resistance +10. Movement speed +5%. Ability suppression plus 20. Effect, weakens monsters' magical powers. Jinhyuk took it, pleased, ready to stroll out. Hey! Hannah shouted, tapping her cheek. Remove the brand. I kept my promise. Jinhyuk waved without looking back. I'll consider it, depends on how you behave. What? Behave? She hollered behind him. Right then, a flurry of familiar voices approached. Jinhyuk. Taemin stood there sweating like a broken faucet. Why your rank, was really F? Yanga blinked beside him. I thought you'd score way higher. Outside, sunlight washed over the streets as the group stepped out of the towering building. Jinhyuk shrugged. It's just temporary, he said. I'll retake it in a week. A taxi rolled to a stop beside them. He opened the door. The second test's in a dungeon, she reminded him, then asked, how are you planning to handle it? Jinhyuk slid into the car, buckled himself in, and replied, I need information. Don't worry, I'll message later. You guys go to the tower. The car door shut behind him. Inside, he crossed his arms and thought aloud. The first test measures magical power. Those who pass move to the second, dungeon clearance. He imagined monstrous shapes, hulking orcs, grotesque beasts, creatures crawling through the darkness. The rule's simple. Clear any dungeon you want. Goblins, orcs, doesn't matter. But in his mind, he envisioned something entirely different. A forbidden ruin. A winged girl sitting somewhere unreachable. The place I'm going, he whispered, is the ancient ruins on the tower's first floor. In 11 years of the game, and now in reality, nobody has ever cleared that zone. A moment later, Jinhyuk stepped into a brand new dungeon, grinning with satisfaction. A ridiculously large backpack clung to his shoulders. They had reached the border of the abodes of the fallen when... bonk! A can of soda smacked him in the head, snapping him out of his thoughts. Hey! Jinhyuk, someone yelled. Quit spacing out and carry the luggage. Tower of Challenges. Ancient ruins, first floor. Floating rocks drifted across the sky. Waterfalls streamed down cliffs like silver ribbons. It was impossibly beautiful, almost unreal. Jinhyuk frowned. With an F rank, he couldn't just walk through the front. The guild guarding the ruins would block him immediately. He studied the massive expedition group moving ahead. Best option, he said under his breath, is to sneak in as a porter. One of the expedition members suddenly approached him. Hey, rookie, the man asked, how'd someone like you end up here? Jinhyuk gave him a cool glance. Then a small smile. I need money. Lots of it. The stranger chuckled. Who doesn't? Then he held out his phone, showing a picture of his wife and kids. I'm here to feed them. Jinhyuk's expression shifted for the first time. He instantly recognized that look, the look of someone who signed up knowing they may never return. A suicide player. They continued walking, deeper into the ruins. With our F ranks, the man warned, we've got to watch every step. Equipment fails inside. No rescue teams. No medical support. Jinhyuk smiled warmly, a stark contrast to his earlier coldness. Relax, he said gently. Everyone here will go home alive. Really? The man asked, startled. Cold sweat trickled down his neck. But then, seeing Jinhyuk's calm confidence, he laughed softly. Thank you, he said. You're braver than most people here. A notification chimed above them. Raid quest initiated. A glowing scroll unfurled in front of every participant. Raid, capture the ruins. Difficulty, S. Objectives. Eliminate the location boss. Recover the throne trapped deep inside. Reward. A relic of your choice. We're here, someone shouted from the front of the long line. One by one, the exhausted porters dropped their massive backpacks onto the dirt with loud thuds. The leader's voice boomed across the clearing, full of authority but softened with approval. Good work, everyone. Rest for now. We'll wait here until the raid group arrives. Jinhyuk lowered his bag and lifted his gaze toward the massive structure looming before them. A colossal temple, ruined, ancient, and radiating mystery. Just then, a golden shimmer burst before his eyes. A notification floated in front of him. Special reward, first conqueror of the tower, golden chest. A special reward, he murmured. Am I the only one who can see this? The next text appeared instantly. Reward granted. Luck plus 10. Adaptability plus 10. Another line slid across the screen. Frozen, unlocked. Ability, cold heart. Description, maintains calm even in extreme danger. May affect emotional expression. Then another emblem cracked open. Monopolization, unlocked. Passive effect, if the quest is completed alone, the reward generated will always be the maximum possible. What? Jinhyuk blinked in disbelief. Then a twisted grin crawled across his face, something dangerously close to madness glittering in his eyes. This is insane, insanely good. He brought a hand to his lips, thinking hard. Behind him, he imagined a mountain of rewards, treasure chests overflowing with possibilities. There are countless rewards in the tower, he mused silently. Getting even one is a miracle. With a passive like this, I don't even need luck. His thoughts were cut short when a blinding light erupted from the center of the temple. A beam of magic sliced through the dusty air, illuminating the ruins. A moment later, hazy silhouettes materialized within the glow. The raid team had arrived. One player stumbled forward, groaning loudly. Ugh. I'll never get used to teleporting. What are you guys even doing? More soldiers appeared behind him in organized lines. All 50 members accounted for, another shouted. The porters and workers shrank back instinctively. They stared at the raid party with a mixture of awe, fear, and distrust. A system message appeared. Eye of Truth, Level 1 activated. We move, the raid captain barked. Formation on the march. Vanguard takes point. A short description hovered before Jinhyuk. Song Chanhwa, age 29, level 14. Ability, Relief. Condition to copy, earn his trust during the raid. Jinhyuk's eyes flared faintly as magical pressure seeped from him. Damn, he muttered, biting his lip. Earning trust under these circumstances won't be easy. His attention shifted toward Young One, who was busy assembling squads. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. Wait, something's off. An idea flickered across his face as he watched from the shadows. Song had no idea Jinhyuk was studying him so closely. A top 10 guild leader, with a level that low? Jinhyuk crossed his arms, silently observing. No one will notice me. Perfect. The deeper they went, the clearer the devastation became. The once great temple had collapsed into ruin. Cracked pillars. Fallen statues. Nature had swallowed the building whole, roots tearing through walls, vines crawling like veins. A mage stepped forward, halting just before a corridor swallowed in pure darkness. Stay behind me. If anyone wanders off, there will be no rescue, she warned. Her staff ignited with a crimson glow. Lamp skill, level 1 activated. Flames burst from the crystal tip, lighting the passage with red brilliance. The sudden illumination revealed skeletons and mangled corpses, the remnants of fallen raiders and slain monsters. The porters recoiled. TVs, these are ruins, someone whispered, trembling. Their voices echoed across the hallway. The raid had only begun, yet danger was already breathing down their necks. Their group moved deeper into the ruins, passing corpse after corpse, monsters already slain by the raid team ahead of them. A porter whistled under his breath. Wow, they really turned this place into a slaughterhouse. The deeper they went, the darker the atmosphere grew. Even seasoned workers whispered nervously, glancing around as if expecting something to leap from the shadows. Suddenly, Song and his elite squad halted. We found it, one of his men shouted. Song waved his arm sharply. Workers. Over here. Jinhyuk approached with the others, but there wasn't even a flicker of enthusiasm on his face. If anything, he looked at Song with thinly veiled contempt. Strange, he thought. After wiping out so many monsters, shouldn't there have been casualties? Yet they're all perfectly fine. And a moment ago, this guy was yelling about maintaining formation. What kind of strategy is that? His thoughts were jolted when a heavy hand slammed against his shoulder. Hey! Stop spacing out. Go distribute water, another porter barked. Ah, right. He was just a porter right now. Jinhyuk forced a polite smile even as a vein twitched at his temple. The man who shoved him pointed in another direction. We can handle this side. Go help the foreigners. Foreigners? Jinhyuk echoed in his head, turning toward the group he was supposed to serve. A line of warriors in gold-plated armor stood there, their movements polished and disciplined. On one soldier's shoulder, Jinhyuk spotted a symbol, something sharp, bold, and very familiar. Zion Guild. That explained the armor. Then his eyes landed on one particular figure, a knight clad in immaculate white robes and silver armor, completely different from the rest. Jinhyuk's lips curled into a sly smile. Such delicate creatures. Should I bother befriending one? Still, he carried out his assignment. He offered a cup filled with cold water. The knight turned, surprised to see him. You worked hard, Jinhyuk said calmly. The warrior accepted the cup with a nod. Communication skill, level 1 activated. Jinhyuk's smile deepened. Not much interest, but a start. Then the knight slowly unfastened their helmet. The helmet lifted. Blonde hair spilled out. A beautifully sculpted face was revealed. Jinhyuk froze for a heartbeat. He knew her immediately. The youngest daughter of the Lorena aristocratic family. A European prodigy. A specialist in divine power. Offense, defense, healing, master of all. The hero who saved Amsterdam from the undead siege. Europe's Saint of Amsterdam. Teresa de Larentia. She chugged the water with surprising thirst, wiping sweat from her brow. Jinhyuk finally understood why the raid had 0 casualties. Of course. Teresa excels at cleansing undead and evil spirits. No wonder things went smoothly. But then, why is someone like her here? The boss raid for the 3rd floor is happening right now, and she came to these ruins instead? His eye flashed. Eye of Truth, level 1 activated. Teresa lowered the empty cup, cheeks slightly flushed from the refreshing drink. An error message slapped across his vision. Error, cannot analyze target. Level difference too high. Is she really above level 20? Jinhyuk whispered internally. But another message popped up immediately. Luck plus adaptability compensating for level gap? Eye of Truth, level 2 activated. Oh, nice, Jinhyuk cheered inside his mind. A panel appeared, revealing her full status. Teresa del Lorena. Age, 22. Level, 29. Special ability, Heaven's Protection. Her bright blue eyes carried no greed, no malice, only warmth and sincerity. The conditions to copy one of her abilities appeared. Condition, protect Teresa from a life-threatening situation. Reward, copy 1 skill/ability. Note, Teresa is ranked in the world's top 100 players. Those numbers, he murmured internally. Now I get why so many worship her. Scrolling further, he caught sight of another piece of information. A quest tied to choosing a class. So that's why she's here? She's hunting for a profession quest. Just then, Teresa handed the empty mug back with a radiant smile. Thank you. That really helped. He accepted the cup with a gentle expression, though inwardly he was analyzing her from every angle. Abilities valued by warriors, divine defense, purification skills, a world-class paladin. A quiet excitement stirred within him. Now, all I need is to figure out what kind of danger could threaten someone like her. And how I can be the one to save her. The ground shuddered first, just a faint tremor. Then the entire temple roared like a wounded beast. Cracks split across the walls, dust rained from the ceiling, and broken pillars groaned as if the whole structure were on the verge of collapsing. Warriors immediately shouted for their commander, panic slicing through their voices. Their leader bolted toward them, boots hammering against the trembling floor. When he finally reached the soldiers and saw what they were pointing at, every drop of color drained from his face. He froze. He stared. His jaw hung open. This is bad, one of the warriors whispered. A girl sat beside one of their teammates, a limp body already cold and lifeless. Farther down the corridor, more corpses littered the floor, twisted and torn as if they hadn't even had time to scream. A metallic clank echoed overhead. The ruined sentinel floated into view, an enormous ancient mechanism suspended midair, its single eye sweeping over the entire raid squad. Warning, remaining time, 10 minutes. Strange cubes wrapped in dense magical energy materialized around the Guardian. System notice, ruined security system, sleeping bomb, has been triggered due to intruder presence. Guardian units are being summoned. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. Don't touch it and it won't go berserk, he muttered internally. But before anyone could listen to reason, Song clutched his head, panic twisting his expression. Who activated this thing? He shrieked, voice cracking. Jinhyuk watched him with a cold expression. 10 minutes left. That's all. The guard's glare washed over the squad, painting Song's face in a sickly pale light. In the reflection of the monster's metallic surface, the leader's terror was unmistakable. If we fight these things head-on, we're dead, Song thought, shaking. At least half, no, more, will die. Another thought wormed into his head, could we evacuate the civilians? But the word impossible slammed into his mind like a curse, freezing every sane decision he could have made. His thoughts spiraled. His ambition roared louder than the temple's shaking. I worked too hard to become guild master. I can't retreat now. I won't. We continue the raid. Song barked, eyes wild. Soldiers rushed up to him, shouting that they hadn't even reached halfway and the guardians would surround them. Cold sweat dripped down Song's chin. Shut up and follow orders, he roared. I'll take responsibility. We still have a chance, with her. He jabbed a trembling finger toward Teresa. Meanwhile, in another corner, a soldier sprinted to where a handful of resting players lounged. The guards are awake, he cried. One of the loungers barely lifted an eyebrow. Relax. A big guild like Par wouldn't move without countermeasures. Really? The informant asked, hopeful. Of course, the archer scoffed, pushing himself to his feet. Solo players like us should just listen to the guild leader. They probably dealt with every guard already. A massive hand appeared behind him. Before the sentence finished, the archer was crushed into a spray of red. The remaining solo players scrambled into a circle, trembling. This is really, really bad, the informant stammered. A suit of enormous magical armor stomped toward them, another guard unit. Back at the main formation, Song raised his shield. Main raid squad, Prepare for battle, he yelled. Tanks forward. Porters to the rear. Buff the tanks and healers, move. Chaos erupted instantly as people ran, shouted, took positions, and cast spells. Song braced himself, shield glowing. Notification, Yungon activates level 3 steel defense. Notification, Jangon activates level 2 combat concentration. Buffs surged through the front line, strengthening their stance. Behind them, a mage lifted her staff, light spiraled upward as a magic circle formed under her feet. Notification, Angel Song, level 2 activated. All allied stats increased. They're coming. Song screamed. Hold the formation. A towering guard leaped into the front line. Boom. Its axe crashed into Song's shield, sending sparks flying, but he held. Leader, a scream echoed from behind. It was the trio of solo players. Exhausted, bloodied, barely holding off multiple guards, they cried out for help. The mage pointed toward them. We need to assist the solo players. Shut up. Song snapped. Focus on the battle. Casualties are unavoidable. Rage twisted his face. Sweat streamed down his jaw. In his mind, he screamed at himself. No time to worry about solo players. The abandoned trio slumped, despair filling their eyes. It's hopeless, one whispered as tears slipped down his cheeks. Please, help. Their pleas went unanswered. Until a sharp sound cut through the battlefield. Quick footwork. A blur of white. A gleam of divine blue. Teresa shot past the formation like a falling star, soaring over the guards with her sword blazing. Notification, level 4 activated. Light burst from the ceiling as she cleaved through the guardian units with blazing, precise strikes. Teresa, the dying solo player, cried out, eyes shining with hope. Her expression remained steady, focused, determined, calm. Blue fire burned in her gaze as she scanned the battlefield. 2 guards slipped past the main squad, the non-combatants are in danger. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the rear. The back of the hall was a scene of carnage. Many porters lay lifeless. One badly wounded worker sat collapsed against the wall, coughing blood. We're doomed, he rasped. A colossal axe swung toward him. But before it could strike, thin red lines sliced across the guardian's limbs. What are you saying, old man? A voice replied. The guard fell apart, collapsing in scattered chunks. Jinhyuk stood before the terrified worker, blade dripping with mechanical sparks, a calm grin on his face. I told you, he said lightly, I'd make it home alive. Jinhyuk, behind you, the worker shouted. A gigantic metallic arm crashed down. But Jinhyuk slipped aside effortlessly, not even a hint of fear in his eyes. The moment the notification rang out, fire element, level 1 activated, heat flared along Jinhyuk's arm. Flames coiled around his hand like a hungry serpent, bathing his face in an eerie orange glow. Instead of fear, a twisted grin stretched across his lips. Oh? What else can this do? He chuckled. He thrust his burning palm forward. A torrent of fire roared out, tearing through the guardian's descending arm. When the flames died down, nothing but charred chunks remained, twitching faintly as they hit the ground. Jinhyuk shook out his hand, letting the fading embers drift away. I'm not finishing it off, he said with a casual shrug. Let the others clean up. I need to stay at level 1, so killing it isn't an option. A wounded porter, clutching his bloody side, stared at him wide-eyed. How, where did strength like that come from? Jinhyuk scratched his cheek, offering a light-hearted smile. Just lucky, I guess. But inside, his thoughts tightened. Who activated the high-grade guardians of these ruins? Why would anyone do that on purpose? The old man still lay there in shock, too stunned to even stand. Suddenly, a blur of movement. Teresa appeared beside the injured porter and seized him by the arm. In the blink of an eye, she dragged him nearly 10 meters away from Jinhyuk. She stood rigid, her back to Jinhyuk, shield raised. I thought you were a decent person, she said, her voice shaking with anger. But you threatened a wounded civilian. Maybe you're the one who awakened the guardians. She spun around, eyes blazing with fury and disgust, shield lifted defensively. Jinhyuk, she declared, you're under arrest. Jinhyuk blinked, baffled. Wait, what? What are you talking about? A blade sliced through the air beside his face. He barely dodged. Don't move. Teresa snapped. I don't want to hurt anyone. There's been a misunderstanding, he said, raising his hands. Her answer was another vicious strike. I'll hear your explanation after I restrain you, she shouted. Great, Jinhyuk thought sourly. She's too angry to listen to anything. He realized he had no choice now. Teresa lunged again, swinging her shield with a burst of strength meant to knock him unconscious. He pivoted, grabbed her arm, and with a powerful shove. Boom! She slammed into the stone floor, carving a crater into it. Dust puffed around her as she lay there, dazed and groaning, struggling to push herself up. Gravel clung to her face. Jinhyuk stepped over her and lowered his blade until the tip hovered right above her cheek. "I didn't awaken the guardians," he said coldly. Teresa's eyes widened, horror flickering across them as she stared at him. His gaze glowed with a chilling blue light, his expression was disturbingly serene. "If necessary," he murmured, "I'll kill with my own hands." "Mr. Jinhyuk!" "Miss Teresa!" the injured porter suddenly shouted. He stumbled forward, arms flailing desperately. "He saved me! Jinhyuk saved my life!" Teresa froze. Her breath caught. The accusation died in her throat. Moments later, Teresa bowed repeatedly, apologizing non-stop as the entire hall watched in uncomfortable silence. She lowered her head deeply. I'm truly sorry." "Stop," Jinhyuk said, waving a hand. "From your perspective, what I did probably looked suspicious." He turned and began walking away. But Teresa hurried after him. "Why are you hiding who you are? Why conceal your identity?" He didn't slow. "For the same reason you are," he said calmly. She stiffened. Without looking back, he continued, "You joined the Cian Guild as cover. You want the St. Peter contract for your profession quest." Teresa froze, stunned. "And," Jinhyuk added lightly, "I need a particular item too, one that can't be known to anyone else." Cold sweat ran down her temples. How does he know all of this? She wondered, shaken. Jinhyuk grinned. "I know every route and strategy in these ruins. That's why you're going to help me. What we both need is stored in the same place." He finally turned toward her, eyes softening. "So? Will you team up with me, Teresa?" She stared at him in disbelief, unsure what answer she was supposed to give. Meanwhile, in the crowd of exhausted raiders, the commander erupted in frustration. "What do you mean the guards are gone?" he bellowed. "We must advance in formation. Do you want to wander around alone?" Teresa stepped forward and pressed a hand to her chest. "According to our map, only 20 kilometers remain," she said steadily. "Everyone knows the strategy, it won't change. And per agreement, all squad leaders share equal authority before the boss fight." Song felt a chill run down his spine. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he realized she was right. He faltered, unable to respond. Teresa waited patiently. Finally, with a long exhale, Song rubbed his forehead and gestured tiredly. "Fine. You may split off. But return before we reach the boss chamber." Teresa brightened immediately, clasping her hands with renewed energy. "I'll rejoin you before the battle begins." Then, as if remembering something, she added, "Let me take a porter with me." Song waved her off. "Do what you want." Happiness flickered in Teresa's eyes. But the porters. They froze. A wave of dread passed over them. "This is a one-way trip," one whispered. They gathered together like frightened sheep, quietly praying they wouldn't be chosen. Then a single hand rose from the crowd. Jinhyuk stepped forward, expression steady and serious. "I'll go." The instant the guy even hinted at following, every porter in the squad dove onto him, clinging to his shoulders like panicked koalas. They begged him, practically sobbing, to stay with the group. Inside his head, Jinhyuk sighed. "Even if I spell it out for them, they still won't get it," he muttered mentally. And then, bam! A terrifying pressure burst from him, cold and heavy enough to make the air quiver. Everyone froze mid-cling. "Uncle," he suddenly said, voice calm, almost too calm. The porters blinked in confusion. And he continued, "Has it ever happened to you, back when you were young, that an idea hit you like lightning?" The men instantly backed away, baffled. What is he even talking about? Their faces screamed. Then Jinhyuk dramatically turned around, clutched his chest like an actor in a tragic romance drama, and announced, "Love is burning inside me. Even if this weakness costs me my life, I must follow it." Silence. Shock. Porters whispering, "Wow, he's such a romantic." Jinhyuk exhaled like a man who'd been emotionally drained by his own performance. He and Teresa slipped away while the workers were still dazed. After walking for a while, they reached a wide hall crawling with monsters. The two of them stepped to the platform's edge, staring down at the sea of undead below. Teresa pointed toward a sarcophagus wrapped in a glowing barrier. "The Treaty of St. Peter is inside that coffin," she said. "I see it," Jinhyuk replied with a nod. Then, glancing at her sideways, he asked, "You understand what you need to do, right?" "Yes. I know," she answered. Before either could make their next move, a warning window flashed before them. "The Master of the Abode of the Fallen is watching." Teresa froze, eyes wide. She stared at the glowing alert in front of her as if it had personally cursed her name. "It's on my screen too," Jinhyuk said calmly while rubbing his chin. In his thoughts, this is the boss for sure. Funny, he never took interest in players before. So why show up now? Teresa was trembling. Jinhyuk, you see this too, right? This has to be from the boss. But what does it mean? Does he think we're enemies? Nope, he answered without hesitation. He pointed at himself. He's watching me. Teresa blinked in disbelief. Where does he get this confidence from? She wondered silently. Then she turned to him again, voice small. Do you really know the way through? Hands in pockets, he shrugged casually. I've known it for a long time. Teresa swallowed hard. Then, gathering courage, she asked gently, then, what should I do? Fear clouded her eyes, but she stood ready, determined. Down below, countless monsters patrolled the grave, their presence suffocating. And then, without warning, Teresa leaped off the balcony. She landed right in the middle of the undead horde, the impact making dust burst around her. Instantly, all monster eyes snapped toward her. A system message rang out. Level 5 battle song activated, all stats tripled for 10 minutes. Power exploded from her body. Her eyes glowed bright blue. Her aura roared like a storm. This was no ordinary buff, this was a battlefield goddess descending. Just moments before, Jinhyuk had told her with a smirk. Your job is easy. Pull every undead's attention. The monsters rushed at her in a crazed tide. Teresa steadied her grip on her sword. She recalled Jinhyuk's words. If you release your divine power, everything out there will lock onto you alone. She raised her blade. Light gathered. Her energy swirled like a divine hurricane. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with enormous strength. The sword flared with radiant power. Level 5 Saint ability activated. A blinding burst of holy light exploded outward from her, turning the entire hall into a glowing battlefield. The monsters surged in. The first undead barely got a growl out before Teresa's radiant blade sliced it clean in half. And then another. And another. She carved through them effortlessly, a whirlwind of sacred destruction. Endless waves crashed toward her, but she stood firm, cutting down everything that dared to approach. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk's foot landed on a monster's head. Using the undead like stepping stones, he bounced from skull to skull, racing toward the sarcophagus. Every creature in the hall was locked on Teresa now, exactly as planned. Thanks to her control? I won't pull aggro, he thought as he hopped along. But then he felt it. A surge of overwhelming magic. The massive sarcophagus detonated. A tower-sized skeleton erupted from inside, overflowing with thick, terrifying energy. A system notice confirmed it. Undead boss appeared, special dead awakened. The shockwave split the floor apart. Flames burst across the ground. Debris rained everywhere. Jinhyuk crawled out from the wreckage a second later. Smiling. Finally, the mini-boss shows up. Before he could celebrate further, a gigantic guard sword swung through the smoke. Jinhyuk dodged with a sharp twist, the blade carving through where he had stood. Dullahan? He shouldn't be here. He realized instantly, Teresa's influence must have shifted the activation conditions. The guard swarmed him, forcing him into a sprint. He leapt onto one guard, striking rapidly while destructive magic rained down around them. This guy won't be a problem, he noted. But flying monsters, yeah, those need caution. The Lich lifted his staff skyward, gathering a monstrous well of energy that pulsed like a storm trapped inside the weapon. A few seconds later, he aimed it right at Jinhyuk, ready to fire something powerful enough to rearrange a landscape. And then, boom! Bolts of pitch-black lightning shot from the staff, tearing through the air. Jinhyuk's response? A smug smile. He slid aside, weaving through the deadly bolts as if he were dodging raindrops. A streak of lightning skimmed so close it practically shaved his cheek, but not a single strike hit him. Instead, the bolt slammed straight into the protective barrier around the crypt. A loud crack echoed. So the barrier breaks from that, Jinhyuk thought, amused. Pretty flimsy, honestly. A few seconds later. Shatter. The entire barrier collapsed into glittering fragments. A system update chimed. Level 5 magical defense, destroyed. The Lich stiffened. Wait, did I just break my own barrier? Jinhyuk didn't give him a chance to recover from the humiliation. He sprinted forward, a blade appearing in his hand, a blade wrapped in an aura so ominous it practically hummed with murder. A wild grin stretched across his face. He tore through the guards blocking his path, cleaving them apart without slowing. Severed limbs and armor clattered behind him, and he barely spared them a glance. Across the hall, Teresa was still slicing through monsters, radiant and unyielding. She'll finish soon, Jinhyuk muttered. So that leaves just you, skeleton. He glared at the Lich, who clearly had no idea what was about to hit him. One clean, vicious strike. And the Lich was sliced in half. Jinhyuk blinked at the remains, mildly surprised by how easily it ended. That's when he heard it. I finally found you. A stranger's boot crushed the Lich's skull with deliberate pressure. A small guy stepped out of the smoke, sword in hand, eyes glowing a piercing blue. He stared at Jinhyuk like he'd been hunting him for years. "You read monster movements like an open book," the stranger said. "I knew you'd come here." He extended his sword toward Jinhyuk. "Long time no see." Jinhyuk's brows knitted. "You?" He didn't recognize him at all. "Who are you?" he demanded. The stranger's face twisted, veins bulging from anger. "You really don't remember me? You don't recognize me?" His sword trembled with fury. A system alert pinged. The Eye of Truth is activated. Lightning crackled off Jinhyuk's body as stat effects adjusted the difference in level. Another window opened. Player status revealed: Chun Yusung, age 28, level 29. Ability: Sword Song. Copy condition: break his self-confidence by defeating him in a sword fight. Jinhyuk stared at the man's weapon. That iron sword? Kenong Dynasty artifact. The exact same one stolen from the museum. Wait, did this guy steal it? And suddenly everything clicked. This was the same lunatic who'd challenged him non-stop during Challenge Tower back when it was just a game. He'd pop up floor after floor. Boss defeated? New place? Doesn't matter, Yusung was there again, begging for a rematch like an obsessed fanboy with anger issues. A stalker. A persistent, sword-swinging stalker. "No wonder you're furious," Jinhyuk muttered. "The game becomes reality and you're still doing this." Yusung gritted his teeth so hard it was a miracle they didn't crack. "You underestimated me that much?" Jinhyuk rubbed his face tiredly. "Oh great. Jung again." Yusung's eye twitched. "This time will be different," he roared. "We're both at the very beginning now. You have no advantage." "Fine," Jinhyuk said coldly, turning his back. "If you want to fight, fight." He raised a finger toward the person sprinting toward them. "But make sure you can handle her too." Teresa arrived with a furious glare, ready to stand beside her partner. Yusung hissed, "Interesting partner, but I won't let anyone interfere." Suddenly, a system notification. Level 5 battlefield selection, activated. Magic surged around Yusung's blade. He slammed it into the floor. Boom. The entire hall shook. Space warped. Reality bent around them. Jinhyuk found himself beside a shattered grave. In its corner, something glowed faintly, pulsing with powerful magic. Teresa shouted his name, but he was already reaching inside the grave. His hand closed around a small orb. He lifted it with a satisfied grin. "We'll meet again," he told her. And then, he vanished. Along with Yusung. The dual realm. The two appeared in an isolated space, an arena created for one purpose only. Yusung raised his sword and took his stance. "No one will interrupt us now." A notification echoed. Level 5 dual activation, all stats of Yusung plus 10%. All stats of Jinhyuk minus 10%. Jinhyuk's expression tightened. His battlefield and duel skills, they really gimp me hard. This is a terrible matchup. Then, another window popped up. Special condition for synthesis skill triggered. When copying conditions become unfavorable, adjustments are made. Copying possible after obtaining the skill. Jinhyuk lifted his hand and pointed straight at Yusung. Magic surged around him. "I'm copying your unique ability," he announced. Unique ability, Sword Song, copying. Effect, swordsman proficiency plus 200%. Automatic sword technique use. Enhanced perception. Ability will be stored in world memory. A powerful aura flared behind Jinhyuk. He smiled. Yusung roared, "Stop ignoring me." He dashed forward, sword raised. Steel flashed. The battle erupted instantly. Their blades collided again and again, sparks flying. Jinhyuk parried each blow with perfect precision. Yusung growled, "What are you even aiming for? Why fight at medium range with a dagger?" Jinhyuk shrugged mid-strike. "This is fun enough. Sword fighting's interesting." Yusung's face went red with rage. "You're still underestimating me?" He pulled his blade back, magic raging around him. "Let's see you smile after this." A notification chimed. Level 6 Sword Soul, activated. Yusung swung. And unleashed a massive shockwave of terrifying magic straight at Jinhyuk. Yusung's blade tore through the air, a shimmering shockwave bursting from the sword's edge. Jinhyuk, however, slipped aside with a relaxed sway of his body, almost bored. "Trying a bit too hard, aren't you?" he called out, tilting his head. "You're throwing top-tier techniques at someone you still think is a newbie." That jab made Yusung snap. He lunged forward, knocking Jinhyuk back with a burst of angry strength. "You're not a beginner anymore," he shouted, voice shaking with frustration. Jinhyuk only let out a soft sigh. "What a shame," he murmured, flicking his wrist. He darted forward. The repeated parries from Yusung were eating into his dagger's durability. At this rate, the blade wouldn't last much longer. So, time to switch things up. Jinhyuk pulled out the small sphere he'd snatched from the sarcophagus earlier. A skill that can hold its own against your precious sword, he muttered. Perfect. He pressed the orb onto the edge of his dagger. Synthesis, sword song plus demon soul. The sphere melted into the blade. Light erupted, blinding, scorching, forcing Yusung to throw an arm over his face. Magical pressure rippled through the battlefield like a storm. A system window blinked into existence. Synthesis complete, sword song plus demon soul unique ability, sword graveyard. Lines of text scrolled. All sword-related skills enhanced by 500%. Body automatically uses optimal sword techniques. Sensory perception maximized. One of the prerequisites for the title, Demonic Swordsman. As the radiance faded, Jinhyuk lowered the newly evolved blade to his side. His expression didn't carry a hint of fear, only amusement. Another notification chimed. Unique ability, Sword Graveyard, activated. Skill, Knight of the Dark Moon, LV.1, activated. Raw power surged through his arm, heavy enough to make the air tremble. TCH, he thought. This thing's only outputting about 1/10 of its real strength. I need more mana, fast. Across from him, Yusung froze. A massive wave of magical force swept past him, making his knees buckle. Cold sweat slid down his jaw. What is that power? Jinhyuk stepped forward, eyes glowing with a deep violet blaze. Yusung's frustration boiled over. He bit his lip until it bled, veins pulsing along his temples. Why can't I win? Why him again, always him? Memories flashed, every humiliating death, every rematch, articles plastered over his room, the moment he smashed his VR headset out of rage. I did everything. Yusung roared. Everything, just to surpass you. He flung out his arms and unleashed another wild barrage of attacks. Blades of energy screamed toward Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk didn't flinch. The violet blaze in his eyes sharpened. The strikes came, he carved through them, slicing each shockwave apart with fluid precision. Sparks showered the air. He cut them. Yusung choked. Too late. Jinhyuk vanished, then appeared behind him, his smile twisted and wicked. I've fought people stronger and faster than you, he whispered. But honestly? I'm getting tired of this. He raised his blade and brought it down in a devastating arc. Yusung barely managed to intercept, but the impact sent him skidding back. His sword trembled violently, cracks spiderwebbing along its length. Not possible. With a sharp snap, Yusung's sword burst apart. The shattered blade flew 10 meters before planting itself into the ground, quivering. Jinhyuk lowered his weapon, grinning. Looks like I win. Again. Yusung dropped to one knee, head bowed. This is the 138th time, he whispered. Kill me. Jinhyuk chuckled, almost fondly. Next time'll be my 139th win. The words made Yusung freeze. Jinhyuk stepped closer, voice steady. You know better than anyone that the tower isn't a playground. Even the strongest die when they slip up. That's why, players like you matter. He extended a hand toward Yusung. We need stubborn idiots who won't quit. Yusung stared at the offered hand. A strong player, me? The thought almost didn't make sense. Jinhyuk, meanwhile, was internally snickering. 60 days until I can copy him again. Perfect. No need to chase targets when they walk to me. Yusung finally took his hand and rose. Communication ability level 1, activated. He turned away, still shaking. I accept defeat, but next time will be different. Jinhyuk laughed. I'll be waiting. The constructed battlefield began to fracture. Before the collapse finished, Yusung spun around. I still don't know your name. Why do you need it? Jinhyuk asked, tugging his blade from the stone. Then I'll call you what I always did. Jinhyuk blinked. As before? And then, oh no, realization hit. Sweat rolled down his face. Yusung smirked and shouted, Poop Fart, Jinhyuk's old in-game name. Teresa, who had just reached them, froze in confusion. Before Jinhyuk could react, the scene cut to another chamber. A hooded group watched a screen. One member shouted in alarm. Leader, something's moving. The scanner says there's still something alive down there. A red dot darted across the map. Song narrowed his eyes as armored footsteps echoed. An iron golem stepped into the light, and on its shoulder sat a man with long, pale blonde hair. A vampire. He jumped down lightly, bowing with unsettling grace. My greetings. I am Bellis, he said with a faint smirk. Blood kin to the master of these ruins. I come with an offer. The group raised their swords. Bellis placed a finger against one blade. Blood slid down the steel. Unknown skill activated, Bloody Plague. Scarlet magic wrapped around the squad. Screams echoed as red cocoons enveloped them. If your leader chooses option 2, Bellis said calmly, then half of you may follow me, and I'll eat the rest. Cold dread crawled over the squad. Meanwhile, in another chamber. Teresa knelt over a crystal, hands glowing with holy power. Jinhyuk crouched beside her. Power of a saint, level 5, in use. The crystal floated, shimmering blue with silver veins. Item, Ice Tear, absorption increases magic, must be purified or detrimental effects occur. Mana plus 12. The ritual continued, both of them focused as the glow intensified. Jinhyuk stared down at his open palms, blinking as if his hands had just performed some forbidden magic trick. An icy tear, actually in his possession. That alone was something adventurers could spend half their lifetime chasing. But he had snagged it together with the demon soul stone? Even he felt a little giddy at the thought. Teresa, meanwhile, had just been bathed in holy light, receiving her plus 12 stat boost. When she glanced at him for confirmation, he flashed her an enthusiastic thumbs up, so cheerful it could have powered a small village. Her eyes widened a heartbeat later as a new system panel shimmered into existence before her. The monastery's owner had sent her an invitation. According to the system, if Teresa wanted to rescue her entire captured squad, she had to venture into the monastery's deepest chamber. The reward? A one-on-one meeting with the mysterious owner. All traps and monsters would deactivate the moment she accepted. Her blue irises gleamed with tension. A bead of sweat curled down her cheek. Everyone, taken hostage, she whispered, unable to process the absurdity of someone kidnapping an entire raid group like they were snacks bundled for later. Jinhyuk watched her shoulders droop, lips tightening, and said nothing for the moment. Teresa's hands curled into fists. Her mind danced between possibilities, visions of a woman with black wings, a lord shrouded in red light, traps hidden in every shadow. She couldn't shake the fear that she might be marching straight into a beautifully decorated disaster. "We can't beat the lord without the full raid group," she muttered, guilt pooling behind her voice. The image of her squad flashed before her, faces she'd wanted to protect when she'd taken her oath as a paladin. Maybe she'd chosen wrong. Maybe she wasn't strong enough. Maybe. Yusung let out a low sigh. "All right," he said, stepping forward with all the enthusiasm of a man volunteering to pet a very venomous snake. "I'll be leaving then. This has nothing to do with me." He walked right past her, almost casually, tossing advice over his shoulder like loose candy. "You seem stuck making your decision," he added. "Figured I'd help clear your head." Before she could respond, Yusung practically exploded. "He has no honor." Yusung barked, stabbing a finger at Jinhyuk's back. "He's selfish. I can't stand him." His rant stopped only when he clenched his jaw hard enough to creak. "But, there's one thing I can guarantee." Jinhyuk crossed his arms, waiting. "If anyone can beat the Lord," Yusung grumbled, "it's him." Teresa blinked in confusion. Praise sounded weird coming from someone who wanted to strangle Jinhyuk daily. Yusung shrugged. "Well, I'm leaving." Teresa sucked in a breath, then smiled faintly. She thanked Yusung for his advice before inhaling deeply and turning to Jinhyuk. "I'm accepting the monastery owner's invitation," she declared. He put his hands on his hips, striking the pose of an overconfident merchant about to quote outrageous prices. "My services aren't cheap. You sure you can afford me?" Teresa tightened her fist, determination radiating like heat from a forge. "I'll pay whatever it takes." Jinhyuk grinned, because he'd known she'd go anyway. He bumped his fist against hers, sealing the deal. A crisp notification floated before them. 2 players have accepted the quest. All monsters have been put into hibernation. They climbed the massive staircase leading toward titanic doors. Teresa shivered, every step made her sense the impossible amount of mana filling the chamber. "Relax," Jinhyuk said. "We know the enemy's strength now." She wondered aloud if he had a plan. He snorted. "Of course I do." The massive double doors rumbled open, throwing a red glow across their faces. Jinhyuk paused just long enough to reassure her. "No matter what happens, trust me." They entered a grand hall dressed in crimson banners. A scarlet carpet traced a path up the stairs toward a throne. Jinhyuk strode forward, Teresa right behind him. Standing near the throne, Bellis narrowed his eyes, barely containing the delight curling at the edges of his smile. But the true presence in the room sat upon the throne itself. A silver-haired girl, poised and elegant. Alice von Ataraxia. The lord of these ruins. She rested her cheek against her hand, tilted her head, and sighed dramatically. "Took you long enough." Jinhyuk didn't even flinch. "Are the people safe?" Alice snapped her fingers. Reality blurred. A system message announced the activation of a dimensional gap. A cluster of bound figures materialized before them. Teresa's heart hammered, and Jinhyuk's gaze sharpened, the yellow tint glowing in his irises. One man stood out, Park Hajin. Even with cloth covering his eyes and mouth, Jinhyuk recognized him instantly. A flicker of excitement flashed in his mind. Had Hajin awakened the Guardians? Two guards stood frozen mid-motion in the red carpet center, as though time itself had paused them. Alice folded her arms and smiled. "I invited you," she said sweetly, "because of that smell you're carrying. Human." The silver-haired woman lounging on the throne crossed one leg over the other with the ease of someone who owned the room, and everyone in it. Her crimson gaze sparkled as she tilted her head. "That scent of yours," she purred, "is the sweetest thing I've ever inhaled." She tapped a finger to her lips, smiling as if sharing a private joke with herself. "Your blood? I like it. It's nothing like the bland aroma humans usually give off. Yours is exquisite." Jinhyuk's face went stiff. His mouth hung half open, eyes narrowed in a blend of disgust and disbelief. Nothing in his bizarre career, real or game-like, had ever prepared him for a vampire flirting with his bloodstream. Alice, the Scarlet Lord, giggled softly. "Oh? You're unsettled. I can feel it." He pressed a fingertip against his forehead and bowed his head slightly. "Who wouldn't be? It's impossible to relax when a vampire starts, evaluating you like a snack." She waved dismissively. "Oh, relax. I enjoy savoring things." Slowly. Her smile widened into something dangerously sweet. "You could survive another 60 years if I took my time." A lone droplet of sweat slid down Jinhyuk's cheek. "Ah, thanks for the reassurance," he muttered. "But I'm not exactly interested in living my life like an overpriced gourmet meal." In his mind, he was already imagining a tube shoved down his throat while she stored him like a luxury wine. A streak of red light slashed past him. The carpet behind him tore open, a smoking hole left behind. Jinhyuk winced as warm blood trickled from the cut on his cheek. "Your opinion doesn't matter," Alice said, pointing a single finger at him like she was choosing her next dessert. "You have no choice." Smoke curled upward from the burned carpet. Jinhyuk lowered his head slightly, hiding his hand behind his back. Teresa took a half step forward. "Are you hurt?" she asked, voice tight with worry. He leaned forward, teeth grinding. "I've got something else to offer." Her eyes widened when he suddenly dropped onto one knee. "Your Majesty," he said, lifting his gaze, "I can give you something sweeter than blood." Alice's smile shrank into a thin line. "Oh? Blood is everything to us," she replied. "So whatever you offer me won't change my mind." Jinhyuk's lips curled upward. "You're certain?" He imagined chained lines and spiked barriers, then raised his head. "What if," he said softly, "I offer you freedom?" The Scarlet Lord's eyes flew open in shock. Around her, the other vampires erupted, hissing, baring fangs, snarling like an angry pack denied its meal. Someone raised a hand, calming them, and the chorus died down. Alice placed one hand on her hip. "If you don't back up those words," she warned, "you'll regret it." Jinhyuk bowed slightly. "I wouldn't have come here if I wasn't ready to prove it." "Then speak." He lifted his hand. A purple object shimmered into existence. "My name," he declared, bringing it close to his face, "is one recognized by the mains of the tower." He slipped on a mask inscribed with a violet sigil. Behind the carved symbol, two red lights gleamed, like eyes opening. The mains, outcasts who abandoned humanity for gold, vengeance, or stubborn belief. He pictured a man standing beside the tower, sword slung casually over his bare shoulder. Players feared the mains. Monsters revered them. They interfered with ascents, supported enemies lurking in ruins and labyrinths. Alice pressed her finger to her chin, lips pursing. "I've heard of the mains, but I doubt you're one of them." The masked Jinhyuk lifted his head. "I established a connection with the temple on the 27th floor." He pictured the small mountain building, the red dome marked by an eerie symbol. They explained how to bypass the barrier that covers these ruins. Teresa stared at his back, thoughts spiraling. Why is he saying he's a main? What does any of this even mean? Around them, hooded vampires murmured intensely. The word temple stirred them like a flame dropped into oil. Alice studied him for a long moment. "If you know of the temple," she said slowly, "this isn't a bluff. But I won't believe you so easily." Blood splashed across the floor, rosy streams swirling like a chain. "We've been trapped here for centuries. Your talk means nothing." Weapons materialized behind her, dozens of blood-forged blades floating in the air. "I don't trust talkers." The system chimed. "Blood sphere, activating." Alice narrowed her eyes. "It's a pity it must end like this, your blood truly smells divine." With a flick of her hand, the blood blades erupted forward. "Die." Teresa didn't hesitate. She threw herself in front of Jinhyuk, slamming her shield down. A radiant symbol, hexagonal with a cross at its center, flared to life. Saint's power, activated. The giant cross glowed gold, surrounded by smaller crosses dancing like sparks. The blood weapons crashed against the holy barrier. Teresa's cloak whipped behind her as she braced herself, gritting her teeth. "Don't step out," she shouted at Jinhyuk. Sweat poured down her face. I hope divine power can handle this. Connected shield, activated. More weapons hung suspended in front of the dome. Teresa strained to hold it together, her voice trembling. Alice closed her eyes and laughed. All this, for such a simple attack? How amusing. Her smile faded into a furious snarl. I despise everything holy. Blood explosion, activated. A red orb bloomed above her palm, swirling with dense killing intent. One strike, she hissed, and you both vanish. Teresa's breath hitched. She knew she couldn't endure much longer. Still, she smiled faintly, thinking of Jinhyuk's words. Trust me. Believe in me. A flash sliced through the air. Black and violet. Teresa cried out as a dagger jutted from her chest. Tears spilled from her eyes, blood dribbling from her lips. She stared back in utter confusion. Jinhyuk? The vampire froze, intrigued. Blood sprayed across the floor as Jinhyuk stepped beside her, dagger in hand. If I prove I'm not lying, he said calmly, will you believe me? Alice grinned. Oh, I love how you betray the comrade who shielded you, but I'll need more. Teresa weakly grabbed his trouser leg, lifting her head with what strength she had left. But, we promised, to save them, she whispered. The masked Jinhyuk met her gaze silently. She trembled. Was this, your plan? He lifted the dagger and swung. Blood splattered across the shield. Alice's smile widened into triumphant satisfaction. Good, she said. You've convinced me. I'll let you speak. Jinhyuk bowed. A crimson glint flickered in his hand, a ring. I prepared a spell, he said softly, capable of letting you bypass the barrier. A system window shimmered. Braham ring, a device for temporary soul sealing. If your soul rests inside the ring, he continued, you can slip past the barrier unnoticed. A woman in a black dress gasped. Soul sealing? I've never heard of such a thing. Jinhyuk kept his head lowered. Inside, his thoughts sharpened. He remembered why he'd given up all the experience points. Why he'd stayed at level 1. Windows of gained EXP flashing before him, rejected one after another. To preserve the soul transfer skill. He pictured himself leaping over a battlefield, monsters clashing below. He'd held back everything, for this moment. This skill. Only a level 1 player could activate it. Jinhyuk lowered to one knee and extended his hand. Conditions met. A purple hexagram began to form beneath him. The moment the white ghost drifted inside the forming hexagonal seal, the entire chamber trembled as if a giant invisible cat had suddenly jumped on the carpet. Symbols burst to life around Jinhyuk's feet, glowing rings, pulsing sigils, the whole magical circus. A cold system message appeared like a bored narrator clearing its throat. Magic circle for soul transfer, activated. Only one soul could be sealed. Cooldown? A teeny tiny 365 days. And, as if that wasn't enough trouble, another message popped up. Warning, spell requires subject's consent. Jinhyuk spread his arms, dramatic as ever, and announced to the Scarlet Lord. In 1 minute, poof. This magic circle vanishes forever. If you give the okay, it works. If not, well, that's the show. The blonde vampire froze mid-step, caught between caution and the desperate hope of freedom. The other vampires watched with their jaws dangling like broken hinges, shocked that someone was using such a sacred circle like it was a discount spell scroll. A thin beam of blue light descended and tapped Bellow's forehead. The Lord turned toward him, lips pressed tight, and spoke into his mind. I hate trusting this human. If he tries anything funny, kill him and break the circle. Bellow gave a slow nod, eyes closed, accepting the order. Deep breath taken, the Scarlet Lord descended the steps. Every stride showed her hesitation, yet she kept going. She had been imprisoned for thousands of years. If she didn't take a gamble now, she might never escape. Stopping at the very edge of the glowing circle, she raised her finger at Jinhyuk. For the last time, can I trust you? Jinhyuk bowed slightly and extended his palm toward her. If you give me your trust, you won't regret it. Their fingers brushed. A system ping rang out. Communication skill LV.1 activated. Subject shows slight interest. The vampire breathed out her full name. I permit my soul to be transferred. Immediately the ring's crimson gem pulsed like a beating heart. Soul of Alice, Scarlet Lord, transferring. Her body dissolved into blue mist, swirling into the red stone like smoke sucked backward into a lantern. A faint voice echoed from the ring, cheerful and strangely cozy. Not bad. Feels comfy in here. Jinhyuk picked up the ring from the ground, brushed off the dust, and spoke softly. Well, welcome to your new home. A sudden flash of divine gold erupted behind him. Heaven's protection, activated. Teresa's limp body twitched. Then she moved, just barely. The once fallen paladin pushed herself upright as her armor hummed with holy energy. As Jinhyuk's mask faded, he turned and greeted her return like someone casually waving at a resurrected coworker. The system showed a shining golden cross inside a dark blue pentagon. Resurrection successful, cooldown, 240 hours. Teresa staggered, clutching her shoulder, but smiled when Jinhyuk congratulated her. He slipped the soul ring into his pocket casually as Alice shrieked in indignation from inside. Sword drawn, Jinhyuk stepped forward. Teresa opened her mouth, wanting to question him about everything, but enemies still filled the hall. "This isn't the time," Jinhyuk said without looking back. "Fair enough." Bello, teeth grinding like a stressed-out blender, shouted, "Fools! You think you'll live after betraying my master?" The system chimed again. Level 13 Blood Wave, activating. Red energy encircled both Jinhyuk and Teresa. Jinhyuk lifted his burning hand. Fire element, LV.5 activated. A boom shook the room. Flame swallowed everything in front of him. Teresa hurried toward the tied-up warriors. The system winked. Holy Cross, LV.4 activated. Her blade sliced the ropes on a black-haired youth. He grinned at her. "So, what's going on with the vampires?" She pointed toward Jinhyuk, engulfed in enemies. "He's handling them." Bello stared wide-eyed. "How can he nullify my magic?" Jinhyuk squeezed his blazing sword. "Fire cancels your magic. And even with your mistress locked up, vampires lost long ago." His eyes shifted into a purple glow. Unique ability, Sword Graveyard, activated. Bello responded with a furious roar. Level 9 Dark Martial Art, unleashed. Weapons flew. Vampires charged. Someone screamed for the ring to be destroyed. But in an instant, thud, vampires collapsed like puppets whose strings were cut. Bello and Jinhyuk faced each other. The rescued youth asked Teresa who Jinhyuk really was. She shrugged. "He still has the mask on. We met by chance. I don't know much." Bello fell next. Jinhyuk turned to Teresa, who was still recovering. "I died, for the first time," she whispered. "And by an ally. But we managed," he said. She chuckled softly, lowering her head. A tear slipped down her cheek. Jinhyuk's mask faded entirely. His eyes were finally visible. Teresa thanked him, warmth filling her gaze. Unique ability, Heaven's Protection, owner saved. Ability conditions fulfilled. Saving process complete. Stored in world's memory. A golden cross shimmered within the pentagon. "Why are you crying?" Jinhyuk asked. "I don't know," she snapped, punching his chest. She remembered him pressing the dark system screen and wondered if he had known she'd revive. He looked away silently. The chamber glowed with red tapestries as he pulled aside a heavy curtain. "Let's grab the relics and leave." The black-haired youth, Yungan, placed a hand on his chest politely. He introduced himself and claimed that according to guild law, relics belonged to them. Jinhyuk stared at him like someone staring at a mosquito bragging about owning the room. "You're asking for relics, after I saved your life?" Yungan smiled. "We'll compensate you with money or anything else. You won't be left empty-handed." Jinhyuk frowned. Even defeated, this guy acted like he owned the place. He pointed aside lazily. "Fine. Take them. But don't cry later if the outcome isn't what you hoped for." Yungan's confident grin froze like someone had just unplugged him from the wall. His head snapped toward the ground, eyes widening in confusion. There, lying on the dusty floor, was a fractured piece of Merlin's staff, its surface faintly shimmering as though whispering ancient curses. Greed flickered instantly in the young man's pupils. His irises shifted to a glowing, hungry red as he slowly crouched, reaching out with trembling fingers. A smile stretched across his face, a little too wide, as a single thought gleamed through his mind. "Most of my raid party may be tied up like hostages, but if I bring this relic back, our guild's reputation will skyrocket again." His fingertips hovered a hair's breadth from the staff. Then it hit him. A violent burn seared across his palm. Yungan jerked back with a strangled scream, clutching his hand as a scarlet emblem burst across his skin like molten branding iron. His eyes squeezed shut, and he staggered, howling. Behind him, Jinhyuk didn't bother turning around. He simply lifted a brow and thought dryly, "Ah. That'd be the curse on Merlin's staff. If Alice disappears completely, the relic becomes safe, but she's sealed in the ring now. So, nope." Yungan flailed, shouting in panic. What's happening to me?" Teresa gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, horrified by the sudden violent reaction. Before she could rush toward him, Jinhyuk gently set his hand on her shoulder and turned her away. "Don't look," he murmured. Behind them, Yungan's cries echoed through the chamber, raw and sharp. Night draped itself over a towering silhouette, a massive dark spire stabbed straight into the sky like a monument to nightmares. The air hummed with tension. A small group stood before the colossal structure. Someone muttered, "Chief, you think we're waiting here for nothing?" Ian, blue-haired and exhausted, rubbed the back of her neck and exhaled. I still can't say if the guy's message is reliable. Nearby, a man tore open a cigarette pack with a practiced flick. He slid one between his lips and replied lazily. Doesn't matter. We wait. We got his message, so we should at least get something. The flame sparked, lighting the cigarette's tip. A puff of smoke curled upward. Ian frowned deeper. The expert said this raid would take at least 3 weeks, remember? He shrugged, blowing out a cloud of smoke that drifted across the moonlit sky. Well, let's hope we don't freeze out here for nothing. And with the enormous dark tower looming above them, the night hung heavy and silent, waiting to see what would crawl out of its depths next. The man lowered his gaze, memories resurfacing, his confident words about the imminent completion of the ruin capture. That was what worried him the most. Jinhyuk wasn't even part of the raid party. Tun snapped his lighter shut, the tiny flame dying out. At that exact moment, the system notification exploded across everyone's vision. The system reported that the ruins known as Abbot of the Fallen had been successfully cleared. The man's jaw dropped. The cigarette slipped from his fingers and hit the ground. A brilliant blue portal burst open, and people began pouring out in waves. At the front stood a black-haired boy and a girl beside him, both visibly exhausted. Chaos erupted instantly. Reporters surged forward, microphones and cameras thrust into faces, flashes going off non-stop. Questions flew everywhere. Congratulations, strategies, how they survived, how they cleared it. Across from the bald man stood a dense crowd of journalists, flashes blinding. Guild members quickly moved to shield Jangon, who now looked pitiful, his hair gone, eyebrows and eyelashes burned clean off. A man in a suit stared, stunned beyond words. Tan and Yen stepped forward, facing the media. What happened inside, they demanded. Teresa answered with a radiant smile. The ruins weren't cleared by the Chang'an raid. Cameras snapped furiously. Someone wearing blue pants and black sneakers stepped forward. Teresa glanced toward the masked figure beside her and continued. He handled almost everything himself. Jinhyuk's face remained hidden behind a black mask. She added casually. The rest of us mostly watched from the sidelines. A bead of sweat slid down Ian's face. She leaned toward Tan and whispered if they should call the association leader. Tan smiled calmly and nodded. Good idea. Nearby, a young man with bandages wrapped around his head clenched his teeth, turned sharply, and walked away without a word. The crowd slowly dispersed as white clouds drifted lazily across the blue sky. A commentator known online as Truth asked loudly, "Who is the man in the mask?" Water poured from a kettle into a plastic container. Screens everywhere buzzed with news headlines. A powerful player clears ruin solo. A masked newcomer shocks the entire raid community. Jinhyuk held chopsticks between his lips as he picked up instant noodles, scrolling casually. He sighed. They really went wild with this, he thought. He knew it would stir discussion, but this was excessive. At least his face was hidden. As he chewed, he remembered Teresa. She had promised to keep everything secret, so he wasn't worried. Chopsticks clinked softly against the bowl. His gaze shifted to the ring on the table. A smile tugged at his lips. Time to talk. The moment he focused on it, Alice's furious voice rang out. How dare you keep me in a dark, smelly pocket? Do you even know who I am? With a wicked grin, Jinhyuk shook the ring. What kind of earthquake is this? Alice shouted. He waved his hand lazily. I'm dizzy, stop, she screamed. Jinhyuk smiled sweetly. Feeling better yet? Alice lay sprawled out, hissing that vampires never forget insults. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Stop, she snapped. He waved again. Still not getting it, huh? Guess I'll explain properly. Her red eyes flew open. I'm going to throw up. Grinning like a menace, Jinhyuk rotated his hand in the air. Alice screamed bloody murder, white hair whipping around as red light flickered wildly. 3 hours later. The ring lay quietly on the table. Alice was begging. Please, stop. Jinhyuk raised his hand. The artifact glowed crimson. The system reported that Jinhyuk was releasing the power of the Braham ring. Alice collapsed onto the floor, hands braced against it. Then she looked up, smiling wide. At last, it's time for revenge. Suddenly, she froze. She stared at Jinhyuk, who now towered over her. Then she looked down at herself. What is this? Jinhyuk explained calmly that he had only materialized part of her soul. She stared at him in disbelief. You're barely at 1% of your original power, he added. Still stronger than a normal vampire, though. Alice crumpled, covering her face as tears streamed down. Jinhyuk told her softly that what he said in the ruins had not been a lie. Shut up, she sobbed. I don't want freedom like this. He grinned. I'll give you the freedom you truly want. Her red eyes lifted slowly. What does that mean? Crossing his arms, he answered plainly. I'll wipe out everyone who betrayed you, if you help me. And I'll return you to your rightful place as head of the Ataraxia clan. The system reported that a new video had been uploaded to the honor roll. On screen, Alice stood half-turned. Jinhyuk held his sword forward. Someone narrated that a raid meant to fail had been overturned by a masked player. Comments flooded in. People admitted they were nervous watching it. Others said his movements didn't resemble a beginner at all. Explosions filled the footage. His magic and technique stunned viewers. His blade shone. So did his eyes. Someone suggested he was the same man from the tree incident. More voices agreed. Flashes surrounded Jinhyuk. Someone typed that he was the nation's new hero. Another asked if every guild was about to chase him. Jinhyuk raised his head slightly. Most guilds don't even have the money, he muttered. Standing before a tall building, he decided that was probably true. He looked at the mask in his hand and grinned. He wasn't interested in guild politics or their petty wars. He didn't care. Suddenly, a massive explosion. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. They want me dead, huh? He kicked aside debris and decided forgiveness was off the table. A crowd of men in black suits surrounded him. He raised his hand. Fire gathered in his palm. If it comes to this, he thought, I'll tear them apart. On the top floor of a building, a man rested his face in his hand. Another young man knelt on the floor, teeth clenched. Jiansu snarled that Jinhyuk should have died in those ruins. He slammed his fist onto the table. Your incompetence woke the guards, and achieved nothing. His face twisted with fury. Because of one idiot, our guild's reputation is collapsing. We might not survive this. The head of the Black Crow Guild kicked Hajin, who groaned in pain. Two guards in black suits stood by the white door. From a fiery blast, Hajin was thrown across the room. A man wearing black sneakers entered. Jinhyuk clenched his fist and asked coldly if Jiansu was the master behind the skill. Jiansu gripped the arm of his chair and shouted for his subordinates to seize Jinhyuk. Hajin slumped to the floor. This is my only chance, he thought grimly. My last chance to reclaim honor. Hajin suddenly leapt into the air, confidence flashing across his face as he assumed he was about to be hailed as Super Hands once again. Instead, the unexpected happened. The main character calmly reached up and removed the mask from his face, revealing a relaxed smile. Before Hajin could even process what was happening, a fist slammed straight into his face. Hajin's body shot backward like a broken doll, crashing violently into the wall. Jiansu stepped forward at once, thrusting his hand out as his voice thundered through the room. He shouted that because of Jinhyuk, they had lost their standing within the association. His eyes burned with fury as he demanded whether the main character truly believed he could just wander around freely after causing such damage. Jinhyuk, unfazed, casually took a seat in a nearby chair. Leaning back, he replied that this was not something Jiansu needed to worry about. That response only deepened Jiansu's scowl. His hand moved slowly toward the sword resting on its stand. A system alert rang out. Jiansu was activating a level 5 flash sword. With a sudden burst of motion, Jiansu leapt onto the table, stretching his arms wide as he stared down at Jinhyuk. Confusion crept into his expression. The man couldn't understand why Jinhyuk remained so relaxed when a blade sharp enough to pierce him in an instant was already in motion. Deciding there was no need to hesitate further, Jiansu brought the glowing blade down toward Jinhyuk's head. Then, clang! Jiansu froze. Something had struck his sword mid-swing. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the fractured blade, sweat breaking out across his forehead. Embedded in the shattered edge was a saber. Jinhyuk grinned in satisfaction. Reaching into a bag filled with checkers, he casually remarked that they were surprisingly convenient for throwing. Placing his feet atop the table, he leaned back with a smile and invited Jiansu to calm down and start a proper conversation. Jiansu froze where he stood atop the table, the shattered sword still clutched in his trembling hand. Veins bulged across his forehead, pulsing violently as rage and fear twisted together inside him. Suddenly, he screamed, demanding to know whether Jinhyuk had truly come back for revenge. Was this because he had once given the order to kill him? The answer seemed to surround him already. The corridor behind them was a nightmare. Flames licked the walls, the structure half collapsed, bodies scattered across the floor like discarded dolls. The air stank of blood and burnt metal. Jinhyuk didn't bother replying. Instead, he hurled a go piece forward. Mana surged through the piece, crackling violently until it gave birth to an electric discharge mid-flight. The piece struck Jiansu squarely on the forehead, bounced off with a sharp metallic shriek, and sent blood spraying across the room. The guild leader collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud. Jinhyuk calmly pulled out another piece, poured mana into it, and tilted his head slightly. He asked whether Jiansu still believed his words were appropriate now. Jiansu wiped the blood from his forehead with shaking hands and stammered that this was enough. He said Jinhyuk could stop now. Jinhyuk raised an eyebrow. Stop in the middle? He asked, genuinely curious. Yak let out a faint smile and suggested being more objective. After all, there were countless rankers currently inside the tower. Jinhyuk didn't look embarrassed in the slightest. He simply asked what came next. Jiansu clenched his fist and shouted that even if Jinhyuk killed him, countless others would chase him down for revenge. Did he not understand what that meant? Blood would demand blood. Revenge would breed more revenge. Unless one side chose to forgive, the killing would never end. Jinhyuk's hand slowly lowered toward the bowl of checkers. He admitted, almost casually, that there was some truth in those words. Blood and revenge did have a way of poisoning peaceful sleep. Then he scooped up a handful of stones. Fire ignited around his hand. Looking down at Jiansu with cold intensity, Jinhyuk proposed a deal. He would take revenge. His side would forgive afterward. The war would end there. More and more glowing light swirled around his clenched fist. Jiansu crawled backward in terror, demanding to know what the point of that logic even was. Gensu raised his arms over his head defensively as Jinhyuk calmly explained that this was his logic. Wait, the man begged. Too late. Jinhyuk attacked. A storm of mana-loaded checkers blasted forward, smashing Jiansu through the window. Glass exploded outward as the guild leader vanished into the open air below. Jinhyuk walked to the edge, peered down to inspect the result of his work, then turned away without a shred of interest. He approached Hajin, who was still trembling on the floor. Jinhyuk's gaze alone felt like a blade. He told Hajin that the only reason he was still alive was because of his little sister. Sliding his hands into his pockets, he warned him never to appear before him again. Hajin nodded frantically, eyes unfocused, staring into nothingness. One of the guards suddenly stirred, trying to play dead. Jinhyuk noticed instantly. He told the guard that if he proved useful, his life would be spared. Then he ordered him to introduce himself. The guard snapped to attention and introduced himself as Hyan. He explained that he handled general guild operations, gave his age, and mentioned that he had studied IT and accounting at Stanford. He claimed he could be trusted with almost anything. Jinhyuk studied him for a moment, then nodded in approval, commenting that the man seemed quite diligent. Leaning back against the chair, Jinhyuk explained that completely destroying the guild wouldn't be very profitable. Instead, he wanted to hand it over. Hyan visibly shuddered. Jinhyuk reassured him that there was no need to panic. Hyan would merely act as the official representative. Hyan pointed at himself, nervously stating that even if he became the guild master, no one would follow him. And he wasn't wrong. If an ordinary member suddenly rose to the top, the entire organization would rebel. Jinhyuk waved that concern away and told him not to worry about those who disagreed. Hyan hesitated, then asked whether Jinhyuk could really deal with them all alone. In response, Jinhyuk pulled a ring out from beneath his t-shirt and asked why he should create unnecessary trouble. He would simply lend him something. A few minutes later, rankers received a message ordering all members ranked A and above to gather on the top floor. Complaints spread immediately. People grumbled that they were busy. Why summon everyone now? Still, they moved. One ranker muttered bitterly that they were practically enslaved, but this was too much. The rankers of the Black Raven Guild climbed the stairs with irritated expressions, suspecting nothing. Ahead, smoke filled the air. A crowd had gathered. One player shoved through, demanding to know why people were blocking the street in front of another guild's building. Then he saw it. The boss lay sprawled across a crushed car below, mouth hanging open, a bruise clearly visible on his forehead. Offices were destroyed. Walls collapsed. The leader was dead. The player rushed upstairs in disbelief, trying to understand who could have issued such an order. When he reached the top floor, he froze. Simpleton Hyan was sitting in the guild leader's chair. Ice formed instantly in the player's hand as he prepared to attack an old acquaintance. Hyan leapt back in terror and screamed. The ranker grabbed him by the tie and demanded every detail without omission. By the window stood a gray-haired girl. Hyan swallowed and announced that the guild now had a new owner. Everyone turned toward the short figure by the window in confusion. The girl sighed and complained that everything was annoying her. Alice turned around. She wore a sharp business dress and remarked calmly that one shouldn't strike first. The ranker stared at Hyan furiously and demanded to know whether this child had really smashed everything. It sounded insane. Alice froze. Her expression twisted into something terrifying. Her eyes flashed red as she asked whether he had just called her child. The man blinked, completely confused. Suddenly, one of the building's windows erupted with blinding light. Then came the explosion. Jinhyuk was already standing on the street below. People began running toward the blast. He turned away, rubbing his face in irritation, thinking about Alice, when his phone buzzed. A message had arrived. He was being summoned for a secondary test. 2 months had passed since the tower's appearance. The world had changed rapidly, and humanity adapted just as fast. News broadcasts showed a masked man drawing global attention. He was clearing ruins alone that even large groups failed to conquer. Only 2 people knew the truth. The masked man, who posed as a mere porter, was Jinhyuk. One was Uncle Kim, the leader of the porters. Jinhyuk asked him to keep the secret. Teresa promised the same. There was Jinhyuk with a mask, and Jinhyuk without one. It made moving through the world far easier. Some time later, Jinhyuk walked toward the Association of the Awakened. Everything was ready. The elevator doors slid open. With a quiet spark of excitement, Jinhyuk stepped inside, thinking that the time had finally come for his power to rise. Time ticked down. He checked his stats. The evaluation seemed almost insultingly simple. While reviewing the information, someone called out to him. 2 familiar figures stood ahead. Old acquaintances. Yonghwa and Taemin. And just like that, trouble smiled at him again. Yonghwa hooked a thumb over her shoulder and explained that these people had claimed to know you personally, so she had spoken with them for a while. Jinhyuk let out a small laugh, clearly amused, and said he might as well introduce everyone properly. He gestured toward Alice first, introducing her as a player from Northern Europe. Standing beside her was Hyan, looking shabby and stiff, whom Jinhyuk had personally appointed as the manager of the Black Crow Guild. He explained that Hyan would be studying dungeons and helping with leveling strategies from now on. With a relaxed smile, Hyan added that if they were acquaintances of the director, then he would naturally help them however he could. Behind his glasses, tears of pride welled up in Hyan's eyes. Hyan briefly recalled how Jiansu had exploited and trampled him in the past and quietly noted that Jinhyuk's current treatment felt like proper compensation for all of it. Turning to Taemin, Jinhyuk told him to ask the new guild head for anything she needed. The couple exchanged warm smiles and commented on how wonderful it was that they were all friends now. After saying their goodbyes, they immediately rushed off to bombard the new leader with requests. As they disappeared, Jinhyuk shot an irritated glance at the vampire beside him. Alice noticed instantly. The 2 of them clashed without warning, raising their voices at each other over the massacre involving the A-rank players. Their argument escalated fast, sharp words flying back and forth. Finally, Alice puffed out her cheeks and turned away when Jinhyuk coldly pointed out that even after living for thousands of years, she still couldn't control herself. Jinhyuk stared at his assistant in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he suggested going hunting. Alice immediately shot the idea down, saying he could hunt alone if he wanted. Jinhyuk waved goodbye to his friends anyway and explained that this would be a driven hunt and he would need support. Alice paused, gazing at the sunset, then asked whether there were even any hunting spots left. The 3rd floor had already been cleared, and the 4th hadn't opened yet. The most valuable dungeons were monopolized by guilds, and everyone believed that all worthwhile locations were gone. Jinhyuk stopped walking and smiled. He was the exception. They descended to the 1st floor, heading toward Moon Lake, a place once famous for having the most beautiful scenery in the tower. Ironically, that was exactly why no one came here anymore. The hero walked slowly along the purple-tinted water, noting how long it had been since he last visited. Back then, humanity's fate had hung by a thread. There had been no room to admire views. Touching the ring lightly, he told Alice to simply watch. When the vampire lord began asking where exactly he planned to hunt, Jinhyuk stepped straight into the water. For the first time, Alice wondered whether water could seep into a ring. Standing serenely within Moon Lake were 12 statues decorating its calm surface. Jinhyuk's eyes fixed on the one farthest away. That statue wasn't just decoration. It served another purpose. He approached it, then asked his assistant whether she remembered the rumors about a hidden mechanism. Jinhyuk began examining the statue closely. Only 3 players had ever discovered this secret. It was almost never discussed publicly, and no one had managed to activate it. Slowly, deliberately, Jinhyuk reached out. He knew the key wasn't ordinary. It was moonlight. Something embedded within the statue reflected it. Using his fingers, he carefully adjusted the angle and intensity of the reflected light. When the system began reacting to the reflection, his hand pressed against the stone. A soft, melodic sound echoed. Behind him, the ground trembled. Stone shifted. Water rushed downward as the lake parted. A hidden passage leading to the lower floors opened before them. Alice materialized fully and looked around in astonishment. She touched the cold waterfall with her fingers, feeling sensations she hadn't experienced in a very long time. Closing her eyes, she murmured that this felt like forgotten freedom. Jinhyuk grinned and asked how it felt. A faint blush crept across the vampire's cheeks. He asked whether she was truly glad she had signed a contract with him. Alice turned away immediately and replied that the words he had spoken back then hadn't sounded like a complete lie. Without another word, they continued descending. Jinhyuk activated the patronage of the heavens. Mana enveloped his body, flowing like a living current. The second stage of defrosting frozen tears began, and his mana rose to 18 points. The guy let out a slow breath and realized, almost with relief, that controlling Alice had become noticeably easier. A small flame bloomed in his palm as he casually summoned fire, and he asked what she thought about the players inside the tower. Even though everyone knew the game had turned into reality, Alice looked at him with open surprise. Did he really think she saw herself as nothing more than a character inside a system? Jinhyuk glanced at his assistant and said he wanted to ask her something. The moment the question left his lips, the world itself rebelled. His body warped as if bitten by invisible teeth. The air crackled with glitches, sound collapsing into static. The distortion twisted his voice into nonsense before cutting it off completely. Alice froze in terror, her eyes widening as she watched him seize up mid-thought. Silence followed. Jinhyuk stared ahead, stunned. He rubbed his chin slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. Anything that touched the core truth of the tower was sealed. Blocked. Forbidden. Ahead of them stretched the fan-shaped caves, yawning like a throat waiting to swallow prey. At least now he knew one thing for sure. Whatever lived inside the tower could not speak freely about its nature. Alice suddenly turned her head. Her eyes glowed faintly as she warned that something was coming. From the darkness, insect legs crept into the light. Beetle claws scraped against stone, sharp edges reflecting the glow of Jinhyuk's flame. He calmly gathered more fire, recalling how he always thought of the -1st floor as nothing more than a spawning ground. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball streaked into the shadows. A massive beetle tore its way into the light, engulfed in flames, shrieking as it burned. That scream was an invitation. More creatures came running, drawn by the noise, the heat, the scent of dying flesh. Snouts stretched toward the fire. Chitin scraped against stone. Jinhyuk's grin widened as excitement surged through him. The cave ahead flooded with monsters, an endless tide crawling up from the abyss itself. A huge scarab charged forward. Alice clutched her chest and screamed in disgust, shouting that the sight was revolting. Jinhyuk waved her back without looking, ordering her to stay behind him. He extended his hand and activated the patronage of the heavens. The air sparked. Mana twisted into a vortex as a yellow beam blasted forward. The shockwave sent hair flying. Light washed over the beetles, sinking into their bodies. Their physical defenses dropped by 30% in an instant. Jinhyuk glanced over his shoulder and told Alice to show him her strength. She bristled in outrage. Why should a noble vampire dirty her hands fighting such vile creatures? He answered by twisting the ring on his finger. Alice paled. A magic circle snapped into existence before her, blood spilling outward as crimson feathers took shape. They sliced through the swarm, carving paths of destruction. One by one, the insects were trapped inside floating spheres of blood, writhing helplessly. Jinhyuk laughed softly and drew his knife. Wonderful. Power surged through his body as the strength amplification activated. He sprinted through the cave, blade flashing, carving through every trapped monster he passed. Notifications stacked endlessly as his level climbed in parallel with his slaughter. He finally stopped. Holding back was agony. Remaining at the first level while carrying so much power had crushed him with stress. The cave trembled again as fresh bugs poured in, surrounding him from all sides. Jinhyuk activated the cemetery of swords. Dark purple smoke poured out around him. He lowered into a fighting stance, eyes burning, a feral smile spreading across his face as he shouted how happy he was to see them. Far away, inside the palace of Olympus, guild leaders sat gathered around a long table. One man folded his fingers together and suggested they begin. Fedric lifted his head, already tired, and reminded them that everyone knew the 8th raid on the 4th floor had ended in failure. He flexed his hands as he spoke. Out of 100 players split into 15 squads, only 9 had come back alive. The boss itself wasn't extraordinary, but it summoned thousands of statues. They needed a solution. A fist slammed into the table. Tenei, the head of the China Guild, snarled that they had failed even while using a divine artifact. How, then, were they supposed to deal with those statues? Maria spoke calmly, Teresa standing beside her. The 2nd and 3rd floors had been cleared too fast, she said. Strong players simply hadn't had enough time to level up. Beck crossed his arms and agreed, then frowned sharply. Wasn't that exactly why guilds like China were causing problems? Hoarding dungeons to monopolize magic crystals? Tenei glared, furious, accusing him of making a serious accusation. Voices rose. Shouting echoed through the hall as the Chinese leader declared they were climbing the tower for humanity itself and would not tolerate slander. Fedric slammed his hand down and ordered them to stop. Infighting was the last thing they needed. Silence fell. Everyone looked toward him as he reminded them why they were really there. Maria asked if he had any ideas. Frederick rubbed his temples and sighed, explaining that a message had arrived from Maine the previous day. If they met one condition, Maine would help. Shock rippled through the room. Angry murmurs grew loud enough to make the chandeliers sway. Teresa watched with unease, realizing just how afraid everyone was of dealing with Maine. It wasn't strange. The guild's influence now rivaled, even surpassed, that of governments. She lowered her gaze. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. Morality mattered more than ever. The chandeliers slowly steadied. Then the lamps began to dim. Energy drained toward the fireplace, drawing every eye. Flames twisted unnaturally as dark smoke curled upward. An old voice echoed from within, displeased. It said it did not like what it was hearing. The fire flared violently, dark energy pulsing inside it, and the voice spoke again, slow and heavy. Pride, it said, was not such a bad thing. An old man in a black robe slowly emerged from the fireplace, soot and shadow clinging to him like a second skin. His presence alone made the air feel heavier. He reminded them calmly that the guilds already knew the truth. On their own, they could not cope. Chairs screeched back as every player at the table jumped to their feet. Beck glared at the intruder with pure hostility and demanded how Maine dared to show himself here. Rage surged through him. He grabbed the massive table with both hands and smashed it apart, then hurled what remained straight at the old man. The slab flew like a missile. Tenway reacted instantly. A sword flashed into his grip, and with a single swing he sliced the table cleanly in half as it passed his face. He clicked his tongue and said that for once, he actually agreed with Beck. Maine didn't even flinch. Leaning casually on his cane, he remarked that they were all hotheads. Still, he added, once they heard his proposal, their opinions would surely change. A thin smile tugged at his lips as he explained that he was willing to assist them, and in return, help them deal with the boss of the third floor. Beck spread his arms wide and shouted in disbelief. Even if they united, they wouldn't gather 100 people. How were they supposed to fight an entire army? The old man lifted his hands slowly and replied that numbers could be created. Dark energy spiraled around him like living smoke. He struck the floor with his cane. The guardian of the Black Cemetery awakened. Frederick noticed movement outside the window and stiffened. A skeletal hand burst from the ground in the courtyard. Then another. And another. Skeleton warriors began clawing their way up, one after another, until the yard filled with rattling bones. Maine calmly noted that thanks to the wars that had recently ended, there were plenty of usable corpses. As they could see, there were also many capable necromancers among the Maines. The leader frowned, unconsciously counting the dead in his head. Outside, the undead stood in rigid formation as the sky slowly turned purple. Frederick suddenly turned his head. His gaze locked onto the staff. The necromancer lifted it horizontally and said that such an artifact could only be created by collecting 99 items. This, he declared, was the Staff of Greed. Tenway frowned. A bead of sweat slid down his temple as he muttered that a necromancer fused with such an artifact might actually stand a chance against the boss of the third floor. Maria bristled with anger. Beck stepped closer to Maine and growled that the right thing to do would be to kill the enemy right now. The old man swallowed quietly. If the public never learned of this agreement, perhaps the gamble would be worth it. Teresa watched her leaders with tired eyes. A shield and sword were already in her hands. She thought about cooperating with Maine and felt like everyone in this room had lost their minds. For a brief moment, she imagined Jinhyuk. If he were here, none of this madness would be happening. A request for a video call suddenly appeared before her eyes. Jinhyuk. She accepted. A small window opened, revealing him. He asked how she was doing, then glanced off to the side with visible fatigue. His gaze shifted back, landed on the old man, and he asked what kind of strange situation this was. The necromancer turned sharply toward the projection and said that since someone had already spoken, he should show his face properly. The call switched to conference mode. Every guild leader froze. A man in a mask now filled the screen, silently observing the meeting room. This was the player who had cleared a dungeon alone. The unknown monster every major guild in the world wanted to recruit. And now, without warning, this absurdly powerful newbie was right in front of them. Nervous smiles spread. Mouths went dry. Excitement buzzed through the room like static. Even Maine smiled. He coughed lightly into his fist and asked whether the player understood that the boss would be on a completely different level this time. Outside, the undead shifted awkwardly beneath the windows. Their new master claimed that the number he had summoned would be enough, and several guild leaders reluctantly nodded. Jinhyuk stared at the scene, clearly stunned. Teresa stood nearby, looking lost. He spoke calmly, asking whether the necromancer was truly confident in that fake staff. The heart of a saint and a prison uniform anointed with oil were both missing, he pointed out. Without them, the staff could not be complete. Frederick shot him a cold look and demanded proof. Jinhyuk's eyes flicked to the staff as he explained that the true staff of greed had a red stone beneath the skull. Several key materials required to create the real artifact simply did not exist on the currently open floors. The skeletons continued to wander aimlessly through the courtyard. Jinhyuk told them to look carefully at those soldiers. They were too weak. In the boss's room, they wouldn't even last a quarter of a day. Slowly, the guild leaders turned their eyes toward the old man. And as the masked stranger finished speaking, an uncomfortable realization settled in. If things went wrong, this necromancer would abandon them without hesitation, running away with the loot like some bargain bin swindler. The necromancer stayed silent for a few seconds, unnervingly patient. Then his mouth twisted, and he spat out a curse. Slamming his staff into the ground, he declared that they would all regret refusing his offer. In the next instant, his body dissolved into shadow and vanished. As he disappeared, the dead filling the courtyard collapsed into dust, leaving the yard eerily empty. Frederick stepped closer to the window, unease tightening his face. He slid a hand into his pocket and asked what they were supposed to do now. Jinhyuk looked at the gathered leaders through the screen and told them to leave it to him. They didn't need to cooperate with the mains at all. He would take responsibility. The leaders exchanged wary glances before turning back to the call. Could he really handle it alone? Yes, Jinhyuk replied immediately, without hesitation. That single word tipped the balance. One by one, they calculated the risks. They wouldn't lose much by agreeing, and a chance like this might never come again. Maria cut through the murmurs and announced that Olympus would fully finance the hero. Beck clenched his fist in delight. Frederick followed, starting to negotiate terms, but Jinhyuk interrupted him. He didn't need anything. If they restricted access to other players and allowed him to enter alone, there was no need for a reward. Maria stared at him and asked why. What was his reason for doing all this? The masked man scratched the side of his mask with one finger and answered simply that he was doing what had to be done. For the sake of his colleagues. The ones he cared about. Teresa flushed crimson. Jinhyuk, meanwhile, was sweating under the mask. This was way too much pointless pathos. The saint continued smiling sweetly, visibly flustered. Beck even blushed and shouted that he admired such camaraderie. As a guild representative, he said, he had nothing more to add. Those words had struck him right in the heart. The camera was still recording. Ordinary players would have demanded payment. But this? This was worth far more in the long run. Beneath the mask, Jinhyuk's expression sharpened. A player who refused rewards for his comrades could gain far more than money. With a casual wave of his hand, he ended the call. He couldn't afford to clash openly with the guilds. Instead, he'd edit the footage and upload it carefully, trimming out anything involving the mains. Opening his status window, he noted that everything was unfolding even better than he'd expected. Then his assistant called out. Alice burst out of a mountain of bug corpses, screaming that it was impossible to dump everything on her. Jinhyuk decided that if she still had enough energy to complain, she wasn't dying anytime soon. She floated over, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, accusing him of slavery disguised as cooperation. He replied calmly that this was an unfounded accusation and opened the shop window, saying he just wanted to buy her a mana recovery item. That's not enough, Alice snapped. Jinhyuk gave a nervous smile and asked again. She leaned closer, eyes narrowing. That alone wouldn't restore her strength. And if her mana ran out, how was she supposed to help him? Her lips glistened. She clenched her fingers and said she needed to restore mana the traditional way. Jinhyuk stepped back in alarm and told her to calm down. Too late. Alice lunged at his neck. The long-awaited moment arrived. She pulled back with a satisfied smile, wiping her mouth. Delicious. Jinhyuk stared blankly ahead, neck exposed, soul temporarily vacated. Alice announced cheerfully that her mana was replenished and asked what they should do next. He glanced at the shop again and said they needed to stock up. Alice frowned, pointing out that he'd bought a bunch of junk. But then she added that sometimes, even a temple had its uses. They reached the edge of the abyss. Jinhyuk looked down and said that from now on, they'd be very busy. Smiling at her, he declared they would clear the minus floor in a single day. He told her to hold on. Then he jumped. They plummeted. Alice screamed that he didn't even know how deep it was. How could he jump like that? Jinhyuk just smiled. He'd jumped here over 100 times. He knew. She grabbed his cloak as they fell. At the last moment, Jinhyuk activated reverse gravity, softening the impact. Alice landed shakily, exhausted, and called him reckless. Then she stiffened. Jinhyuk calmly set fire to a bowl in the center of the chamber and said everything was fine. They were being watched. Worm-like creatures with fanged mouths lined the room, motionless. At the far end, seated upon a throne, was a massive stone statue of a deity. The hero called out to him. A voice echoed through the chamber, asking whether the man truly knew him. Jinhyuk smiled calmly and answered that of course he did. The Hound of the Desert, Anubis, returned his smile. The deity studied him and said that since he was the first to come down here, he had wanted some entertainment. Unfortunately, the man had only hastened his own death. Jinhyuk replied that he hadn't come here to chat. Anubis burst out laughing and mocked him. Did he really think himself so grand that the god would fight him personally? Alice stepped in front of Jinhyuk, shielding him and ordering him to run while she dealt with the deity. Jinhyuk smiled, genuinely touched. He stepped past her, told her not to worry, and said she should just watch. Anubis's eyes burned with anger. Jinhyuk declared that he would show her exactly what kind of man she had made a contract with. The deity summoned a sickle, amused, and activated Anubis' judgment. He asked whether the hero had learned about him from the vampire. Behind Jinhyuk, a spectral girl holding scales appeared. He knew this ability well. The hyena always used it. Once the questions were answered, the court's absolute judgment would be enforced. And the condition to copy it was simple. Destroy Anubis' incarnation. By making him furious enough to forget himself. He smiled and answered without hesitation. If his reply had been wrong, he would never have known about this place to begin with. The hound's lips curled back as he growled, asking whether Jinhyuk had come here for the hive. Jinhyuk casually raised an OK sign and explained that it sold for an absurd amount on the black market. Behind him, the girl with the scales gently placed a glowing heart onto them. The judgment continued. Anubis leaned closer, his voice dropping as he announced the final question. Did the man truly believe he could enter his territory and walk out alive? Jinhyuk slowly turned his thumb downward. If I can't beat you, he replied calmly, then I'll throw everything away and die. Simple. The ground shuddered violently. Black stakes burst upward from the earth as the court of Anubis activated. In an instant, Jinhyuk found himself trapped inside a cocoon shaped like the hound's head. A crushing weight pressed down on him as all his stats dropped by half. The sickle turned, not toward him, but toward a massive praying mantis waiting nearby. Now, the representative would pass judgment. The insect's body began to twist and swell. Its shell cracked and reshaped itself while Anubis and his companion watched with equal parts patience and disgust. When the transformation ended, a massive black giant mantis loomed before Jinhyuk, its presence suffocating. The creature leaned in close. Well? Anubis asked mockingly. How do you like my representative? Jinhyuk raised a hand, summoning an object. Impressive, he admitted. A gramophone appeared and was gently placed on the floor. But this will be enough. Anubis blinked. Confused. Was the man really planning to overwhelm the representative's mind? Jinhyuk closed his eyes and waved his hand. The mantis attacked. Instead of retreating, Jinhyuk struck a strange, flowing pose, half dancer, half lunatic, and said lightly that one must give oneself completely to the music. The perfect music, refined through countless trials and errors. The gramophone crackled to life. Jinhyuk moved. He danced. Every step, every sway, every turn matched the rhythm precisely. Blades sliced through the air where he had been moments before. The trumpets in the music blared in perfect sync with the mantis's attack patterns. Jinhyuk dodged everything, parried effortlessly, and never once broke rhythm. He wasn't reacting. He was controlling the fight. Anubis's eyes widened. The man wasn't relying on luck. He was calculating every movement through sound itself. Sweat poured down Jinhyuk's body. 1 minute passed. His skills returned. The dance ended. Jinhyuk's expression hardened as he lunged forward, hacking into the monster's limbs. Green blood sprayed across the floor. A claw flew off and skidded away. Anubis snarled, baring his fangs. His representative could regenerate in seconds. If Jinhyuk exhausted himself, it would be over. Jinhyuk clicked his tongue, annoyed. He admitted that killing the mantis outright wasn't possible right now. But, he added, grabbing his knife, I can make it want to die. The fight turned brutal. Limbs were severed again and again. Mantis screamed, coughed up blood, and finally began to sob. Alice watched in disbelief. She knew Jinhyuk was strong, but not like this. Not to the point of casually breaking a god's champion. Then she understood. A faint smile curved her lips. Her cheeks warmed with a blush. Hope bloomed, real hope, that this man could help her take revenge. Mantis collapsed, crying on the floor. Anubis roared at him to stand and fight, forbidding him from running. The mantis trembled, a proud warrior once chosen by a god. Jinhyuk walked toward him slowly. This was the final stage. He didn't just destroy the body, he crushed the creature's faith in its own invincibility. Suddenly, Jinhyuk sat down casually on the mantis's head. Mantis jerked upright in panic, flinging Jinhyuk into the air. Then, in a moment of utter despair, the mantis turned its blade inward and ended its own life. Silence. Anubis froze. His representative had killed itself. Jinhyuk landed, wiping sweat from his face. His level climbed. Among the remains, he picked up a skill book, one that normally only appeared on the middle floors of the tower. He smiled, thoroughly satisfied. Ice crystallized in the air around him as he learned the skill of ice creation. He squeezed the book and remarked that it was a worthwhile purchase. Anubis narrowed his eyes, finally acknowledging that the hero was no ordinary man. "But do you truly think you can win?" the god asked coldly, "by betting everything on ice?" Jinhyuk clenched his fists and reminded him that the hound couldn't even attack directly. "Or am I wrong?" he added lightly. "You're sitting comfortably on the 42nd floor, aren't you?" Anubis frowned. Then asked why the man had challenged him at all. Jinhyuk smiled. "Because I'm having fun." The statue surged with power. The god's voice thundered, asking whether she, his representative, had been nothing more than entertainment. Insects began crawling out from every crevice. As Anubis screamed in fury at the lack of respect, the hive was finally unleashed. The boss of the 0 floor let out a furious scream, its voice cracking the air as it ordered its swarm to tear apart the impudent human before it. Ice shards burst outward, smashing bees mid-flight and shattering them into glittering fragments. Jinhyuk grinned, genuinely impressed by their absurd numbers. Then fire crept up his arm, licking his skin without burning it. He lowered his stance. The creatures swarmed from every direction, a living storm. Jinhyuk moved his hands calmly, weaving fire and ice together. The elements twisted, fused, and compressed until a blinding white sphere bloomed between his palms. The insects, driven by instinct alone, piled onto him without a shred of caution. Alice gasped. Jinhyuk vanished beneath a writhing mass of wings and fangs. A system message chimed. Skill acquired, daylight. From the heart of the swarm, beams of light exploded outward, piercing in every direction. Energy collapsed inward, compressing to a single point. Then, boom. A colossal beam erupted, vaporizing everything in its path. The insects didn't feel fear. They simply watched, soulless, as the light erased them. Jinhyuk steadied his arm, guiding the beam like a weapon. Anubis shielded his eyes, snarling. This wasn't working. He needed a new tactic. Dark power gathered in his palm as he activated a chosen creature. From within the hive, something far stronger began to emerge. Red newborn eyes snapped open, locking onto Jinhyuk at impossible angles. A massive hornet burst forth. Jinhyuk pointed lazily. Ice bullets formed and fired. The hornet was torn apart mid-charge. Too easy. But the chosen ones didn't just die, they multiplied. Now dozens of hornets flooded the air. Jinhyuk watched them calmly from the ground. No matter what skill he used, it barely mattered anymore. With a cheerful hum, he pulled out a reinforcement pill, one that enlarged objects tenfold. Instead of using it on himself, he tossed it forward. The pill vanished straight into a hornet's mouth. The creature crashed into the ground. Effect activates in 1 minute. Chaos followed. Bees slammed into each other, wings tangling, formations collapsing. Jinhyuk leapt onto a hornet mid-flight, grabbed its antenna, and squeezed. Just like that, he took control. Anubis slammed his fist against the armrest, barking orders non-stop. Jinhyuk ignored him and charged straight for the hive. He knew the trick now, these monsters didn't die. They multiplied. A mechanic designed to grind hope into dust. He used it against them. The rider glanced back, forcing the hornets chasing him to collide and sting one another. In that absurd mess, the enemy couldn't think straight. Jinhyuk activated incomprehensible cube. Several hornets froze in midair, trapped. He opened the system window and created more cubes. One after another, insects were sealed away. Jinhyuk landed lightly on the ground. Endless repetition had taught him everything: patterns, flow, outcomes. Fire ignited inside the cubes. With an excited grin, he made a decision that would make any sane strategist faint. He triggered it. An explosion roared from within the combined cube. At the same time, the pill took effect. From the blast spilled an absurd sight, giant pills scattered everywhere like candy from a broken jar. To fight a boss commanding an infinite army, you needed numbers to match. And Jinhyuk was farming them. Level up notifications popped non-stop as endlessly multiplying monsters died again and again. Perfect. Absolute efficiency. Anubis stared, utterly baffled. He finally understood. The man had prepared everything in advance, studied the hive, its mechanics, its weakness, and turned it into a trap. Jinhyuk smiled, completely satisfied. The god's fist slammed down in rage. He had been provoked from the very beginning. Snarling curses, Anubis clenched his hand and crushed the hive itself. It shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the chamber. Jin-hyuk sighed. Honestly disappointed. I was just getting warmed up. Anubis screamed about disrespect, about insolence, smashing the floor again and again like a furious child. He pointed his sickle at Jin-hyuk, roaring that the man must survive and climb up to face him. Jin-hyuk smiled politely. No need to shout. I was planning to do that anyway. Anubis returned the smile, cold and vicious. He closed his eyes. Cracks spread across his face as the vessel began to collapse. The receptacle of Anubis was destroyed. Conditions fulfilled. System notifications flooded in, announcing a new skill, displaying descriptions, and warning that the gods of Egypt had begun to take interest in him. Jin-hyuk exhaled slowly. Great. Now he had divine haters. Alice stared at him in disbelief, asking what in the world had just happened. Jin-hyuk walked forward calmly, checking his stats. He nodded in satisfaction. He had never gained this many levels in one place before. Without hesitation, he pumped every stat at once. A video call request appeared. He motioned for Alice to step aside. Yusung appeared on the screen, scowling hard enough to crack glass. He demanded to know where Jin-hyuk was, complaining that he didn't recognize the location at all. Then the swordsman calmed himself and made an offer. In 24 hours, the martial arts tournament of the Awakened Association would begin. All players of a rank and above, including Jin-hyuk, were invited. The timing, as always, was perfect chaos. They still went ahead with the tournament, even though the world had far more urgent problems breathing down its neck. Yusung frowned the moment the call connected. He directly challenged the hero, asking him to participate and fight him again. Jin-hyuk tilted his head, clearly confused. Why would he waste something as precious as time on a flashy competition? The only thing that interested him was one simple question: were there any skills worth copying? Yusung smirked and said refusal was not an option. A black pass materialized in his hand. That single item answered everything. Moments later, a hammer slammed down against a metal plate. Sold, the host announced cheerfully. Yusung explained with practiced ease. The black market wasn't some shady stall where players traded coins. It was a hidden auction house where only invited guests could bid, and only with real money. No discounts. No mercy. Jin-hyuk took his seat, watching quietly as the so-called test tower, once just a game mechanic, had completely turned into reality. Auctions, sponsors, relic trading, people were already preparing equipment just to challenge the third-floor boss. If this was a playground for the rich, then maybe he could pick up a few useful toys. The system chimed again. His video had gone viral. Someone unknown had uploaded it on a freshly created channel. The masked player stood front and center, with Teresa and the leaders of major guilds visible in the background. Conveniently edited. No guild was painted in a bad light. No one was stupid enough to start beef with organizations that powerful. The reaction was exactly what Jin-hyuk expected. A mysterious masked player. Guild leaders who had failed raid after raid. A calm declaration that he would go alone. That kind of confidence naturally drew attention. The video could only be watched once per day, yet it still pulled 50 million views. The math was easy. 100 coins per 10,000 views meant 500,000 coins total. After the absolutely criminal 90% commission, he still pocketed 50,000 coins. Jin-hyuk smiled. The commission was robbery, but profit was profit. After a short calculation session, he yawned and leaned back in his seat, staring at the arena. So when does this stupid tournament end? On the field, fairly ordinary fighters were clashing. The organizers had selected 24 players, all A rank or above. After repeated failures on the third floor, the Awakened Association and the major guilds had decided to broadcast the tournament worldwide. They wanted to remind the public that humanity still had monsters of its own. Jin-hyuk watched calmly. Not everyone spent their days on video platforms. This was a clean way to restore morale and ease public fear. He understood the strategy instantly. His mind drifted back to his conversation with Yusung. Back then, Jin-hyuk had said he wasn't even A rank yet, so participating made no sense. Yusung had responded seriously. This tournament's winner would get 2 privileges. First, a relic of their choosing from the National Museum. Second, the right to challenge anyone, even someone who hadn't participated. Yusung had practically shouted, promising that this time, he would defeat Jin-hyuk in front of everyone. The next match began. 2 fighters clashed, arguing mid-battle, then froze. One of them noticed something towering behind his opponent. A summoned creature. The monster swung its arm and slammed into the arena. The impact scattered the fighters like bowling pins. The explosion sent shockwaves that threw bodies straight to the arena's edge. Elsewhere, Old Man Wu and his assistant finished their match cleanly. The managers returned to their seats, updating statistics in real time. Watching players like this, they could finally breathe a little easier. Humanity wasn't helpless yet. Recruitment offers were already being drafted. Daipyo, the leader of the Black Cloud Guild, smiled lazily. He said there was only one player he truly liked. His gaze locked onto Yusung, praising his performance. Wide vision, precise control, versatile attacks, he was impressive. Yusung ended his fight decisively. Daipyo clicked his tongue, irritated. He remembered clearly, this was the first man who had ever rejected his guild. Behind him, a subordinate adjusted his glasses nervously and muttered that he couldn't keep watching. If he were out there, he'd crush everyone and make the man who rejected the guild kneel. John chuckled and removed his glasses. He turned sharply toward the younger man, his smile fading into something cold and serious. He told him to forget the tournament battles and focus on the upcoming interview. None of this was free, every move was an investment. Daipyo, the guild leader, leaned back. That boy had everything it took. Given 3 years, reaching S rank wasn't a dream, it was an expectation. If word ever got out that he had personally nurtured a rising star, the prestige of the guild would skyrocket. Of course, it would be even better if that star didn't shine too loudly just yet. Fame was useful, but control was priceless. While such thoughts brewed behind the scenes, the tournament rolled on without mercy. Steel clashed. Mana flared. One fighter stormed forward with blades mounted along his forearms, spinning like a living weapon, only for both him and his opponent to be pierced in the same instant by a devastating strike. The shockwave sent the remaining fighters flying across the arena. Yusung stepped forward and finished the exchange with a clean, overwhelming blow. He exhaled slowly, faint particles of mana drifting from his lips. The crowd held its breath. The broadcast commentators were already preparing to announce the winner. Yusung lifted his sword and began to speak, then abruptly pointed the blade toward the audience. A ripple of confusion swept through the stands. Who was he choosing? Eyes followed the tip of the sword. Some gasped. Others leaned forward, squinting. Yusung gave a short command, ordering someone to step forward. Jung jumped to his feet instantly, shouting that he approved of the choice. A heavy hand landed on his shoulder. The boss pressed him back into his seat, calm but firm, and told him he wasn't the one being called. He tilted Jung's chin upward slightly and told him to look more carefully. Not where the sword was pointing. A little higher. John stiffened. Yusung shouted from behind, telling him to stop pretending and just go already. He was convinced, absolutely convinced, that no one else here was worthy except himself and Daipyo. Then, reluctantly, someone stood up behind him. Jinhyuk. Hands tucked casually into his pockets, he sighed and muttered that the swordsman really knew how to get on people's nerves. Yusung slowly lowered his blade. It wasn't a mistake. He had really chosen him. A wave of murmurs swept through the arena. Managers frantically ordered agents to pull up data. Screens flickered. Statistics appeared. Then the crowd froze. F rank. The horror was immediate. Before anyone could protest, Jinhyuk casually hopped down into the arena. If Yusung had challenged another A rank, the duel would have been legendary. But choosing someone so low-ranked? Daipyo narrowed his eyes, uneasy. Was this arrogance, or something else? Jinhyuk planted his hands on his hips and tilted his head. If you lose again, he said lazily, maybe it's time you learn how to admit defeat. Yusung stared at him, eyes sharp. He asked if Jinhyuk really talked like that while standing in front of a clear victory. Jinhyuk smiled, sharp and sarcastic. You've gotten stronger, he admitted. I'll give you that. Yusung's teeth clenched. He had chased that gap relentlessly. Power surged around him as his aura erupted. He dropped into a fighting stance and told Jinhyuk to fight seriously, only if he was prepared to do the same. Sword soul stance. The blade ignited with a blue flame. Jinhyuk rubbed the bridge of his nose, exhausted. Seeing that technique again made his head hurt. He pressed his lips together, sparked a kula, and nodded. Fine. Fire met blue flame. Both fighters moved. The day outside was bright. Calm. Peaceful. Then the world exploded. A deafening roar split the sky. The roof shattered. A massive hole tore open overhead as ice and energy blasted through the structure. Debris rained down, burying half the arena. Yusung staggered. His legs gave out. Barely standing, he gasped out one question. How many skills did he even have? Then he collapsed. Jinhyuk casually reached into his pocket and smirked. Thanks for the black market invite. The crowd went insane. People screamed about the ice projectile, the beam, the ceiling being blown apart like paper. Cameras shook from excitement. Jinhyuk knelt down beside an old man and greeted him casually, saying it had been a long time. The old man raised an eyebrow and replied that this was actually their first meeting since the incident at the museum. Jinhyuk laughed, scratching his head, admitting that the first meeting had been rough. He hoped that was all water under the bridge now. He turned toward Yuri, sat down comfortably, and said that since they were aiming for peaceful coexistence, she could at least hear him out and give him her number. Yuri coughed into her fist, face heating up. Jinhyuk calmly flipped the screen toward her and said she didn't have to give it, unless she could handle the consequences. She froze. That wasn't a request. That was blackmail. Suddenly, someone leapt from the stands and landed in the arena with a heavy thud, shouting about how incredible this all was. Jinhyuk activated the Eye of Truth and looked at the newcomer coldly. The system displayed Jay's stats. Jinhyuk laughed. He hadn't expected to see something this entertaining today. But copying required more than stats, it required understanding intent. John waved his hand, smiling, and told him not to look so hostile. He hadn't come to fight. They shared the same field, after all. Colleagues were bound to cross paths sooner or later. He extended his hand for a shake. Polite. Calm. Too calm. Jinhyuk smiled faintly. Behind that expression, everything was visible: anger, jealousy, ambition, hatred. Reporters were already leaning in. The extended hand, the hidden ability, the weight behind the smile. The strength of a giant. The leader of the Dark Fortune Guild wasn't here to greet him. He wanted to defeat him in front of the cameras and claim the spotlight. Jinhyuk read him like a children's book. The system chimed. Hidden intention identified. Copy conditions fulfilled. Back when the tower was just a game, skills like this were rare. Now, reality had cracked it wide open. Skills people struggled for were lining up, waiting to be taken. Jinhyuk smiled. So this is a greeting from Dark Fortune? John smiled wider and said they'd be happy if Jinhyuk joined them. They stepped closer. Jinhyuk asked casually if there'd be a signing bonus. John laughed and told him to name the price. They reached out. John froze, anticipation burning in his eyes. Jinhyuk's grip tightened. He leaned in and asked quietly if John really believed brute strength alone was enough to defeat him. A red aura exploded around Jinhyuk. Of course, he replied calmly. The skill activated. Shockwaves rippled outward. The cord of Anubis flared behind John. His knees slammed into the ground. Jinhyuk watched closely. Impressive. He was holding on. He stared down at him coldly and asked where that confidence went. Where was his pride, writhing on the floor like this? The grip tightened again. Electricity surged. John screamed. He begged him to stop, fist slamming uselessly against Jinhyuk's arm. Jinhyuk released him, and punched him square in the stomach. John spat blood and flew across the arena, crashing into the far edge. Jinhyuk walked after him and told him not to pretend this was friendship. A red aura brushed John's neck. Another presence landed in the arena. Jinhyuk turned, Eye of Truth active. Daipyo. Furious. His event had been ruined. Jinhyuk slipped one hand into his pocket, unfazed. He knew the man was angry, though honestly, he could have been more polite about it. The berserker engulfed himself in flaming mana and demanded to know if Jinhyuk was scared. Jinhyuk waved him over lazily. Not today. I'm not beating a guild master yet. Daipyo's eyes went black. He cursed and launched himself upward, blood rage exploding, hand reaching out as he asked if Jinhyuk really thought this was possible. Jinhyuk extended his hand calmly. Daylight. The arena flooded with blinding brilliance. A knife flashed into his free hand. At the last instant, the blow was blocked, reflected by sheer instinct and skill. Daipyo stared, fury mixing with disbelief. He muttered that the youth had even reflected his energy. Something he had believed was impossible. During the raid against the Divine Warrior boss on the second floor, Daipyo stood at the very front of the vanguard. To Jinhyuk, this man was not an ally, but an opponent he would eventually have to face. Daipyo roared, his voice filled with fury, warning Jinhyuk to stop mocking him. Jinhyuk merely glanced sideways, unimpressed. Before the situation could escalate further, a sharp voice cut through the tension, ordering them to stop. The berserker at the center of the confrontation was suddenly enveloped in green magic. Both fighters turned toward the speaker, who calmly explained that this tournament was being broadcast to the entire population. If they were to stand on this stage, then they had a responsibility to prove themselves worthy of trust. Moments later, a staff struck the ground, echoing across the arena. Sang Jin stepped forward at the head of the group. Jinhyuk frowned slightly. He recognized him instantly. This was the man known as the leader responsible for unifying Korea's Awakened. At the same time, Sang Jin's brows furrowed as he studied Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk, meanwhile, realized something else. This man wasn't just a figurehead. He was the leader of the Awakened Association itself. Daipyo pointed a finger at Sang Jin and scoffed, saying his timing was perfect. After all, this was the guy who had just turned one of their guild members into a complete wreck. Sang Jin frowned and told him to calm down. This wasn't a theatrical performance. It was a tournament. Injuries were expected. Sang Jin then turned his attention to Jinhyuk, greeted him politely, and introduced himself. As he did, memories surfaced. He recalled sitting in his office for nearly 20 minutes earlier that day, listening to an urgent call from Director Park, the man overseeing the tournament, who insisted he come immediately. At the same time, a bespectacled man from the audience had been calling for him non-stop. Then the blue-haired official spoke again, stating there were too many inconsistencies in the data. They had rechecked the test results and discovered that the examiner had been influenced. His expression hardened as he announced the conclusion. Jinhyuk was officially ranked 16th in Korea. An S rank. Sang Jin and his entourage bowed deeply. He apologized sincerely for assigning the wrong rank earlier. For a moment, silence gripped the arena. Then the entire audience exploded. People leapt from their seats, screaming in disbelief. Amid the chaos, sprinted past Daipyo, shouting for everyone to clear the way. His opponent lay unconscious behind him. The white-haired man clenched his teeth, struggling to understand what had just happened. This tournament was meant to be a grand stage for the Dark Fortune Guild. Instead, they had been completely trampled. Leaning forward, he realized he needed to regain control of the narrative. Daipyo suddenly grabbed a reporter's wrist and announced that their guild would soon be launching an attack on the third-floor boss. Shrugging off his jacket, he tossed it aside and barked orders to contact them later before storming away. The white-haired man's face darkened. Hundreds of cameras now surrounded Jinhyuk. Daipyo closed his eyes briefly, then turned and left without another word. A system notification rang out. The conditions for copying had been fulfilled. Jinhyuk obtained the unique ability, Blood Rage Energy. News outlets immediately released articles about the emergence of a new S-rank player. In the comments, people laughed mercilessly at how one fighter had collapsed from a single blow. Jinhyuk smirked. The reaction was perfect. Sang Jin turned to his subordinates and stated that, as an apology, they would provide him with a private plane. Jinhyuk leaned back in his seat, finally understanding why everyone chased high ranks so desperately. The difference in treatment was absurd. The plane soared through the sky. A stewardess approached, carefully placing food and a drink in front of him. Jinhyuk stared at the spread and thought to himself if this was really first class. His mood instantly brightened, and he began eating happily. Alice contacted him. He asked what she wanted, turning toward the blonde as she told him to pay close attention to someone nearby. A strange aura radiated from a green-eyed man not far away. The vampire wrinkled her nose and remarked that his blood smelled awful. The brunette looked at her suspiciously and asked why she was complaining. Alice replied calmly that the man was dangerous. Jinhyuk frowned. If Alice, who usually viewed humans as nothing more than walking blood bags, said something like that, then something was seriously wrong. Another system alert appeared. Eye of Truth activated. Jinhyuk's eyes widened as information flooded his vision. He read the man's characteristics, then froze when he reached the copying conditions. To copy him, he would need to join the Association of Mains. The blonde smiled faintly. Jinhyuk was stunned. He was a man. The brunette looked at him with excitement, barely believing it. Despite being one of them, he spoke so calmly, so naturally. The man noticed Jinhyuk staring and tilted his head slightly. "Are you Jinhyuk, by any chance?" The man pointed directly at the hero and asked bluntly if it was true that he had received an S rank in Korea. Jinhyuk frowned slightly. This was no coincidence. The man had boarded this plane deliberately. It became clear that after the announcement of his S rank, interest in him was no longer limited to major guilds alone. The brunette smiled and said casually that he had only received his rank recently. Jinhyuk responded that he had seen him during the tournament and that his performance had been impressive. At that, the man handed over a business card and introduced himself as Alex. The blonde beside him laughed softly and remarked that meeting like this must be fate. He suggested they have a drink together, adding that on a long flight, nothing passed the time better than alcohol. Jinhyuk smiled faintly, deciding to play along, and agreed. An expensive cognac was placed in front of them. Alex began speaking about himself, smiling as he talked about his cosmetics business, how it had grown, and the challenges he had faced since the appearance of the Tower of Trials. Jinhyuk listened politely, nodding at appropriate moments, while wondering whether this man, smiling so easily, already knew exactly who he was dealing with. The blonde swirled his glass and said calmly that he hadn't come to Korea purely for business. Alex glanced down at his drink and said that expanding into dealings with the Awakened was inevitable. One had to move with the times. He took a sip, then sighed and admitted there was a problem. Setting his glass down, the blonde asked if Jinhyuk had heard about the masked player. Jinhyuk replied that he had seen footage of him proposing an attack on the third-floor boss and asked whether the brunette had any connection to that individual. Alex smiled faintly and explained that they too had wanted to participate in the third-floor raid, but that the masked player had blocked their path. Jinhyuk frowned slightly as Alex continued. The masked man had claimed it was for the protection of his comrades, refusing all cooperation and insisting on acting alone. He had told them not to interfere. Jinhyuk studied Alex carefully and remarked that it sounded as if they knew the masked player personally. Alex answered that one could say that. Jinhyuk thought to himself how unsettling it was that this man could lie so calmly. Dropping an ice cube into his glass, Alex spoke again. He suggested that if Jinhyuk accompanied them to the third floor, straight to the boss's chamber, it would be a tremendous help. He poured more cognac and continued speaking as though this were a simple business proposal. Jinhyuk raised a hand and asked whether it was true that the masked player had declared he would fight alone. The foreigner passed him the glass and reminded him that S ranks were granted autonomy. No one could stop them. Moreover, they would be free to claim items from the third floor. Jinhyuk declined the drink politely. Even the major guilds had allowed the masked player to proceed alone, blocking the entrance behind him. Did Alex really intend to reach the boss by going through him? Jinhyuk frowned and asked whether this request was not too extreme. He had only just received his rank, and already Alex was asking him to oppose the decisions of the largest guilds. Alex smiled calmly and reminded him that he was a businessman. The higher the demand, the higher the offer. A bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. He asked whether Jinhyuk had heard of a medicine capable of curing any disease, even those considered incurable. The blonde's expression darkened as he handed over the elixir. Jinhyuk was genuinely impressed. Holding the bottle, he wondered what the main association had done to acquire such a rare item. He admitted that it interested him. Alex reached inside his jacket and said that many people desired this elixir, yet he was offering it in advance. Placing a contract on the table, he said the bottle would belong to Jinhyuk once he signed. The system issued a warning. Alex had activated a contract with the dead. Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed. The foreigner emphasized that such opportunities were exceedingly rare. Jinhyuk examined the document carefully. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary contract. But the hidden clause was clear. Failure to fulfill the terms would result in a curse, followed by death. He imagined the paper being pierced by an enchanted blade. Sliding the contract back across the table, Jinhyuk said calmly that he could not sign it. He was a reasonable person, and openly opposing major guilds was too dangerous. Alex raised an eyebrow, disappointment flashing across his face. He said it seemed the offer wasn't enough. A pity. He had been counting on it. He reached out to retrieve the elixir. Jinhyuk stopped his hand. The blonde looked up sharply and asked what he thought he was doing. Jinhyuk smiled. He said that while he was reasonable, he was also greedy. And greedy people took what they wanted. Alex stiffened and demanded to know what nonsense he was spouting. Suddenly, the plane shook violently. The blonde stood up in alarm. The mana surging from Jinhyuk was overwhelming. Did this lunatic intend to bring the plane down? An information panel lit up, and a calm voice announced that the aircraft had encountered unexpected turbulence. All passengers were instructed to remain seated and fasten their seatbelts. Jinhyuk smirked and asked Alex if he had heard the announcement. He suggested returning to his seat. Alex clenched his fists and asked whether Jinhyuk had known from the beginning who he was associated with. Jinhyuk replied casually that he had guessed. He was good at games like that. The veins on the blonde's face bulged. He warned Jinhyuk not to provoke them. The masked one would make him pay for this. Jinhyuk smiled and replied that was impossible. Alex had already been expelled from the Olympus meeting. He couldn't possibly be on the same side as the masked player. Alex frowned. Who was this man? How did he know that? Was he acquainted with the masked one? Gripping his chair, Alex decided it had to be a bluff. After all, the major guilds could easily have shared such information with a newly crowned S rank. Jinhyuk stood and walked away, saying that if Alex behaved himself, he might share some information in return. The plane began its descent. Jinhyuk promised they would meet again. Soon after, the aircraft touched down. A massive neon sign welcomed them to Las Vegas. The city glittered endlessly. Fountains surged into the air. Giant billboards advertised luxury perfumes and indulgence. Alice stared around in awe and asked if this was truly a human city. She smiled, saying it wasn't bad at all. Jinhyuk told her to keep her voice down or he would send her back into the ring. He recalled Alex and, as a reward for sensing that the man was a main, he released Alice, though with his current mana reserves, her physical form was limited to 150 centimeters. Light surrounded Jinhyuk as memories from another world surfaced. He combined the Eye of Truth with Blood Rage energy. The system responded. Combination successful. New skill acquired, Greedy Gaze. The system explained the skill's effects. Jin-hyuk considered pairing it with a safer spiritual ability, but he needed power immediately. There was no choice. He turned his head when someone called him. Alice pointed toward a casino and asked if that was their destination. Jin-hyuk replied that they hadn't come to gamble. They passed by as he explained that using skills or magic in ordinary casinos was forbidden. Jin-hyuk briefly considered taking money by force just to spend it at the auction, but stealing from ordinary people was out of the question. Alice tilted her head and asked where they were going instead. Jin-hyuk grinned. He said this place was nothing like a regular casino. The white-haired girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. They arrived at a private gambling house known as Tortuga. Alice frowned slightly and commented that the surrounding buildings looked better. Nearby, a white-haired man was kneeling before a casino employee, shouting desperately that he had seen it with his own eyes. That man had used a skill. He had been deceived. The realization snapped something loose inside man. Without hesitation, he kicked the man square in the face and shouted that he was the one who had used skills first, and now he dared to twist the situation and play the victim. The man collapsed. He continued kicking him until he curled into himself. Man commented that people who got scammed like that were fools. Jin-hyuk turned away and agreed without argument. Alice's mood immediately brightened. She looked around excitedly and said there were so many interesting things here. She asked how this place was different from the others. Jin-hyuk picked her up effortlessly and replied that magic was allowed in this casino. He set her down on a chair, then turned to the barmaid with a relaxed smile and told her to serve Alice every drink she wanted to try. He would cover all expenses. Alice protested, saying she had not gone out for so long and now he wanted her to just sit there. Jin-hyuk ignored the complaint and quietly took a sip of alcohol. She tilted her head and asked what he planned to do alone. He set the glass down and replied simply that he was going to make some extra money. At the table, the dealer pressed a button. His hand glowed faintly as he spread the cards across the felt with a single smooth motion. The system immediately reported that a basic blocking skill had been activated. This meant Jin-hyuk would not be influenced by other players' abilities. Pedro checked his cards and felt a surge of confidence. It was a strong hand. Still, his brow furrowed. He had already lost $500,000 tonight. Losing any more would be dangerous. This time, he told himself, he would win. The dealer raised the bet. Jin-hyuk rolled a chip lazily between his fingers, then pushed his stack forward. The movement was casual. The amount was not. The surrounding players gasped in shock. Jin-hyuk chuckled and asked lightly if everything was all right. It was a sizable wager, after all. The dealer met his gaze and replied that he had always been confident in himself. Jin-hyuk swirled the liquid in his glass and asked which guild controlled this place. Something about it felt dirty. Pedro answered that the casino was invested in and managed by the Scamger Guild. He smiled awkwardly, wondering why this quiet man had suddenly started asking questions. Jin-hyuk grinned and asked if it was allowed to ask many questions. The dealer confirmed that of course it was. If a guest was interested, he would answer. Then the dealer frowned and added that perhaps Jin-hyuk possessed a mind-reading skill. Pedro stiffened. The dealer placed the cards on the table and announced that he was revealing them. Pedro narrowed his eyes, deciding that he would switch cards the moment they were exposed. Whatever tricks this man had, he would counter them. A pair of jacks appeared on the table. Pedro's blood ran cold. How did this happen? Jin-hyuk calmly revealed his own hand. He smiled and stated that he had won with a pair of kings. Jin-hyuk frowned slightly, thinking that mind reading was actually a fairly useful ability. He extended his hands and said he would be taking the chips. Before he could collect them, someone shouted for him to wait. Several casino staff rushed toward him. A large man cracked his knuckles and said he did not know what kind of skills Jin-hyuk had used to achieve such a victory, but he would have to come with them. Jin-hyuk asked calmly if this was how they treated their customers. The red-haired guard frowned and replied that they did not consider people who took winnings like that to be customers. Jin-hyuk smirked. The guard turned and barked an order to take him to the back room. In the next instant, the guard's colleague flew past him and crashed to the floor, unconscious. Jin-hyuk clenched his fist and said that he remembered something he had heard at the entrance. He swung again and repeated casino employees' words aloud. Those who get scammed like that are fools. A throne-shaped vase shattered as Jin-hyuk dodged it effortlessly. A guard pulled out a pistol and fired. Jin-hyuk sidestepped and struck once. The guard was driven straight into the ground. Despite the chaos, the bar continued serving drinks. Someone shouted for Jin-hyuk to destroy them all. Alice calmly lifted a glass and asked the bartender what the drink was called, while flames climbed the walls and explosions echoed behind her. The bartender replied that it was called Drink of Fire. Alice studied the pink liquid. The bartender added that the drink symbolized budding, passionate love between lovers. Alice frowned. Everything behind her was burning. She repeated the words quietly, passionate love, then closed her eyes, took a sip, and declared that it was all nonsense. Nearby, the remaining staff watched nervously and whispered, asking whether the guild management had arrived yet. They still had 30 minutes before anyone was due. The red-haired man wiped cold sweat from his face. Even in a criminal district, this situation was spiraling out of control. Jin-hyuk continued beating the employees with a relaxed smile. Someone muttered that even here, it was rare to find a fighter this unstoppable. A man holding a phone ran up to the manager and said there was a serious problem. He showed him the screen. The manager frowned, then froze. The image was unmistakable. It was Jin-hyuk. The man explained that he had recently received an S rank in Korea. The manager's chest tightened. Even across all of America, there were only about 20 people of that rank. And one of them was standing right here. He imagined the city engulfed in flames, with this smiling monster at its center. If Jin-hyuk continued, the casino would be wiped off the map. Someone shouted for everyone to stop. The manager unbuttoned his jacket, stepped forward, and dropped to his knees in nothing but his shirt. He bowed deeply and apologized for failing to recognize the hero and for behaving rudely. He apologized again. Jin-hyuk bit his lip nervously and asked why he was suddenly apologizing. Did he really think that learning his rank made it pointless to mess with him? The manager crawled closer, trembling, and said that he truly meant it. Jin-hyuk cut him off. He said this was all absurd. Leaning closer with a sly smile, he asked whether this place had always operated like this. He reminded him of the rule. The one who gets beaten is a fool. Jin-hyuk began counting on his fingers. He placed a bet. He won a reasonable amount. They interfered. They caused him moral damage. When he finished counting, the manager stared at him in horror. Jin-hyuk said that $10 million would be sufficient compensation. Grabbing the manager by the collar, he ordered the establishment to shut down. Not long after, Jin-hyuk checked his account. $10 million sat neatly in the balance. He nodded to himself. That should be enough to secure the item he wanted at the auction. Leaning against the wall outside, he watched cars pass by in the night. He reminded himself that their turn would come soon. A car slowed and stopped beside him. The window rolled down. A man wearing a suit sat behind the wheel, looking straight at him. The man in the driver's seat clarified the hero's identity once more, then nodded respectfully and said they would escort him directly to the auction hall. The car surged forward at high speed. Jin-hyuk sat quietly in the back seat, his gaze fixed on the window. Outside, there was nothing to see. No landmarks. No familiar streets. The scenery blurred into obscurity, and soon even that vanished entirely. Whatever route they were taking, it was being deliberately concealed. So this was how they hid the auction site. The vehicle finally slowed as it approached its destination. An enormous mansion emerged from the darkness. Jin-hyuk stepped out of the car, anticipation coiling tightly in his chest. Ornate iron gates stood open before him, revealing an estate that radiated wealth and secrecy in equal measure. The attendants wished him an enjoyable evening as he crossed the threshold. At that moment, the pendant at his chest began to emit faint red smoke. A familiar, irritated voice echoed in his mind, asking whether he had forgotten his promise. Jin-hyuk muttered for it to wait. He had come here on purpose, choosing an inconspicuous route for a reason. The demon pressed him impatiently, but Jin-hyuk snapped back, telling it not to be capricious. With a shimmer of mana, Alice manifested into a human form. She wore a white shirt, her expression bright and delighted as she stretched slightly and said she liked being outside like this. Jin-hyuk smiled faintly and asked if she really enjoyed it that much. She nodded enthusiastically and added that this place suited a noble woman like herself perfectly. They began ascending the mansion steps. Alice tilted her head and asked if they were heading to the auction immediately. Jin-hyuk quietly told her not to draw too much attention to themselves. She blinked and asked why. Gesturing subtly toward the interior, Jin-hyuk explained that there were too many eyes here. Inside, the mansion was already crowded. Jin-hyuk moved slowly, scanning the room. He had attended this auction 175 times before. It was an annual ritual. And yet, this time, his excitement was sharper than ever. This auction carried items connected directly to the tower. Guests sipped wine, exchanged polite smiles, and whispered eagerly as they waited for the event to begin. Rumors circulated freely. The most anticipated item of the night was said to be the heart of an ichthyosaur, a relic made obtainable only after the tower's appearance. With magical energy returning to the world, ancient artifacts once lost to history were resurfacing. Many were here simply to witness them. Alice suddenly wrinkled her nose. A foul smell hung in the air. She covered her nose, which immediately caught Jin-hyuk's attention. Before he could ask, a man approached them. He leaned heavily on a cane topped with a carved skull, and a nauseating aura seeped from him. An old man dressed in black stepped forward, his presence oppressive. He introduced himself as Julius Cedric. With a thin smile, he added that he was the teacher of the worthless fool standing behind him. Jinhyuk glanced past Cedric and saw a gloomy blonde youth. The bruises were obvious. He had clearly returned empty-handed, without the elixir. Jinhyuk activated greedy gaze. A purple aura surrounded Cedric as his status window unfolded before Jinhyuk's eyes. As expected, the man was formidable. Necromancy. His traits were perfectly aligned with his abilities. He could cast powerful magic with minimal mana expenditure. A skill set like that was coveted by every mage alive. The system displayed the copying conditions. To copy Cedric's skill, Jinhyuk would need to learn dark magic from him and achieve an A+ grade. Jinhyuk frowned. The system was clearly losing its mind. That meant the old man would need to be trained further. Suppressing his irritation, Jinhyuk smiled and remarked that thanks to Cedric's student, he had obtained a rare item, and the flight had been quite enjoyable. Cedric murmured, "Thank heavens, if that is so." From beneath his hood, his gaze sharpened. He said he had come specifically to verify the information surrounding the hero. Jinhyuk asked calmly if he meant the unknown player. Cedric did not deny it. He admitted that the unknown was a significant problem for them. Jinhyuk smiled and walked past him, noting how blunt the old man was. He remarked that they were standing in such a beautiful place and suggested continuing the discussion another time. Cedric's cane slammed down, blocking his path. Purple light flared in the old man's eyes. He expressed regret. There would be no next time. He needed to deal with this now. Jinhyuk casually brushed the cane aside. His own eyes glowed yellow. Pointing to himself, he asked when exactly this had become his problem. Without another glance, he continued walking. Alice followed, sticking her tongue out playfully. The blonde youth exploded with rage, calling Jinhyuk a scumbag. Cedric placed a calming hand on his shoulder and told him to step back. There were still other ways. Jinhyuk felt irritation creep in, but Alice laughed softly. She said that smelly people irritated her and offered to get rid of them. Jinhyuk told her to leave it. There was no need to cause a scene here. They entered the grand hall, where guests were already seated. Jinhyuk murmured that he would simply buy what he needed and leave. The host stepped onto the stage and commanded the attention of the room. With a flourish, he announced that everyone had been waiting for this moment. Jinhyuk straightened slightly. The host raised his hammer and declared the opening of the 175th black market auction. The screen behind him displayed an image of a smoking meteorite that had fallen in Arizona, USA. Jinhyuk kept his hands in his pockets. Since the tower's arrival, the stone had begun emitting immense magical energy. The host announced the starting price. $100,000. The bidders stirred. Paddles rose. Prices climbed rapidly as participants outbid one another. Jinhyuk smiled quietly. At present, no craftsman existed who could properly process the meteorite. Its potential remained locked. That made it little more than a curiosity. Which meant it could be bought cheaply. Jinhyuk raised his sign. The host hummed in approval and asked if anyone wished to exceed the bid. Jinhyuk closed his eyes, smiling to himself. He was buying the meteorite for almost nothing. Then a voice cut through the room. 1 million. The host stiffened, sweat beading on his brow as he slammed his hammer down repeatedly to restore order. Jinhyuk opened his eyes in surprise. He looked toward the bidder. Cedric had entered the auction. The host lifted his hand, his voice carrying clearly through the hall as he announced the start of the next bidding round. The next lot, he declared, is a sealed catalog containing records from several mental hospitals. Starting price, $100,000. A low murmur rippled through the audience. Almost immediately, signs rose across the room as bidders began testing the waters. Numbers climbed steadily. Jinhyuk calmly raised his sign. 300,000. Before the host could even acknowledge it, Cedric lifted his own placard, a faint, knowing smile tugging at the corners of his lips. 1 million. A wave of shock spread through the hall. Several bidders stiffened, others lowered their signs outright, unwilling to challenge that kind of pressure. The atmosphere grew heavy, as though the old man's presence alone was suffocating the room. The host glanced around nervously. Any other bids? Silence answered him. The gavel came down with a sharp crack. Sold. Jinhyuk bit down hard on his lip, his gaze locked onto Cedric. It was becoming painfully clear that the old man intended to buy everything that caught his interest. His jaw tightened in frustration. Alice tilted her head slightly, studying Jinhyuk with mild curiosity. The host wasted no time. Next lot. A Mayan relic discovered in South America. Before the description could even finish, Jinhyuk raised his sign again. 500,000. Alice turned to him, visibly puzzled. She whispered that it was reckless to bid before hearing the details. Jinhyuk replied calmly that everything was going according to plan. Cedric raised his sign once more. 1 million. The host blinked in disbelief. Any further bids? 1.5 million. Jinhyuk snapped, irritation bleeding into his voice. Almost instantly, Cedric countered. 3 million. The host's excitement was obvious now. Any more bids? Jinhyuk slowly lowered his sign, his expression unreadable. The gavel fell again. Sold for 3 million. Cedric's eyes met Jinhyuk's, a faint glint of triumph flashing within them. The auction pressed on. Lot after lot appeared, and with each one, both men raised their signs almost in unison. Prices soared. Sold for 2 million. Sold for 3 million. 5 million. Sold. Each strike of the gavel echoed like a hammer against Jinhyuk's nerves. Another rare item appeared on the screen. As murmurs filled the hall, Cedric's student leaned in and quietly asked whether it might be time to yield. Cedric responded by striking the student across the back of the head, hissing that surrender was not an option. If Jinhyuk obtained what he wanted, the consequences would be severe. They had already suffered losses, but their funds were still sufficient. Cedric was determined to seize everything of value and later trade it for information about the unknown. That information was worth any price. Then the screen changed. A chessboard appeared. The presenter straightened, his tone shifting. The next lot is intended for true connoisseurs. The first chessboard was revealed. Jinhyuk frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Around him, people scoffed openly. Some complained that the board did not even come with chess pieces. Others muttered that the money would be better spent on the rumored ichthyosaur heart. Alice glanced at Jinhyuk. He raised his sign. 50,000. The host accepted the bid. Cedric immediately doubled it. Arguments erupted across the hall as prices climbed higher and higher. Sweat gathered on Jinhyuk's brow as he finally called out. 1 million. Cedric's breathing grew heavy, excitement bordering on mania. 8 million. Gasps filled the room. Jinhyuk lowered his sign and sat back. People whispered among themselves, calling Cedric insane for paying such a sum for a simple board. Then Jinhyuk raised his sign again. 10 million. Cedric smiled broadly, energy spilling from him like heat. 30 million. He stared directly at Jinhyuk, declaring that 10 million was clearly his limit. If Jinhyuk truly wanted the board, he would have to accept Cedric's terms. The stunned host hesitated, then asked if anyone wished to go higher. Jinhyuk covered part of his face with his hand, hiding his frustration. He had underestimated just how much Cedric had already spent and how deep his resources still ran. Leaning forward, he began reworking his strategy. Lot number 56, the host announced, the first chessboard, sold for 30 million to the elderly gentleman. Alice stood. She crossed her arms and spoke casually. 100 million. The hall froze. Cedric's mouth fell open. He stared at Alice, completely baffled. Why would anyone spend such a sum on a chessboard? More importantly, who was this girl? Cold sweat rolled down his back. He had already burned through over 70 million on items he barely cared about. Stopping now would make it all meaningless. Grinding his teeth, he raised his sign. 110 million. Alice did not even blink. 200 million. Cedric pointed at her, red energy flaring violently around his body. He demanded to know whether she truly possessed that kind of money, warning her not to cross the line. The host, trembling with excitement, raised his hand and requested proof of funds. Alice sighed and conjured a glowing magic sphere. In an instant, a massive pile of gold materialized beneath her feet. She tilted her head. Is this sufficient? A man rushed forward with a specialized device, quickly verifying the authenticity of a golden crown within the pile. His voice shook as he announced that the crown alone exceeded 500 million in value. Cedric stared, stunned. Alice winked at him lightly. It was obvious now that she was no ordinary girl. What confused him even more was Jinhyuk, who stood calmly beside someone so unfathomable. Cedric's brow furrowed deeply. Perhaps this opponent would prove even more dangerous than the unknown itself. Standing, he announced coldly that the situation had changed. They were moving to Plan B. His student smiled faintly, green light igniting in his eyes. He said he had been waiting for this moment. The host smiled as well, though nervously. A masked attendant carried the chessboard forward in a glass case. Alice accepted it without interest and handed it to Jinhyuk. She glanced at the mountain of gold dismissively, remarking that she would sort out the junk later. What truly annoyed her was watching fools stare up at her contractor. Jinhyuk exhaled slowly. He looked at her and thought that she had an uncanny talent for saying exactly the right thing. Then the explosion hit. A deafening blast tore through the hall behind them. Debris flew in every direction as people screamed and ducked for cover. The ceiling began to collapse, chunks of stone crashing down. Auction staff shouted orders, trying desperately to evacuate the guests. Panic erupted. People shoved and trampled one another in their rush to escape. Amid the chaos, a blade flashed through the air. Someone screamed, asking where everyone was even running to. Before the question could finish echoing, the student began killing. One body fell, then another, then another. He moved through the chaos with disturbing ease, laughter bubbling out of him as if this were entertainment rather than slaughter. He openly called the fleeing crowd materials, victims he needed to refine his craft. Alex raised his hand. A glowing magic rune formed above his palm. The ground beneath the people's feet cracked open, veins of blinding light seeping through the fractures. The floor groaned like it was alive. Those standing above it screamed as their skin turned gray, lifeless, as if drained of vitality. One man clutched his head and collapsed, screaming that his skull was splitting apart. Others followed, bodies dropping like puppets with their strings cut. A small boy cried out for help. Jinhyuk's body erupted with energy. He stared straight at Alex and spoke coldly, saying that he had crossed every possible line. He called him a psychopath without hesitation. Green smoke rose from the fallen bodies. Souls tore free, drifting upward like dying flames. From the mass of twisted energy, a bloodthirsty monster clawed its way into existence. Jinhyuk stepped forward and prepared himself, calling the creature an abomination. Two more monsters emerged beside Alex. Alex watched them with open admiration, calling them beautiful. Jinhyuk gritted his teeth and dropped into a fighting stance. Alex chuckled and said that this was exactly what he expected from an S rank. His smile widened as he mentioned that he remembered very clearly how Jinhyuk had insulted him on the plane. With a sharp gesture, Alex issued the order to eliminate. The monsters lunged. Jinhyuk spoke calmly, stating that he no longer needed to hold back. A massive claw rushed toward his face. A flash. Stone exploded in all directions as Jinhyuk twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. Two monsters landed before him, their forms twitching unnaturally. Alex called him Angel, his voice dripping with mockery. The monsters advanced slowly. Alex tilted his head and asked where that little rich girl had run off to. A sword materialized in Jinhyuk's hand. He answered evenly, saying she disliked filthy things and had left long ago. Internally, he noted that her body had already disembodied. He would need every fragment of magical energy available. The damage would accumulate over time. Jinhyuk frowned. The monsters ignited, flames wrapping around their bodies as they charged. He decided the fight could not be allowed to drag on. Jinhyuk jumped. The sword cemetery activated. In the next instant, he vanished and reappeared behind the monsters. A storm of slashes followed, so fast they left afterimages. The monsters disintegrated into black flashes and vanished. Alex stared in awe, praising how incredible it was. He admitted he could not even track Jinhyuk's movements. Another soul slipped from a corpse and was absorbed into Alex's rune. Alex smiled in satisfaction, saying it was always pleasant when resources exceeded expectations. He waved his hands. More monsters emerged. He remarked that everything was becoming easier and more enjoyable. Jinhyuk turned. The two monsters he had just destroyed regenerated. He understood immediately. Alex intended to exhaust him, to stretch the battle until his mana ran dry. The monsters surrounded him, feeding on the strength of the dead to maintain their numbers. This was standard necromancer warfare. Alex laughed madly. Jinhyuk dodged another strike, seized a dagger, and counterattacked. The impact forced him to slide backward across the ruined floor. He asked if this was truly all of Alex's trump cards. Pointing a glowing blade at Alex, Jinhyuk declared that he would burn them away before they could recover. Daylight activated. A blinding flash engulfed the monsters. Alex shielded his eyes, irritation flashing across his face. He muttered that Jinhyuk was using that skill again, but he had already analyzed it from tournament footage. Behind Alex, a wall of darkness rose, massive blood-red eyes opening within it. Jinhyuk realized he had to act before the beams converged. Alex watched as the monsters burned, confused as to why they were not moving. Their legs were frozen solid. Steam poured from Jinhyuk's mouth. Ice coated his fingertips. Alex's mouth fell open. Only then did he realize that Jinhyuk had concealed the ice skill within the flash itself. A cold flash erupted. A lethal beam tore straight through Alex. Light blasted across the mansion, turning night into day. Alex crashed to the floor. He stared at Jinhyuk, whispering that it was impossible. Around him lay the shredded remains of his beloved creations. Jinhyuk appeared behind him and remarked casually that the cuties had been blown apart a little too much. Alex swung his hand desperately. An ice beam struck him instead. Jinhyuk slashed with his dagger. A flash exploded in front of Alex's face. He barely escaped, leaping back through smoke, drenched in sweat. Alex knew he had lost. Still, he believed he held one advantage. He decided to flee and seek his teacher. An invisible blade pierced his body. A knife protruded from his abdomen. Alex collapsed. Jin-hyuk emerged from the smoke in a throwing stance, smiling faintly. He approached the wounded man and asked if, after causing such chaos, he truly believed he could run. Blood poured from Alex's mouth. Jin-hyuk gripped the knife and told him exactly how he would die. Blood sprayed again. He explained calmly that for the next 30 minutes, Alex's lungs would slowly fill with blood until suffocation claimed him. Jin-hyuk's eyes burned. He remarked that while death by fire was popular, suffocation was no less agonizing. He considered how to reduce the suffering, then produced an elixir. He said that if Alex spoke about the association of manes, he might survive. Alex decided he wanted to live. He smiled weakly and grabbed Jin-hyuk's leg. Unable to speak, he clenched his teeth as blood leaked through them. He tried to write with blood. Jin-hyuk stepped on his hand. He smiled and said that if Alex could not speak, nothing could be done. Alex understood then that mercy would not come. Jin-hyuk returned the elixir to his pocket, saying he no longer needed it. He tossed something onto the floor. Alex's business card landed in the pool of blood. Jin-hyuk asked for one favor. Then he turned away, telling Alex to die slowly and painfully. The auction hall lay in ruins. Among the wreckage, something caught Jin-hyuk's attention. A safe crafted by Michelangelo. And the heart of an ichthyosaur. Combining them, he could create a subspace. He fused the artifacts together, clenching his fists as his tongue stuck out from the strain. The system notified him of success. A massive inventory subspace capable of holding 5 tons had been created. Jin-hyuk stiffened. Someone spoke behind him. The host smiled and thanked him for saving their lives. A boy clung to the host and thanked Jin-hyuk as well. Jin-hyuk frowned and said he would pay for the items. The host shook his head, saying it was unnecessary. Confused, Jin-hyuk listened as the man explained that he had lost consciousness and awakened to see Jin-hyuk protecting them. He hugged his son tightly and swore he would never inform on him. Jin-hyuk was silent. This was new. He closed his eyes, smiled softly, and walked away, thinking that the feeling was unexpectedly pleasant. The 3rd floor of the test tower. The Cathedral of Hatred. A door burst open. A girl shielded herself from incoming arrows with a tabletop before tossing it aside. She complained about the excessive defenses, slouching and muttering that she had to deal with this every time. A man with glasses stood behind her, telling her to stop complaining. He was already in a foul mood because of Alex. Melina spun around and pressed a snake dagger to his throat, asking if she truly needed to care about his mood. He replied calmly that if she wished to live, she did. Another presence appeared. A man wearing a plague doctor mask, an inverted cross stitched onto his robe. He remarked that he could not believe they had survived together for more than 10 years. The pair turned away. He asked why they always fought like cats and dogs. They sat on opposite benches. The masked man explained that he had summoned them because of a new individual requiring special attention. The hero. Melina waved dismissively, saying the guy probably had prior experience, but that did not mean he surpassed other rankers. The masked man warned her to stay vigilant. Perhaps he had already climbed higher than them. Melina scoffed, saying anyone who reached floor 20 was already classified. She doubted he could. The man admitted he once thought the same. He reminded them that they had chosen the trial tower to escape international surveillance, and therefore knew its cruelty well. Melina leaned back, saying perhaps the hero had played the game out of boredom. She stared at the chandelier and remarked that only a sick person would attempt to clear such a heartless game. The masked man said nothing. But he understood. This threat could not be ignored. His eyes glowed red. He ordered surveillance on Kendrick. Then he vanished, instructing them not to let this become a fiasco. Melina smiled and muttered that he was a troublesome old man. Under a bright sky, Yonghwa swung her leg. Taemin blocked, but the impact shattered his defense and sent him crashing to the ground. She asked if he was alright. He raised a trembling thumb. Later, after washing up, Taemin called her over and pointed to a screen. An unfamiliar man appeared. He said quietly that the person was not simple. Yonghwa sat beside him and suggested he might be bluffing like the others. Taemin shook his head. There was something different. They continued watching the stream in silence. Yonghwa leaned closer to the screen and asked quietly whether the unknown person was truly standing inside the Treeman Temple, right in the boss chamber of the 3rd floor. Taemin nodded, his expression tightening. He explained that this place was extremely popular. If a challenger answered 3 questions posed by the Treeman, the spirit would grant a skill item as a reward. However, his tone shifted as he added that the real problem was the difficulty of the riddles themselves. They were infamous for being nearly impossible. On the screen, the unknown stood calmly before the massive Treeman. Its bark-like body towered overhead, and a disturbingly human face was carved into the trunk. The chat exploded with comments, speculation, and disbelief. The treeman smiled slowly and spoke, saying it had not seen visitors in a very long time. It asked whether the stranger had come to challenge its riddles. The unknown casually slipped his hands into his pockets and replied that he wanted to hear the most interesting ones it had. The treeman frowned slightly and declared that if the man answered 3 riddles correctly, he would be allowed to choose 1 piece of paper as his reward. Thick wooden legs emerged from the roots beneath it, grinding against the stone floor. It warned that if the man made even a single mistake, punishment would follow. Several massive wooden giants rose around the stranger, surrounding him completely. The treeman announced the first question. It began by describing the sea dragon and then asked what the optimal depth and water temperature were for the survival of kelgoins in seawater. Yonghwa and Taemin stared at the screen in disbelief. They whispered to each other, wondering who could possibly know the answer to something so specific. Without hesitation, the stranger raised his hand and answered that the depth was 175 meters and the temperature was 1.5 degrees Celsius. Yonghwa and Taemin froze. The treeman's wooden face split open in shock, its mouth hanging wide. The stranger calmly suggested moving on to the next question. The treeman hesitated and said it had not yet confirmed whether the answer was correct, but the man replied confidently that he already knew it was and therefore saw no reason to wait. The treeman frowned deeply and warned that the next question would not be easy. The 2 viewers watched in growing confusion. The treeman asked how the spongy body of Fani should be processed. The stranger answered immediately, explaining that the salt of the solar desert must be boiled together with holy water taken from a priest who had changed professions, simmered for 5 hours over low heat. The treeman confirmed that the answer was correct. The stranger's posture did not change in the slightest. The treeman announced the final question. It explained that giant eagles from the celestial plateau mate only once a year and asked when that moment occurs. The stranger pressed the confirmation button, pointed directly at the treeman, and answered that it happens when the first snow falls within the tower. The treeman burst into laughter, its entire body shaking. It declared the answer correct. The stranger rubbed the bridge of his nose through his mask and remarked that he was interested in having a conversation about the tower itself. The chat went completely insane. The treeman calmed itself and announced that the challenger could choose a leaf as his reward. It presented 3 options. Red, which enhanced fire attributes. Yellow, which strengthened defense. And green, which increased movement speed. Taemin smiled knowingly and said that green was obviously movement speed. Yonghwa gestured toward herself and said that there was still a long boss fight ahead. Speed would be useful. She was curious which one the unknown would pick. She said that if it were her, she would choose speed. The unknown surprised everyone by saying that he did not need any of those leaves. He added that he wanted a different one. He stepped closer, placed his hand against the treeman's trunk, and asked it to give him the black leaf it was hiding. The treeman stiffened. Fear flickered across its wooden face as it asked how he knew about the black leaf. Yonghwa and Taemin looked at each other, completely lost. The treeman smiled stiffly and said that it could not give the black leaf, but it would instead offer an additional green leaf if the challenger chose red. It asked whether that was not a beneficial exchange. The unknown turned around slowly and spoke deliberately, repeating that the great and venerable treeman had promised to give the leaf he wanted for correct answers. He said that the treeman was speaking to him directly now. He extended his hand and demanded the black leaf, threatening to expose the treeman as a dishonest liar. Sap began to leak from the treeman's bark as it trembled. The stranger calmly asked what the managers would think if the treeman broke its word. Every leaf fell from the treeman's body at once. The system message appeared, stating that the spirit had upheld its promise and that the hero had received a well-deserved reward. The hero obtained 1,280 black leaves. The stranger squeezed one of the leaves in his hand and thought to himself that the final piece of the puzzle was now complete. He asked quietly whether it was time to begin. Pulling out a lightning dagger, he glanced at the wooden giants and said he would deal with them first. Elsewhere, one guard turned to another and asked whether he had heard. 2 guards stood before a portal. One said that the stranger had already begun the raid on the 3rd floor boss. The second guard asked in disbelief whether it was really that fast. He was told that they could just sit there and go home. More soldiers stood ahead of them. One guard muttered whether there was even a point in guarding the entrance. Would anyone even come? Just one man. The second guard reminded him that they were under orders and told him to stand watch. The first guard smiled faintly and said that there was a plan of action, and if he worried too much, nothing would work. Suddenly, the soldiers in front of them dissolved into purple smoke. Their weapons clattered to the floor. Black circles formed beneath the guards' feet. Purple lines wrapped tightly around their legs. A man appeared. The guards were bound completely, wrapped in glowing ribbons. The unknown ordered that all energy be absorbed and preserved. He said they needed everything and had no time to hesitate. Zedric and his sect arrived at the portal. Zedric remarked that it had already begun. Leaves spiraled through the temple air. The unknown turned around. Behind him, a headless giant collapsed to the ground. The chat erupted in admiration, praising the unknown's combat. The camera followed him closely. Someone in the chat expressed doubt, questioning whether this was real. The hero responded calmly, saying that he did not care whether they believed him or not. He added that he already had enough problems and asked them not to interfere. The chat exploded again. People were stunned that the unknown had spoken directly to them. Some immediately argued that this proved he was not truly the unknown, because the real one would never address viewers. The hero looked straight into the camera and said that he was talking to them. He stated plainly that if they wanted to watch, they were free to do so. And if they did not, they could leave. Many streamers bent over backward to please their viewers, carefully tailoring every action to chase higher view counts. This man was different. He glanced at his phone, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. From the very start, he had chosen a different approach. No pandering. No pretending. Just doing whatever he wanted. If you lead with that kind of attitude, he said with a faint smile, the people who stay will be the ones who actually like it. As if responding to his confidence, the chat exploded with admiration. They praised his audacity, amused by his refusal to play by the usual rules. Without another word, the hero turned and walked toward the gate. A sudden purple flash split the air above the mountain. He stopped mid-step and turned sharply, startled. Someone else was here. Grabbing the camera, he muttered an order to cancel the broadcast. The chat erupted in protest, messages flooding the screen in disapproval. Before he could argue further, the system notification appeared. The broadcast had ended. Almost immediately, chaos erupted below. A mass of warriors charged forward, colliding with another force. Magicians raised their staffs, purple runes flaring into existence in midair. Armored fighters surged ahead, weapons raised, while massive stone statues planted themselves firmly, forming an unyielding defensive line. Then the evil spirits descended. They tore into the soldiers with shrill shrieks, phasing through armor and flesh alike. The battlefield ignited in violence. From the edge of a cliff, the hero watched silently. At first glance, the two sides seemed evenly matched. But as the battle unfolded, it became clear that the evil spirits were steadily tearing apart the stone soldiers. Cracks spread across granite bodies, chunks collapsing under relentless assault. "They're stronger," the hero murmured to himself. The sorcerers reacted quickly, reinforcing their formation with overlapping runes. One of them shouted, panic lacing his voice, warning that an attack was being directed at them. A sharp impact followed. One sorcerer staggered as something struck his shoulder. Fragments flew through the air, whistling toward the formation. The sorcerers shouted in alarm, demanding their shields be fully deployed. Magical discs snapped into place just in time. The fragments ricocheted harmlessly, bouncing away in sparks of purple light. But confusion spread. "Where is it coming from?" one of them shouted. Their eyes followed the trajectory back toward the stone army. There, standing calmly behind the crumbling statues, was a man wearing a mask. The lead sorcerer's expression hardened. He immediately ordered the undead to eliminate the intruder. Skeleton archers raised their bows in unison, loosing a volley of arrows toward the hero. He moved instantly, ducking behind the stone soldiers as arrows shattered against stone. He extended one hand. Light gathered in his palm, swirling like a miniature sun. Heaven's patronage. A blinding flash erupted across the battlefield. The undead were engulfed in radiant brilliance, their forms writhing as holy energy tore through them. The sorcerers watched in disbelief as their undead army screamed and faltered. "A holy skill," one of them whispered. They realized instantly that control over the undead was slipping from their grasp. Gritting their teeth, they shifted strategy, focusing on mental control techniques to stabilize the situation. Before they could regroup, a massive warrior wearing a horned helmet charged directly at the sorcerers, scattering their formation. A subordinate shouted frantically that Team 3 had been wiped out. Cedric clenched his jaw. "I can see that myself." The masked stranger sprinted forward, mind racing. 4 teams had been arranged in a network to maintain control over the undead. If one node fell, the entire structure weakened. One team was already gone. If another collapsed, the control network would shatter completely. A fiery flash erupted beside him. He was deliberately drawing attention. Charging forward, he taunted the stone golem, mocking its speed as he slashed at it. The massive Moai battle statue roared and gave chase, its thunderous steps shaking the ground. A sorcerer pointed in horror. "It's coming straight for us." Orders were barked to stop it, but it was too late. The masked man suddenly appeared behind the sorcerers. The Moai leapt. The sorcerers turned just in time to see death descending. The statue crashed into the ground with catastrophic force. Dust and debris swallowed the battlefield. A scream rang out. "Master! Team 1 is destroyed. If this continues, we'll be surrounded." "I know," Cedric roared. His fury exploded outward as he screamed, demanding to know what kind of monster they were facing. He snarled that the enemy was the type who threw ash into freshly cooked rice just to ruin it. Planting his staff into the ground, Cedric began chanting, "I will activate the Guardian of the Pyramids." The others panicked, shouting that doing so would drain all remaining mana and leave them defenseless against the third-floor boss. "Shut up," Cedric snapped. His eyes ignited with madness. "I'll pour everything I have into killing him." He shouted a command. "Awaken." Ghosts emerged from the air, bandages unraveling as ancient guardians took form around him. The pressure of their presence crushed the ground beneath them. Exhausted, Cedric collapsed to one knee. Someone rushed to support him, asking if he was all right. "I'm just a little overtired," the old man replied calmly. Then he turned. "Come closer." Before the sorcerer could react, Cedric grabbed him. Horror filled the man's eyes as his life force was ripped away. His body shriveled in seconds, collapsing into nothing but empty robes. Strength surged back into Cedric. "If you struggle," he said coldly, "it will only hurt more." The masked stranger narrowly dodged incoming attacks, watching as Cedric absorbed his own subordinate without hesitation. Only hollow clothing remained. Cedric's eyes burned crimson. He smiled. "How long have you been waiting for me?" he asked, standing amid his army of guardians. "Shall we begin the fun?" The guardians charged. Cedric screamed in triumph, demanding to know how the enemy liked his strongest army. One guardian extended its arm, bandages snapping forward like steel serpents, ripping through stone soldiers with terrifying ease. "There is nothing stronger than the undead." Cedric howled. The hero weaved through flying debris and snapping bandages, narrowly avoiding death again and again. Cedric screamed that he should have saved them for the third-floor boss, but killing this unknown enemy made it worth the cost. He waved his staff wildly, tongue lolling, laughing like a madman as he ordered the hero to die quickly. From a distance, two figures watched. Melina shook her head in awe. "That masked weirdo, he's incredible. I haven't seen Cedric go all out like this in years." Her partner snorted. Destroying the control bases was smart, but staying afterward was stupid. Cedric misjudged the balance of power and paid for it. A steel giant swung its massive sword. The man adjusted his glasses calmly. "After seeing Death Knights and skeletons, I figured he could handle it. Cedric just has too many unstable abilities." Melina turned as a massive explosion shook the battlefield. The masked hero was relentless now, cutting through enemies with cold precision. He was no longer holding back. A memory surfaced. An old man's voice echoed in his mind. "Your sword is strong, but you waste too much force." The old master had held up a rope, slicing it effortlessly. A true master delivers a decisive blow with minimal effort. He demonstrated, explaining how energy should flow like wind. Flexible. Responsive. Released at the exact moment. "Do you want to learn my spiritual sword art?" the master had asked with a smile. The system notification echoed in his mind. Partial restoration of Chungamu's spiritual art confirmed. The ground ruptured as energy tore through it in an arc. Bandages were ripped from mummies as the hero struck with his dagger, each movement precise and devastating. Understanding surged. The system reported rapid growth in mastery. Cedric staggered back, desperately raising defenses as a whirlwind of spiritual energy formed around the hero. The vortex grew, dragging everything toward its center. "What is this?" Cedric muttered in disbelief. The hero frowned. "Fifth sword dance," he said calmly. "Soul destruction." The battlefield exploded in blinding light. The ground shattered. The air screamed. When the chaos settled, Cedric was still standing, but barely. His mummies were scattered across the battlefield, broken and powerless. And the hero remained. The double shield flared into existence just in time. Cedric threw his arms up as layered barriers wrapped around his body, absorbing the incoming force. The impact still rattled him violently. His brows knit together as disbelief crept into his expression. Only half a year had passed since the world had changed. Half a year. And yet the power crashing down on him now felt utterly unreasonable. "Where did you get this kind of strength?" Cedric roared. Before an answer could come, the skull atop his staff began to fracture. Cracks raced across the surface, glowing from within. The staff followed, splintering as unstable energy surged out in a violent eruption. The explosion sent Cedric flying. He screamed as his body slammed into the ground, tumbling across broken stone. The roaring tornado of energy finally dissipated, leaving behind only dim, suffocating semi-darkness. When the dust settled, the necromancer lay sprawled among rubble and corpses. He stared ahead, chest heaving. And for the first time, he understood something clearly. He could not win. Fear seized him. He scrambled to his feet and looked around at the remains of his undead army, shouting desperately at the surviving summons to protect him, to delay the enemy at any cost. "This is an order," he screamed. A calm voice answered from behind. "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Cedric froze. The comparison struck like a blade. Slowly, trembling, he turned around. The masked man stood there, utterly composed. "You brag about your advantage," the hero continued coldly, "and the moment you realize you're losing, you run. Just like your student. You scoundrel." Cedric spat. Then it hit him. Recognition. His pupils shrank in terror. "You're Jinhyuk." Jinhyuk tilted his head slightly. "Send my regards to him." Cedric's face twisted in pure horror. Flames erupted. Fire swallowed his body whole as he screamed, his voice tearing apart under the heat. The old man was consumed entirely, reduced to a burning silhouette. "I was worried he'd get bored alone," Jinhyuk said quietly. "That's why I sent you." He watched in silence as Cedric burned. Dark energy seeped out of the collapsing undead around them. The remaining sorcerers stared in shock as their summons crumbled to dust, stone soldiers closing in from all sides. By the time the fighting ended, Cedric's charred skeleton lay discarded behind the battlefield. Soul destruction at that level was not something to use lightly. Jinhyuk descended the temple steps slowly, exhaustion weighing heavily on his body. A system notification appeared, reporting that he had purchased mid-level mana restoration solutions using fragments. 4 flasks rested in his hands. If he didn't push forward now, everything would turn against him. He drank all 4 without hesitation. Endure a little longer, he told himself. Ahead of him lay a familiar object. A shield. He stopped, surprised that it had flown all the way here. Memories surfaced. He had loved shields once. Without thinking too much, he slung it onto his back, a faint sense of nostalgia settling in his chest. He took the shield into his hands. Assumed a fighting stance. Stone soldiers parted as massive figures advanced. The temple guard had begun. The lords of the 4 stepped forward. Jinhyuk faced the 4 giants alone. They attacked simultaneously. Blows rained down as Jinhyuk raised his shield, deflecting the strikes with precision. "I like how quiet you are," he muttered, accelerating his movements. He dodged, countered, and carved into their massive bodies, blade flashing. "Just spit out the key already," he said irritably. "I'm exhausted." The giants answered only with rage. One of them collapsed, crashing into the floor. Jinhyuk tightened his grip on the shield. "Do you all follow the same pattern?" One giant stepped forward, holding a golden bud in its hands. The pagoda of knowledge. At the tip of the glowing flower hung a key. The giant crushed the bud. Green energy erupted outward. The system reported that the key leading to the main hall was reacting. Jinhyuk's mask began to dissolve. Something beyond the gate responded. Above the giant, a massive orange flower bloomed in the air. Golden hands descended. A many-armed golden sage emerged. A bodhisattva. He surveyed the destroyed giants and smiled faintly. "It has been a long time since I was summoned." His gaze settled on Jinhyuk. "I did not expect a visitor dangerous enough to warrant the use of the key." "I'll only destroy the boss of this floor," Jinhyuk replied, lowering his hands. The deity chuckled. "Interesting. I acknowledge your courage." "I'd like to finish quickly," Jinhyuk said, stepping back. "I'm really tired." "I would prefer to talk longer," the bodhisattva replied. Jinhyuk jumped. He raised his shield. "Chatting with statues isn't my idea of fun." Spears formed in the deity's many hands. "Every moment of life is a gift," the statue said calmly. "You are a foolish child." Its arms swept forward. "Enjoy it while you can. You will miss this moment when death comes." A green flash exploded outward. Jinhyuk blocked the beam, but the ground beneath him shattered. His shield screamed as cracks spread across its surface. His knees bent under the force. "Endure. Only one chance." The statue smiled. "You withstood sonic attacks. Impressive." Multiple hands struck at once. Jinhyuk released cold vapor, ice forming instantly around him. Massive ice growths rose like walls. They shattered instantly. The spears tore through his defenses with ease. The deity frowned. A boy using Western magic. It seized the shield with one hand. Pathetic tricks. A black flash erupted. The statue stiffened. Jinhyuk stood frozen in a throwing stance. The deity looked down. Its hand was pierced. "Poison doesn't work on me," the statue said coldly. Jinhyuk clenched his crimson-stained fist. "That wasn't poison. It's blood energy. Wound once, and the damage continues. The statue tore off its own hand without hesitation. It doesn't matter, it said. That won't work twice. The severed limb crashed to the ground. What will you do now? The deity asked. You only took one hand. Jinhyuk leaned forward. You're right. One isn't enough. He pulled the pearl from the fallen hand. I got what I wanted. The deity frowned, realizing too late that Jinhyuk had been targeting the gem from the beginning. Jinhyuk combined the artifacts. Blame yourself for discarding it so easily. The grimoire and pearl merged. Golden Dawn erupted. S-rank Lemudin activated, granting access to magical study. Greedy Gaze activated. Jinhyuk examined the deity. Nothing appeared except its name. The Bodhisattva bowed its head slightly in disappointment. Copy conditions appeared. Irritate the opponent within 5 minutes using ice magic. Suitable music and attire required. Jinhyuk froze. He stared at the window. This system is losing its mind, he muttered. Still, he pressed the confirmation. A gramophone appeared. What are you doing? The statue demanded. The conditions are strange, Jinhyuk said, rubbing his head. But I can't give up. The mandala only exists here. The deity grew furious. What nonsense is this? Music began to play. Jinhyuk sighed and conjured a woman's wig. I don't like this either. Please don't ask. Veins bulged on the statue's face. In the name of the saint, what are you doing? The music intensified. The statue roared and swung its arm. Are you mocking me? Avalokites activated the mandala. Weapons manifested in divine hands. Feel the suffering of a million samsaras, the deity roared. Jinhyuk slammed the book shut. A massive wall of ice erupted. The statue's assault crashed into the frozen barrier as the battle surged into its next phase. The hero remained perfectly still. Ice shards screamed past him, carving the air, but he did not flinch. Calmly, almost conversationally, he remarked that the results were turning out excellent. The deity's expression twisted with fury. 1,000 strikes descended at once. Ice blocks shattered, reformed, and shattered again as the assault continued relentlessly. From the side, Melina and her partner watched in stunned silence. They lay prone along the slope of a cliff, eyes locked on the battlefield below. I can't believe his ice magic has reached this level, Melina murmured. Her gaze drifted briefly, confusion flickering across her face. What kind of wig is he even wearing? Her partner slowly pushed himself up, eyes narrowed. You can't predict anything he does. The unknown had already defeated Zedric. And now, he was fighting the 1,000-armed statue itself. Avalokite's power was overwhelming. Even reaching the 10th floor wouldn't normally be enough to deal with it. This was the second boss of the 3rd floor, a being far beyond standard expectations. The boy continued to observe, silently assessing Jinhyuk's movements. What he saw disturbed him. He's gone beyond human limits, he said quietly. Melina glanced at him. If we joined the fight, could we handle it? He hesitated, then shook his head. It would be difficult. She turned away from the battlefield. Then we should retreat. Without support from higher-ranked forces, we won't survive. Licho's voice cut in sharply. We can't leave. She looked back at him. Why not? Our position, he replied. Everything we worked for in the hierarchy would be at risk. Melina frowned. So what? Are you really ready to die just to protect your rank? A coin appeared between Licho's fingers. He flicked it upward once, eyes cold. It's time. Melina smiled faintly. A purple flash erupted on the hilltop. Jinhyuk noticed it immediately. So they hadn't sent only Cedric. Still, he kept moving, weaving through the statue's relentless assault. He closed his eyes briefly. Do not dare turn your back on me, the deity thundered as it struck again. Jinhyuk straightened. Fire ignited along his hand. I apologize, he said calmly, activating the fire element. Behind him, the grimoire flipped its pages on its own. He adjusted his hair with mild irritation. Hard to focus like this. Ice creation activated. A storm of ice shards surged forward. Thanks to you, Jinhyuk added casually, I was starting to worry. The statue screamed in rage and charged again. Ice met every strike. Each blow was blocked, redirected, neutralized. Fool, the deity roared. A barrier trap activated. A green dome slammed into place, enclosing both combatants. The deity swung a massive arm. Is defending all you can do? Where did your confidence go? It leaped and attacked again. The blows ricocheted violently off the dome. Golden slashes filled the confined space, trapping Jinhyuk in a storm of divine strikes. He responded instantly. Ice magic surged. An ice dome formed around him, sealing him inside. The statue watched as its own attacks rebounded within the frozen shell. You resist in vain, it said coldly, tightening its grip. Divine favor activated. Gigantic golden palms materialized around the dome. System notification, Avalokite's has activated Divine Spear. The statue brought the spear down. The ice dome exploded. Shards flew in every direction. Jinhyuk leapt upward. The statue smiled, then froze. Jinhyuk's voice cut through the chaos. Didn't you say the same attack wouldn't work twice? The deity looked down. Jinhyuk was already there, running at its feet. They work just fine, he replied. He halted abruptly, body twisting into a throwing stance. Ice burst from the ground beneath the statue. The deity snarled as frost crawled up its limbs, locking it in place. Ice sealed around its body like a prison. Jinhyuk slid back, boots scraping across stone. Do you know how offended I am? The statue roared, thrashing uselessly. Bound. Frozen. Jinhyuk tilted his head. Someone who achieved nirvana through self-discipline, yet you're this biased? He reached toward the ice wall. A glowing installation appeared beside him. A single raised middle finger. For obsessive tendencies, Jinhyuk said evenly, there's nothing better than shock therapy. The statue's face contorted with absolute fury. I will send you to Avachi, it screamed. You will reincarnate as an insect, thousands, millions of times. System notification appeared. Copying conditions have been met. Jinhyuk successfully copied the mandala ability. It was a power capable of granting weapons special properties, something far beyond ordinary skills. He reached up and calmly removed the wig from his head. At that moment, magical symbols unfolded behind him, forming a radiant pattern reminiscent of a divine statue. The air itself seemed to bend around those symbols. The deity's teeth clenched. Fear flickered openly across its face. Jinhyuk lightly touched the icy middle finger still standing beside him. The deity demanded to know how a human could possibly obtain such an ability. The mandala required endless meditation, an eternity of enlightenment before it revealed itself. How could a mere man wield it? Jinhyuk waved his hand dismissively. I'll make sure its potential isn't wasted. He issued a command. Disappear. The icy middle finger pointed forward. Jinhyuk lunged straight into the frozen prison. The finger pierced through the statue's core. The deity stared at its fate in horror as a brilliant green flash erupted. The thousand-armed statue shattered into countless fragments. System notification appeared, the hero's level increased. Jinhyuk sat atop the scattered remains, breathing slowly. A golden key rested in his hand. This key allowed the summoning of the third-floor boss, but only on the third floor itself. He stood, stretched his shoulders, and stepped away from the wreckage. This is harder than it was in the game, he muttered. As he passed the necromancer's corpse, exhaustion finally caught up to him. He checked his status window, scrolling through his stats. After some thought, he invested points into mana. His mana rose to 77. Next time, I'll need proper regeneration, he said, stretching again. Then he paused. There were still things to do. The trial tower had a peculiar atmosphere. At night, temperatures dropped rapidly. Monsters grew more aggressive, stronger, and far more dangerous. Most players fled toward portals once night approached. Others stopped hunting entirely and searched for shelter. Jinhyuk did neither. He lit a fire. The night forest spread out before him beneath a sky filled with stars. He cooked quietly, the crackling flames illuminating his surroundings. He picked up a large, juicy shrimp and took a bite. His mask faded away. He smiled. This taste. I missed this. He made a mental note to copy a cooking skill someday. A sound rustled through the bamboo nearby. Figures emerged. It smells amazing, a voice said. Molina and Licho stepped into the firelight. They explained that they would also be spending the night here and asked if they could stay until dawn. Jinhyuk studied them in silence. Molina smiled warmly. After a moment, Jinhyuk nodded and gestured for them to sit. They settled near the fire and exchanged introductions. He handed them a bowl of food. Help yourselves. Molina's mouth practically watered. Licho raised a hand. We don't eat food offered by masked strangers. Jinhyuk placed the bowl on the ground between them. Does the mask bother you? Licho replied evenly, people wear masks when they have something to hide. Jinhyuk pointed at it. I can take it off if that's the problem. They sat together by the same fire, surprised by his calmness. Jinhyuk raised a finger. But not for free. He held up 3 fingers. Let's play a game. 3 questions. If you answer mine, I'll remove the mask. Licho thought it over. Answers didn't have to be truthful, and truth itself was impossible to verify. Whatever Jinhyuk was planning, it didn't seem like a disadvantage. He nodded to Molina. Jinhyuk raised his thumb. Molina pulled out coins, tossing them lightly before catching one. Smiling, she suggested using a coin toss to decide who goes first. She chose obverse. With a faint pulse of magic, the coin revealed obverse. We're first, she said. Jinhyuk noticed the subtle magic immediately. Caligula's coin. Choose a target, channel magic for 5 minutes, and influence the opponent's mind. Melina thought carefully. Asking his name or affiliation would likely get her nowhere. She smiled instead. Do you have any comrades here? A practical question. Jinhyuk answered honestly. I came alone. He asked why they were merely watching when it was clear he was fighting the boss. Melina smiled faintly. We were waiting for the right moment. This temple has a bad reputation. Carelessness gets people killed. Licho spun the coin again. Why did you come to the tower? Jinhyuk stirred the embers with a stick. Even if their interests aligned, she was probing, trying to draw him in. I don't know what I want yet, he said. But if I tell you, can you meet my conditions? Melina rolled the coin between her fingers. If our interests align, yes. We're capable of many things. Licho smiled. Jinhyuk leaned forward. One last question, he said. Answer it, and I'll take off the mask. Melina tilted her head. What do you want to know? Jinhyuk looked into the fire, watching the flames twist upward. The last thing that still interests me. Jinhyuk lifted a stick from the fire and casually pointed it at the couple. So, he said calmly, does the main association really believe the two of you are enough to deal with me? Melina smiled faintly, as if everything was unfolding exactly as she had expected. She and Licho slowly rose to their feet. You already know our true faces, she said. And we saw your strength with our own eyes. You defeated Avokaz alone. Jinhyuk didn't move. He remained seated by the fire, his posture relaxed. Licho tilted his head. You look exhausted. Completely drained, actually. Melina nodded. That's what makes this easy. You're weak right now. Just the two of us are enough. She flicked her wrist. A coin filled with dense magic shot toward Jinhyuk. The two assassins waited. Nothing happened. Melina stared at the coin in disbelief. Why, didn't it work? Licho snapped, what are you doing? Jinhyuk calmly picked up his bowl of shrimp and took another bite. The Caligula coin is working just fine, he said. You just can't use it. A massive purple scale manifested behind the couple. The judgment of Anubis, Jinhyuk continued evenly. All stats reduced by 50%. All abilities sealed for 1 minute. Licho's eyes widened. We're exposed. Use a skill, he shouted. Melina tried, and froze. Nothing's responding. Not a single one. Jinhyuk stood and placed the bowl of shrimp onto the altar beside him. The system chimed. The gods of the temple are pleased with the offering. Choose the subject of the Anubis trial. A pillar bearing a furious face glowed blue. The great general has been chosen as the enemy. A second pillar ignited in red. The underworld general has been chosen as the enemy. Melina and Licho turned pale as two colossal stone statues they had never even heard of began to move. The guardians of the earth. The great general. The underworld general. They advanced. Licho suddenly remembered the shrimp. The offering. It wasn't food, it was a trigger. The pillars had awakened. Jinhyuk sank back beside the fire with a sigh. I'm really tired. Better not move recklessly. He glanced at them. You can't escape anyway. The underworld general slammed its staff into the ground. Exit ban activated. Totemic flames erupted, sealing the area in a blazing barrier. Licho lunged toward Jinhyuk. If you die, they'll disappear. I told you not to move, Jinhyuk replied. A gigantic stone hand hovered above Licho. Warning issued. The blue pillar crashed down. Licho lay beneath the stone paw, his glasses shattered, blood spilling across the ground. The pillar rose. Then struck again. The coin slipped from Melina's fingers and rolled uselessly across the stone floor. She clasped her hands together, panic flooding her face. I have to run. The great general lifted its arm for another strike. Stop, Jinhyuk ordered. The statue froze. He walked toward Melina. Let's talk. Greedy gaze activated. Error, target level disparity too high. Jinhyuk frowned. Even his luck and Lux couldn't force a read this time. He glanced at Licho's body lying broken in the crater. I hope this time, Jinhyuk said quietly, you answer honestly. Melina swallowed. What do you want to know? I've heard about the mains, he said. But I don't understand their motives. If the tower isn't cleared, humanity disappears. Why interfere with players? Melina opened her mouth. That's impossible. A blood-soaked figure crawled from the hole. Licho. Shut up, he screamed. Don't say anything. The stone paw swung. I said, never. Melina stared in horror as the paw rose again, dripping with blood. Jinhyuk spoke calmly. Dying for an idea is admirable. But only when the timing and place are right. Melina turned toward him, trembling. I don't let people who try to kill me walk away, Jin Hyuk said. But I'll spare you, if you talk. A purple dagger appeared in his hand. Information is valuable, he continued. Just not more than your life. Melina collapsed to her knees. I don't know their real names. The one who gave orders wore a plague mask. They called him Lancelot. She bowed her head. There are 11 others. I was part of a hired group. We weren't told more. Greedy gaze activated. Statement verified, truth. Jin Hyuk sat across from her. Continue. The management said if they collect 12 cursed relics from the tower, she said shakily, they can survive even if humanity is destroyed. They'll receive a massive reward. That's all I know. Truth again. 12 cursed relics. Lancelot. Jin Hyuk smiled. They're even crazier than I thought. The Mains intended to summon the devil, and survive the end of humanity. He stood. Thank you. I needed this. Melina forced a smile. Then, I can go. No. Her face drained of color. You said? I'll keep my promise, Jin Hyuk said softly. After a contract. His hand glowed. She didn't understand until it was too late. Soul brand activated. You'll obey me, he said simply. Melina's eyes filled with terror. This was worse than death. Still, she was alive. Tears fell. Morning arrived warm and bright. Jin Hyuk replaced the battle broadcast with a recorded video and closed the system window. I drew attention with that, he said. Of course they'd get annoyed. He walked forward. A temple loomed ahead. Let's begin. He smiled, lifting the golden key. Summon activated. A purple beam shot skyward. A glowing sphere formed as birds fled in panic. A massive gate opened. A stone leg stepped out. Then another. An entire stone army followed. A man emerged holding a cup of sake. Who dares disturb my rest? Greedy gaze activated. Luck and adaptation compensating for level difference. The third floor boss appeared. A long-haired man sat upon a stone throne. Name, Muhan. Copying failed due to level disparity. Muhan drank deeply. Many have challenged my army. Only you summoned me with the key. Beneath him stood giants, warriors, and countless soldiers. 100,000 souls. Jin Hyuk smiled. That army of yours? He activated the first chessboard. A massive projection unfolded beneath his hand. He struck the plate. First chessboard opened. A colossal chessboard spread across the ground. 2,851 magical chess pieces materialized. A line of pawns formed before Jin Hyuk. The game had begun. Muhan smiled, clearly intrigued. He admitted that it was an interesting approach. With a method like this, one could practically replace an entire army. Tilting his head, he asked what such a small force could possibly accomplish. Jin Hyuk returned the smile, calm and confident, and replied that he was not done yet. He took out enhancement pills and used them on the chess piece's armor. Instantly, the pawns underwent a transformation, their forms reshaping into knights. Blue smoke seeped from their eyes, and a dense, intimidating aura spread across the field. Muhan let out a low chuckle, genuinely amused. He struck the ground once and admitted that Jin Hyuk was different from all the challengers who had come before him. Around the hero, a massive chess army now stood in full formation. Far away, an old man was carving a chess piece out of stone. He paused, turned his head, and told Yuri to make a few more. Nearby, Park Hannah worked nervously, her hands shaking slightly as she carved another piece. She muttered that once the goal was set, at least they knew how many were left, but carving sculptures non-stop still felt unreal to her. As she worked, she poured magic into the pieces, saying there was no time to stop and think. Exhausted, she turned around and said they had already made more than 2,000 pieces. If Jin Hyuk did not approve of them, everything would be over. She picked up an elephant piece and sighed, saying that since it had come to this, being on his side was actually a good thing. She glanced at the box filled with chess pieces and added that it was clearly an advantage for them. Jin Hyuk smiled faintly. Since he was finally being acknowledged, he touched one of the pieces and spoke calmly. He said that hearing praise from someone who had been sitting comfortably on the third floor, hiding behind servants, sounded more like empty bravado than respect. He mounted his horse, grasped his spear, and said bluntly that he was not pleased at all. Muhan frowned and asked him to explain. Jin Hyuk answered without hesitation. He said that Muhan had defeated only a few weak players and was now showing off. That was precisely why he was stuck on the third floor. He simply did not have the ability to climb higher. Muhan was immediately engulfed in surging energy. The monsters of the trial tower guarded their respective floors and drew power from them. Not only players but monsters themselves could climb the tower and grow stronger. Laughing loudly, the boss called Jin Hyuk an interesting man and asked if he truly believed that he could not go beyond the fourth floor due to a lack of strength. Jin Hyuk replied evenly that it was not about strength. It was because Mohan was bound to the third floor. Mohan stood up, smiling coldly, and said that Jin Hyuk was free to think whatever he wanted. He noted that the hero's plan seemed to revolve around provoking his enemy. Then his expression hardened with anger. He pointed out that the gap in troop numbers and tactical depth was obvious. Winning with Jin Hyuk's forces was simply impossible. With a sharp command, he ordered the 1st Battalion forward. The stone warriors raised their shields, leveled their spears, and advanced in unison. Jin Hyuk watched them approach, quickly calculating their numbers. There were roughly 1,000 statues in the vanguard alone. He understood immediately that the enemy wanted to observe his response. He raised his spear. The skill of the first chessboard activated. Instantly, the attack and defense of all chess pieces on the field increased by 30%. A powerful glow wrapped around the chess warriors as energy surged through them. Jin Hyuk visualized the entire flow of the coming battle in his mind. He ordered the outer pawns to advance 3 steps. Then he commanded the first squad to prepare for defense. The chess warriors moved forward. The pawns activated a shield wall, locking their shields together and bracing their weapons outward. The enemy closed in. Jin Hyuk ordered them to hold formation. The 2 shield lines collided with a thunderous impact. The stone warriors pushed forward aggressively, forcing the pawns back step by step. Jin Hyuk immediately gave another order, telling them to fight to the death. The pressure intensified. The shield wall continued to slide backward under the enemy's weight. Fire, Jin Hyuk commanded. The rooks raised their crossbows and unleashed a volley. Arrows rained down on the advancing shieldmen, piercing through stone and armor alike. The stone warriors raised their shields, but it was too late. At that moment, the elephant pieces lifted their staffs. A wave of fire erupted from them, pouring over the enemy line. Flames seeped through gaps in the shields, engulfing the warriors. Burned bodies collapsed onto the ground one after another. An Eastern warrior among Mohan's forces smiled grimly. A purple mark appeared on his forehead as he acknowledged the outcome. He admitted that destroying the vanguard in mere seconds was impressive. Then he ordered the 2nd and 3rd battalions to advance. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the stone warriors charged. Jin Hyuk responded instantly. The cavalry units surged forward, targeting the enemy's flank. He issued rapid commands, laying out a clear battle plan. The horses activated a wedge formation, boosting their damage by 200%. Jin Hyuk himself advanced from the front line. He ordered them to break through the formation faster than lightning. The cavalry slammed into the enemy's rear flank. The stone warriors barely had time to turn before the horses tore into them, ripping through their ranks and shattering their formation. The commander frowned as he observed the battlefield, clearly recognizing Jin Hyuk's talent for commanding an army. Orders flowed continuously from the hero, each one sharp and purposeful. Mohan watched closely, noting how Jin Hyuk shifted between offense and defense at exactly the right moments, issuing precise commands without hesitation. Then he noticed it. A gap in the formation. It looked almost too perfect. Too tempting. Like bait coated in poison. Suspicious, Mohan activated his weak point detection. Light poured from his eyes as the system responded. If the crown were destroyed, the chess figures would stop moving. The crown could only be the king or the queen. Mohan scanned the battlefield again, and realization struck. If he eliminated the crown, victory would be guaranteed. He burst into mad laughter, mocking Jin Hyuk for making a mistake so basic that even beginners avoided it. Yet, even as he laughed, doubt crept in. This was no mistake. A woman's leg stepped calmly onto the battlefield. The crown was Alice. She stood there with visible displeasure, watching the battle unfold as if it were beneath her. Smiling coldly, the general ordered his forces forward to break through the center. Jin Hyuk turned his head, already imagining every maneuver that would follow. The moment he shifted position, the enemy surged toward the heart of the formation. Ignore everything, Jin Hyuk commanded calmly. He pointed out that the enemy had already lost 3,000 warriors in defensive power. He understood it all now. He charged straight at Mohan. The open center, the exposed crown, the apparent blunder, it was all deliberate. A trap. Mohan took the bait. The giant swung down with overwhelming force. Flames erupted from the elephant units. The giant's body was torn apart mid-strike. A massive hand seized the broken giant, spinning once before hurling it deep into the center of the chess formation. The shattered body flew through the ranks with a deafening roar. Stone shards blasted past Alice, embedding themselves in the ground as the remains crashed down dangerously close to her. Alice found herself suddenly surrounded by enemies. Mohan smiled viciously, declaring that this was the end. Alice glanced around with a dark, irritated expression. Then the sound of hooves thundered across the field. The cavalry charged. As Jinhyuk approached, the general laughed and praised him for reaching this far with such a small force. Jinhyuk chuckled in response and told him to stop pretending. He knew very well that the path had been left open on purpose. Mohan frowned deeply. With a wave of his hand, he said that he had entrusted the crown to a mere girl and allowed Jinhyuk to approach with so few soldiers, but it would change nothing. Mana surged violently around his body as he declared that the battle would end here. At that moment, two enormous statues appeared. The Bodhisattva grinned broadly, asking whether there were truly no better warriors in the world. David rubbed his chin and commented that not a single one of them even had ideal proportions. Mohan's expression darkened further. Moving his lips, he asked if they had gone mad in the face of defeat. A shadow fell across the grinning boy's eyes. Alice crossed her arms and asked Jinhyuk if he really planned to face this alone. He asked her if she was worried. Frowning, she admitted that it was only natural. He was not the guardian of the third floor for nothing. Turning away slightly, Jinhyuk remarked that this was the first time she had ever acknowledged someone as strong. Was he really stronger than her? Alice snapped back angrily, telling him not to compare the Lord of the Night to these idiots. She closed her eyes and muttered that if she had not been imprisoned back then, everything would have been different. After a brief pause, Jinhyuk asked if he could leave that area to her. The vampire raised her leg slightly and replied that even in her current condition, she could easily handle 10,000 of these blockheads. The enemy rushed toward Alice in a tidal wave. Jinhyuk grinned and told Mohan that if anyone heard what he had just said about her, they would definitely get angry. Alice concentrated, blood gathering in her palm. In the next instant, countless blood-red spears formed around her. She waved her hand lazily and asked if they truly understood who they were trying to kill. The spears shot forward, tearing through stone bodies as if they were flesh. Warriors were ripped apart, limbs shattered, torsos pierced. One statue froze mid-motion, its hand raised uselessly. Alice gathered an immense amount of mana above her head. Raising an eyebrow, she gave a single command. Die! A violent explosion shook the battlefield. She landed lightly, closing her eyes and puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Mohan screamed in disbelief, demanding to know how such a fragile-looking girl could possess that level of power. Jinhyuk summoned his spear and answered calmly. Letting her get close had been his mistake. Even now, he still could not defeat Alice. The Bloody Rage skill activated. A black sheet of mana reacted violently, flooding into his spear. An icon depicting a broken skull lit up. A new attack modifier was obtained. Jinhyuk swung once, then hurled the spear. It tore through the air, leaving a blazing trail of mana behind it. Soldiers' eyes glowed in shock. Even the Bodhisattva's eyes shone as he trembled, muttering to David that he had disliked him from the very beginning. Raising his hand, he screamed that David's pretty face and abs were unbearable. He struck him. Chaos erupted. Soldiers and generals turned on one another. Several warriors tackled the giant to the ground as the Bodhisattva relentlessly beat David. Mohan clutched his head mentally, drenched in sweat. Everything had fallen apart. Jinhyuk, seated firmly on his horse, told him not to panic. Otherwise, he looked pathetic. A massive wall of ice formed behind the Titan. Mohan grit his teeth. Jinhyuk shaped a bow of energy in his hands and asked calmly if he truly intended to run from inevitable defeat. Mohan shouted for him to stop and swung his arm. A colossal fist rushed toward Jinhyuk, scattering soldiers' bodies like debris. Horses and warriors were hurled into the air. Jinhyuk summoned another spear and said coldly that the moment Mohan felt fear, he abandoned everything on his floor and tried to flee. He pulled the spear back like an arrow. Then released it. The spear pierced straight through the giant's hand, continued through his eye, and burst out behind Mohan's back. It slammed into his chest. Mohan froze, glowing as defeat overtook him. Light poured from his eyes and mouth. A second later, a massive explosion of energy roared across the battlefield. Alice smiled softly. The guardian of the third floor had fallen. The system announced the opening of the fourth floor of the test tower. Alice waved her hand, celebrating with the others. The time limit to conquer the next floor was set at 90 days. Maria smiled. Teresa smiled as well. The enormous Titan began to glow before exploding completely. Jinhyuk straightened himself as the light faded. The floor was cleared. He stepped forward as notifications flooded in, levels rising rapidly. Looking through the system windows, he muttered that all stats should be invested into mana. Then it was time to check the drop. He frowned. Treasure drops were ranked by color. From the first 10 floors, only red-ranked items were supposed to appear, with purple being the highest. Yet before him stood an orange chest. Jinhyuk rubbed his palms together, guessing that this was likely the effect of the monopolization skill, triggered because he alone received the reward. The chest burst open. Skills and items spilled out. He grinned, then abruptly froze. His eyes locked onto a sun figurine. Jin-hyuk smiled sharply, saying that with this, clearing the 4th floor would be much easier. Alice raised an eyebrow, commenting mentally that she still could not get used to that expression. She smiled faintly and admitted that he was encouraging, in his own way. Elsewhere, adventurers sat around a table in silence. Frederick smiled nervously, saying that Jin-hyuk had actually done it. Beck threw his head back and laughed, declaring that this marked the birth of a new hero. Maria closed her eyes and said that they now had 90 days to prepare for the next floor. They would have to train harder than ever. Tenwei scowled deeply, suddenly leaping to his feet. He demanded to know how this could be considered glorious. After all, Jin-hyuk had taken everything, loot, attention, all of it. He fell silent when Teresa spoke. She waved her hand dismissively and said that Jin-hyuk had been cleaning up after them. They had failed against the boss and had almost sided with the mains. Thanks to him, humanity gained 90 days without the mains interfering. She added that it was absurd to criticize him after he had resolved such a crisis. Beck and Maria frowned. Teresa turned toward them and asked if they seriously agreed with Tenwei. Tenwei sat back down. Teresa froze for a moment, then straightened and announced her immediate resignation from the association. Maria looked up and urged her to reconsider, reminding her of everything she had done to join them. Frederick raised his hand and said that their association was not something one could casually enter and leave. Only those capable of protecting humanity were invited. If she left, she would never be allowed back. The blonde hesitated when he asked whether she truly trusted this man with humanity's future. Teresa gripped the door handles and walked out, saying that she had already trusted him with her life once. Later, Jin-hyuk walked along the beach, remarking that he now had more than enough money and could finally stay in a good hotel. He took out his phone when Younghwa called. Putting it to his ear, he explained that he had been inside the tower and could not answer earlier. Younghwa bowed her head slightly and said that her grandfather had not opened his eyes. She was the granddaughter of the legendary martial artist Chen Yang, a grandmaster of Korean martial arts. His broad back had always filled her with resolve. Jin-hyuk stared in shock. Now, Younghwa was crying as she looked at him. Jin-hyuk placed a steady hand on her shoulder and quietly asked if she could tell him what had happened here. Younghwa glanced toward the hospital building, her expression tightening. She said everything began around the time the trial tower appeared, during the Incheon incident. Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes. That was the same period when he himself had been trapped in the labyrinth in Hanoi. Gripping the handrail, Younghwa continued. Her grandfather had been there that day. When monsters awakened after the outbreak, he fought them head-on and defeated them, but he was gravely injured. He never fully recovered. As they entered the ward, she added in a strained voice that his condition had worsened recently. Jin-hyuk stopped beside the bed and examined the old man lying there. This was someone once regarded as the strongest in Korea. As Jin-hyuk looked at him, his eyes shimmered faintly while he checked the man's status and characteristics. He was stunned. This was a man who had never entered the tower, yet possessed such overwhelming presence and depth. The door opened abruptly. A doctor walked in, followed by several others, asking Younghwa why she had left the room so suddenly. His tone sharpened when he noticed Jin-hyuk, remarking that the man with her was nothing more than a fighter who knew only how to fight. Jin-soo stepped closer and said bluntly that even an S-rank individual would be useless here. Jin-hyuk turned calmly and replied that he had known Younghwa for a long time. He had come only to see if there was anything he could do for her. The doctor leaned over the patient, clearing his throat and apologizing for the misunderstanding. He said it was embarrassing to think that the famous Jin-hyuk might suddenly decide to become a miracle doctor. Younghwa clenched her fists. Her voice trembled as she admitted that she was desperate. She had called him even though he was not a doctor, simply because he was strong. She raised her voice, saying that the best specialists available were already here, yet her grandfather was not improving at all. The doctor adjusted his glasses and said they were doing everything they could. Jin-soo added that even with modern equipment, illnesses caused by the tower's influence were still beyond full understanding. The room fell silent. Younghwa hugged herself and apologized for losing control of her emotions. At that moment, Jin-hyuk activated his greedy gaze. As he passed her, Younghwa suggested that he leave so as not to interfere with the doctors. Jin-hyuk clenched his teeth. Anger surged through him as he read Jin-soo's thoughts. Until recently, the man had simply been enjoying himself here. Now, he was pretending to provide treatment. Pointing his pen toward the patient's veins, Jin-soo explained that the old man had fallen into a coma due to a clash between the energy from his martial techniques and the tower's magic. He added that they were considering a treatment using magical stones, but the raw materials were extremely expensive. Younghwa clenched her fist and said money did not matter. She would sell everything she had if necessary. The doctor chuckled softly, then suddenly turned his gaze. Jin-hyuk asked what nonsense he was talking about, accusing him of trying to extort money. Jin-hyuk stepped closer and flatly called him a swindler. The medics immediately moved to block him, accusing Jin-hyuk of seriously insulting their profession. Jin-soo adjusted his glasses and said that just because Jin-hyuk was the mistress's guest did not give him the right to say whatever he wanted. Inside his mind, Jin-soo scoffed, thinking that even if they were investigated, the cryptocurrency wallets registered under fake identities would never be traced. Jin-hyuk raised a finger and asked calmly how far he had gone using fake crypto accounts. Younghwa frowned sharply. Jin-soo pointed at Jin-hyuk and demanded evidence, accusing him of trying to ruin their reputation without proof. Jin-hyuk's eyes continued to glow faintly as he read the man's thoughts, and suddenly, Jin-soo wondered whether this guest knew about the Black Cloud Guild's connection with a tower dweller. Jin-hyuk froze, his hands still in his pockets. His eyes widened. Tower dwellers had contacted humans. The medics stood frozen. Jin-hyuk thought of Dakba and realized that humans were considered a serious external threat to tower dwellers. But then, what were they planning? Suddenly, the sensor data spiked. Chunyoung coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. Younghwa screamed. Jin-soo spun around and bolted for the exit. Younghwa slammed the door shut with her foot. Sweat poured down the man's face as she said coldly that something must be bothering him if he was in such a hurry to escape. Crying, she added that if her grandfather died, he should not even dream of leaving this place alive. Jin-hyuk stepped toward the bed and told her to calm down. Treatment was the priority. Chunyoung's body convulsed. Jin-soo grabbed his tie and shouted that he needed to fetch medicine, claiming that it was only because of them that Chunyoung was still alive at all. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes and told Younghwa to hit the doctor once. She froze, then reacted instantly. Turning sharply, she kicked Jin-soo square in the face. Jin-hyuk examined the old man again and realized how critical his condition was. An ordinary person would have died long ago. He raised his hand and resolved that he would not let him die. The doctor frowned when he saw the object that appeared in Jin-hyuk's hand. Jin-hyuk chuckled softly and said that the man must truly know something if he recognized it. Opening the container, he thought that he had planned to save this as a last resort, but he had known Younghwa for far too long to hesitate now. He poured the elixir onto Chunyoung, thinking that he could not pass up the chance to copy the skill of someone like him. The elixir glowed brilliantly as it was absorbed. Blue light ran through the veins on the old man's hand, then faded completely. Chunyoung's expression softened, and a faint smile appeared as his body relaxed. Younghwa rushed forward, tears spilling freely as she laughed and cried at the same time. Jin-hyuk's mind suddenly buzzed as system notifications flooded in. He had successfully copied the heavenly flower cultivation technique. Behind them, Jin-soo stared in disbelief, shaking as he realized that the boy had actually cured the old man. He whispered that they needed to leave immediately. Jin-hyuk kicked him hard, sending him crashing to the floor. He told the others to get out. Narrowing his eyes, Jin-hyuk looked down at the doctor and said that they would have a private conversation next. Jin-soo's body slammed violently into the wall of the storage room. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs, and he slid down onto the cold floor, teeth clenched as pain shot through his back. "So what now?" he snarled, forcing his head up despite the tremor in his arms. "Going to kill me? That it?" A young man stood calmly in the doorway, blocking the exit. His expression was unreadable. "I'm not killing you," he said evenly. "Not over stolen money." Jin-soo froze. "If you return everything you've taken until now," the man continued, "I'll let you walk out of here." The words sounded too good to be true. Still seated on the floor, Jin-soo looked up cautiously. You'll really let me go?" "You don't need to worry," Jin-hyuk replied without hesitation. "I'll explain everything to Younghwa myself." Jin-soo hesitated. His shoulders slowly sagged, and he lowered his head in defeat. Then, Jin-hyuk's eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp, dangerous light. Turning slightly, he asked in a cold tone, "Doctor, are you tired of living?" Before anyone could react, a phone lying on the couch began to ring. A notification lit up the screen. More than 35 billion had been credited. The room went dead silent. Doctors, nurses, and staff nearby all turned toward the sound, stunned by what they had just seen. Jin-soo stared at the screen, then at Jin-hyuk. A grin spread across his face as relief flooded his chest. Without wasting another second, he scrambled to his feet and bolted out of the hospital, laughter spilling from his mouth as he ran, happy simply to still be alive. High above, on the hospital rooftop, Jin-hyuk stood with his hands in his pockets, watching from a distance. "Alice," he said calmly, "follow him. Find out where he's heading." The small vampire perched on his shoulder tilted her head. "You let him go on purpose, didn't you?" Jin-hyuk frowned slightly. "Even if I squeezed those useless lackeys dry, I wouldn't get anything worthwhile." He turned his gaze toward the city lights below. "I need their base. Their leaders. Not loose change." Alice smiled. Got it. I won't be seen. She fluttered off into the night, trailing after Jin Su with a quiet laugh. Jinhyuk watched her disappear, then turned away, a faint grin forming on his lips. Back inside the office, Jinhyuk approached the door and called out, "Younghwa, go check how the elixir is settling." Her face immediately brightened. "Okay," she replied cheerfully. "Call me when you're done." Once she left, the room grew quiet. Jinhyuk glanced toward the hospital bed. Everyone's gone now. The old man lying there remained completely still. Then, slowly, one eye opened. "I thought I played dead perfectly," the man said dryly as he sat up. "Was it my breathing that gave me away?" "You did fine," Jinhyuk replied, closing his eyes briefly. "Perfect, actually." Chunyoung frowned. "I didn't intend to deceive you. You appeared suddenly and cured me," Jinhyuk said, sitting beside him. "Anyone would feel wary after that. I would have been suspicious too." Chunyoung studied him closely, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed. "You understand people frighteningly well," he said. "You read my thoughts so cleanly I've got nothing to add." Opening his eyes again, Jinhyuk continued, "Younghwa was worried about you. She almost never asks for help, but this time, she even wrote to me." Shun clenched his fist at those words. Jinhyuk paused. "I want to ask you something." After a moment of thought, Chunyoung nodded. "You saved my life. I'll answer anything I can." Jinhyuk's gaze drifted to the scar on the old man's chest. "What happened during the breakout?" Chunyoung raised a hand and slowly touched the wound. His expression darkened. "I was on my way to a conference when it started," he said quietly. The memory surfaced vividly. He had been sitting in the car, teeth clenched as pain ripped through his body. Then, space tore open above them. A gate appeared in midair. From the small opening, spiders crawled out. The policeman driving screamed in fear and reached for his gun, but one of the spiders lunged forward, mandibles snapping. Chunyoung reacted instantly, kicking the monster away. The ground beneath him collapsed. Taking a firm stance, he shouted, "Evacuate the civilians. I'll handle the monsters." As his foot struck the cobblestone, a voice echoed from above. "Even in this world, there are decent humans." Someone stood over Chunyoung. A tall figure grinned widely, holding a monster's corpse in one hand before casually tossing it aside. "I'll play with you," the unknown man said. Chunyoung frowned inwardly. "I can manage these large ones, somehow." The swordsman drew his blade and stepped forward. Then he vanished. Chunyoung's mouth fell open. The next instant, the opponent was above him. Steel tore through his chest. The swordsman landed cleanly, already behind him. Swordsman spun around just as Chunyoung cursed aloud. And that was when everything went black. Chunyoung slowly touched the scar on his chest, his fingers lingering as his expression darkened. "That's the last thing I remember," the old man said quietly. "I've never seen anyone wield a sword at that speed in my entire life." Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. He already had a good idea who that opponent was. If his assumption was correct, then it meant one thing: the Murim forces ruling the 21st floor had begun acting far more erratically than before. That alone was troubling. Jinhyuk stroked his jaw, memories resurfacing of the Murim practitioners who had made his progress miserable during the game. His eyes widened slightly as another thought struck him. Why were they interfering with the outside world? After a moment, he looked back at Chunyoung and spoke in a calm but heavy voice. "The one who attacked you was a resident of the tower." Chunyoung's expression stiffened. "That complicates things," Jinhyuk continued. "A lot." Outside the room, Younghwa sat quietly by the door. Hearing her presence, Chunyoung suddenly asked, "How long have you known Younghwa?" Jinhyuk answered honestly. "A long time." The old man burst into laughter. "Then I should arrange a wedding." Jinhyuk immediately shook his head. "We're not in that kind of relationship." Chunyoung closed his eyes, smiling faintly. "I may not be very clever, but age has taught me how to read people." Opening his eyes again, he continued, "It takes 10,000 hours to truly master any field." Jinhyuk paused. He thought about the countless hours he had spent inside the game. Chunyoung went on, recalling the awakened. "The tower has only existed for a few months, yet the so-called experts are already overrated." He looked directly at Jinhyuk. "You're different. It's as if you've been through this many times. Someone forged through endless trials." Jinhyuk closed his eyes briefly. "You're exaggerating." Chunyoung smirked. "Even when you act humble, you can't hide it. You're a master." Placing a hand over his chest, the old man spoke solemnly. "You saved my life. I want to repay that debt." Jinhyuk smirked slightly. Receiving gratitude from the most prestigious martial artist in Korea was no small thing. "Can I ask for anything?" he said casually. Chunyoung smiled. "Don't worry. Say it." Soon after, Jinhyuk stepped outside to Younghwa. She turned instantly, worry written all over her face. "How is my grandfather?" "The elixir has already merged with his body," Jinhyuk replied. "Give it a few days. He'll be fully recovered." Relief washed over her. She scratched the back of her head. "How can I repay you?" Jinhyuk grinned. "Your grandfather already compensated me more than enough." From inside the room, Chun-Yong smiled broadly. Tears streamed down his face. He never imagined that this would be what Jinhyuk asked for. The elevator stopped at the 101st floor. Jinhyuk entered his room and walked toward the window, smiling as he looked out over the city from the luxurious skyscraper. "Money really is nice," he muttered. He ordered lunch. Moments later, a food cart arrived. Jinhyuk carefully cut a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth. His expression softened as he savored the taste. Just a few months ago, he had eaten whatever he could find, often instant ramen. Alice, sprawled lazily on the couch, glanced at him. "You're enjoying that way too much." Then her eyes shifted to the television. A broadcast about the trial tower filled the screen. The guest was Yunak, a top-ranked member of the Dan Gun Guild and widely considered the strongest in Korea. Sitting upright, Alice listened as the interviewer asked about the key to conquering the tower. Yunak replied confidently, "The most important thing is becoming strong as fast as possible." Pointing toward the camera, he continued, "There are two ways. First, raise your level and skills." Alice's expression darkened as Yunak went on. "Second, coins." He smiled. Being able to buy powerful items with coins is the greatest advantage a ranker can have. While Yunak spoke, Alice glanced at Jinhyuk. "You already finished everything." She suddenly sat up. "Where are you planning to go?" Before he could answer, her lips curved into a knowing smile. She picked up a glass of wine and stopped listening to the broadcast. On screen, Yunak continued. Multiple cameras focused on him as he explained that whoever cleared the third floor first would gain access to the fourth. "The fourth floor is special," he said, pointing to the screen. "You must endure 100 waves of attacks. The key is capturing and holding a base." He warned that if the base fell, the fourth floor would be locked for 20 days, like an hourglass that refused to open early. When the image of Unknown appeared, Yunak shook his head. Even Unknown wouldn't take such a risk lightly. Jinhyuk turned on the shower, listening absently as water poured down. Yunak's voice echoed through the steam. "There's a scenario where humanity could be wiped out." Jinhyuk stood still beneath the water. The interviewer asked if it would be better to wait a month. Yunak smiled. "If we want to enter boldly, we need at least a month of preparation." Later, beside his car, Yunak suggested resting during that time. As he got in, a system window suddenly appeared. "Player unknown has begun clearing the fourth floor." Yunak's eyes widened. "Prepare for participation. First wave begins in 8 hours." He slammed the steering wheel and abruptly turned the car around, ignoring the woman's screams beside him. "Gather all rankers. Now!" System messages flooded in from every direction. Yunak was furious. They were completely unprepared, and only 8 hours remained. As he drove, one thought consumed his mind. What is Unknown thinking? At the same time, Jinhyuk opened his eyes. Alice was sleeping beside him. Stretching lazily, he smiled. "I slept well." He stood up. "Time to move." System notification, 1 hour 37 minutes 51 seconds until first wave. The fourth floor consisted of 100 waves of normal and special zombies. Players could either build defensive towers or claim a base and defend it. Upon entry, a notification appeared. "You are the first player to enter the fourth floor." Walking through the ruined city, Jinhyuk frowned. "This place is creepy." Another message followed. "Players may enter in 20 minutes. Looking around, Jinhyuk quickened his pace. He arrived at the World Cup Stadium. The moment he touched the pole, the system responded. Base installation right activated. A massive flag appeared above the stadium. Base selected, World Cup Stadium. Jinhyuk immediately began planting seeds and using living water. Notifications rang out as plant growth accelerated by 20%. Meanwhile, players gathered at the starting area. Jinhyuk scanned them and recognized every major guild. Then, Jinhyuk. Taemin and Yonghwa waved. Teresa greeted him warmly as well. Taemin and Yonghwa stared, shocked by Teresa's behavior. Jinhyuk descended toward them. "Sorry for the rush." "There's no need," Taemin and Teresa replied immediately. Teresa turned away, flustered. "It's better being with Jinhyuk." Whispers spread as people discussed his party. Jinhyuk smiled. "Everyone prepared?" Yonghwa and Taemin hesitated, clearly worried about the enemies. Jinhyuk smirked. "If it were easy, it wouldn't be fun." He glanced back at the stadium. "That's why I chose this place as the base." Yonghwa and Taemin stared at Jinhyuk in disbelief. Only now did the weight of his words sink in. Holding a base of this size normally required at least 100 people. The realization sent a chill through them. Teresa looked between the furious pair and Jinhyuk, completely confused. When Yonghwa muttered that Jinhyuk was a masochist, Teresa hesitated, then asked timidly whether that meant he was some kind of pervert. No one answered her. The only response was Yonghwa's irritated shouting echoing through the eerie, ruined city. After a moment, Teresa stepped closer to Jinhyuk and politely asked if she could say something. Spreading her fingers, she explained that defending a base required at least 5 people. Then she pointed at Yonghwa and Taming. There are only 4 of us. That's strange, isn't it? Jinhyuk closed his eyes calmly. The 5th will arrive soon. Almost on cue, a heavy presence slammed down beside them. An enraged Yusung landed on the ground, calling Jinhyuk's name slowly, syllable by syllable, his voice trembling with fury. He drew his blade, glaring murderously. I'll kill you. Not long ago, Yusung had been training peacefully in the forest. He had settled into his stance, began meditating, and then a system window had appeared. It was a message from Jinhyuk, ordering him to come to the starting area within an hour. Yusung frowned and ignored it. Moments later, another message arrived. Jinhyuk promised to fight him without using his left hand and right leg. Yusung snorted and continued training, deciding not to fall for such cheap provocation. Then came a third message. Jinhyuk added that he would also close his eyes. Yusung's patience snapped. He clenched his jaw, swearing to take revenge later. And then the final message came. Are you a coward? That single question struck him like lightning. Now, standing before Jinhyuk, Yusung was seething. Jinhyuk casually motioned for him to come closer, his gaze settling on Yusung's weapon. He smirked when he recognized it, an attribute sword, capable of channeling elemental magic and attacking from range. Yusung stepped forward, rage blazing. I'll show you how wrong you are. His sword ignited, flames roaring along the blade. Jinhyuk pointed at it. What are you planning to do with an unfinished sword like that? Yusung ground his teeth. What do you mean? The attribute sword isn't bad, Jinhyuk said, raising his hand. But it only shows its true worth once it's complete. He smiled faintly. This floor's random drop includes an item that perfectly complements your sword. You need a fire attribute core. Right? Yusung shouted, accusing him of bluffing. Random drops are random for a reason. Jinhyuk pointed at him calmly. I have my own ways of getting what I want. Join us, and I'll give you the item. Yusung hesitated. His eyes flickered with conflict. After a long pause, he sheathed his sword. Turning away, he said stiffly, it would be nice if it really dropped for us. System notification, party of 5 has been formed. System notification, minimum number of players required to defend the base has been met. Yusung watched the group move out. Teresa glanced at Jinhyuk, concerned. Is everything okay? Yusung seems different. As long as our agreement stands, he won't betray us, Jinhyuk replied. He may look creepy, but he's a man of honor. Suddenly, Yonghwa called out to him, remembering something. She handed him a pair of swords. Jinhyuk smiled as he accepted them. System notification, twin dragon swords acquired. Due to the tower's influence, ancient relics have gained power comparable to artifacts. Yonghwa tilted her head. How did you get the swords my grandfather treasured so much? He treated me well, Jinhyuk answered simply. When he removed the cloth wrapped around the hilts, he noticed a note attached on the sword, dowry. Soon, the entire group reached their base. The moment Yonghwa and Yusung saw it, they started arguing. Jinhyuk cut them off, saying calmly that he had a plan. Then everyone turned toward the stadium entrance. A group of people stood nearby, watching them carefully. One of them asked whether they were the ones who had chosen the stadium as their base. Jinhyuk's eyes locked onto the speaker's sword. That pattern. He remembered exactly where he had seen it before. The man smirked, clearly recognizing Jinhyuk as well. As the two groups faced each other, Jinhyuk confirmed his suspicion. The pattern belonged to a Mirim clan member from the 21st floor. Looking closely at Namgung Hyan, Jinhyuk realized that the tower's inhabitants truly were moving into the outside world. When one of them asked for confirmation, Namgung Hyan closed his eyes and began introducing himself. Save it, Jinhyuk interrupted coldly. I know how savage your family is. Hyan froze in shock. Teresa anxiously tugged at Jinhyuk's sleeve, asking if he knew him. We've met, Jinhyuk replied. Mirim masters. Rulers of the 21st floor. He smirked as memories surfaced. Warriors overflowing with pride and arrogance. Hyan trembled with rage. Jinhyuk suddenly made an exaggerated expression, mocking Hyan's future reaction, then waved his hand. Let's skip this part. Hyan clenched his teeth as Jinhyuk declared that his clan no longer had any pride worth protecting. How dare you insult my clan? Hyan roared, unsheathing his sword. Jinhyuk prepared himself, and a system window appeared, displaying Hyan's full stats. System notification: if all Murim inhabitants are identified, skill copying becomes available. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. There were more of them. When Teresa asked about the next move, Jinhyuk smiled sharply. We copy the skill. He gave the order to prepare for battle. Hyan shouted commands, and his men charged. Yonghwa lit up with excitement, while Taming tensed instantly. Skill activated, Machine King. System notification: mechanism summoned. A tank formed on the battlefield. Mana enveloped Yonghwa's body. Skill activated, no step back. Damage taken reduced by 15%. Teresa began forming her armor. I'll cover the rear. Yusung glanced at Jinhyuk. Every time I see you, I realize you never care about the situation. Hold out for 3 minutes, Jinhyuk said calmly. Yusung looked at the enemies. Even 3 minutes might be too long. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of slashes, cutting down more than a dozen enemies. When Teresa swung her shield. System notification: Sacred Enhancement activated. Battle Song activated. Taming and Yonghwa felt their stats surge by 5. They cheered. Taming immediately launched missiles. Explosions tore through the battlefield. Yonghwa crushed opponents with brutal kicks. Teresa forced enemies back with her shield. Hyan watched silently as fear spread through his subordinates. Yusung cut down 3 enemies in a flash and rushed to the next. He stopped only after defeating 2 more. Hyan spoke coldly. There are stronger ones than these. Yusung barely blocked the next strike. The follow-up attack slammed into his shoulder. Pain flared. Yusung's eyes burned with fury. Hyan stood directly in front of Yusung, his expression calm but sharp. He gave a brief nod of approval. Your reaction speed isn't bad, he said. Without proper fundamentals, no one becomes a real swordsman. I'll show you what swordsmanship truly is. He raised his blade and shifted into stance. Then he moved. The lunge was so fast it cut through the air with a piercing whistle. Yusung's muscles locked tight. His eyes tracked the mana flow around Gun Hyan's body, trying to predict the trajectory. Even so, the impact when their swords met nearly numbed his arms. Each strike carried crushing weight, far beyond anything the Triad fighters had shown earlier. Gun Hyan's next attack came without warning. Yusung barely lifted his sword in time. Steel screamed. Gun Hyan raised his blade again for a finishing blow. Yusung saw it coming, but his body wouldn't move fast enough. At the last instant, Teresa crashed in between them. Her shield slammed upward, deflecting the strike with a heavy clang that echoed across the battlefield. Jinhyuk appeared right behind her. Nice timing, he said with a grin. Then his smile sharpened. My turn. System notification: Fire element activated. Flames erupted from his hand, expanding into a blazing cloud that surged toward Gun Hyan. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing a wide area and forcing everyone nearby to retreat. Gun Hyan's expression tightened slightly as the flames surrounded him, but annoyance quickly replaced it. This level of magic, he scoffed. You expect this to do anything? At that moment, Jinhyuk leapt into the air. Gun Hyan smirked. You can't dodge in midair. His words cut off. Ice suddenly coiled around his leg. He jerked in surprise. Jinhyuk's voice came calmly from above. People usually don't recheck what they've already confirmed. Mana condensed into his hand. System notification: Skill activated, Daylight. A massive surge of energy shot downward like a pillar of light aimed straight at Gun Hyan. For the first time, fear flashed across Gun Hyan's face. Then another figure appeared in the air. A blade swept across the trajectory, deflecting the attack with explosive force. The newcomer landed behind Gun Hyan moments later. Jinhyuk's smile faded as he saw who had arrived. The man struck the ground with his staff, surveying the battlefield. This exceeds my expectations, he said calmly. Gun Hyan's clan members quickly gathered around him, forming a defensive line. Both groups stared at each other in silence. Weibo, deep in thought, spoke first. I didn't expect someone outside the tower to possess this level of internal energy. His sister nodded in agreement. Jinhyuk suddenly grinned again. Perfect timing. System notification: All Triad residents located. System notification: Copy condition satisfied. System notification: Skill successfully copied, Endless Step. System notification: Endless Step combined with Sword Cemetery. A new window appeared. Movement speed increased by 70%. Jinhyuk's grin widened in satisfaction. Weibo glanced at Gun Hyan. Are you alright? The siblings began teasing him lightly about his failure, which only fueled his anger. I could have handled it alone. Gun Hyan snapped. No one asked you to interfere. Weibo raised a hand calmly. We never doubted you. But the leader ordered us to reach an agreement, not kill him. His sister added, try not to fight so recklessly. Gun Hyen shot her an irritated glare. I know that already. Then he pointed at Jinhyuk. He already knows we came from the tower. The three newcomers froze in shock. Jinhyuk simply watched with an amused smile. Gun Hyen suddenly stood straight, fury burning in his eyes. No matter what you're planning, you need to die. Before he could move, Weibo slammed his Bicento down, blocking him. We're leaving, Weibo said firmly. Gun Hyen protested, but one of their subordinates shouted that they only had 3 minutes before zombies arrived. Jinhyuk waved casually, dismissing them as if they were unimportant. Weibo glanced back once. We wouldn't choose a terrible place like this anyway. We already have a base. He rested the Bicento on his shoulder. Much better than a giant stadium. From a nearby hill, he began issuing orders to his group. Gun Hyen looked back at Jinhyuk one last time. Next time, I'll fight with everything I have. Then they left. Yonghwa immediately started complaining that the battle ended before it even began. Taming reminded Jinhyuk that they needed to prepare for the incoming wave. But Jinhyuk wasn't listening. His gaze was fixed on the supermarket ahead. Thick walls. Supplies everywhere. A slow smile spread across his face. He already knew how dangerous that place was. Above them, a drone buzzed through the sky, transmitting footage of a massive zombie horde approaching. The monsters screamed as they ran, drawn toward the base. Taming stared nervously at the screen. Can we really handle that many? Yonghwa glared at Jinhyuk. Did you pick this crazy place just for the stream? Relax, he said calmly. He pointed toward several enormous sunflowers planted near the entrances. They're more useful than they look. Teresa blinked in surprise as she studied them. Jinhyuk snapped off a branch and motioned everyone closer. Pointing toward the flag, he explained, the goal of base defense is simple. Don't let the enemy capture the flag. Instead of hiding it, he had placed the flag right in the center of the stadium where it was clearly visible from everywhere. Then he began drawing a rough map on the ground. Our stadium has 4 entrances. 1 on each side. I planted these at every gate. Everyone stared at the plants with amazement. If we manage them properly, Jinhyuk continued, they'll defend most of the base for us. And because this stadium is huge, we'll also get rewards for maximum kill count. He and Yusung explained the rotation plan together. The plants would eliminate most zombies automatically, but during their cooldown periods, the team would need to hold the line themselves. Yusung nodded once and turned toward the western gate. I'll take that side. Be careful, Jinhyuk said. Yusung's temper flared immediately. You think a pile of rotting corpses can beat me? He snapped, gripping his sword tighter. Jinhyuk didn't even look at him when he replied, his tone deliberately provoking. Pretty sure someone who said something similar earlier ended up getting beaten. The jab hit exactly where it needed to. Yusung's veins bulged with irritation, but before he could respond, Taming stepped in. I agree with the plan, Taming said firmly. I'll stay in the center and cover everyone. I'll keep the drones active so we have visibility in all directions. Yonghwa cracked her knuckles with excitement. North gate is mine. Teresa nodded calmly. I'll take the south. Jinhyuk pointed toward the east. Positions. Now. As everyone moved, he summoned his twin blades. The moment the weapons materialized in his hands, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He had been waiting for a chance to use them properly. Nearby, Taming dropped to one knee as mechanical parts assembled around him, transforming into a heavy cannon unit. System notification. First wave will begin shortly. Contact incoming. Taming shouted after scanning the drone feed. Zombies approaching. Teresa raised her shield, planting her feet firmly into the ground. Yonghwa lowered into a fighting stance, mana beginning to swirl around her body. At the western entrance, the first wave appeared. A massive horde burst through the gate, shrieking wildly as they charged forward like rabid beasts. System notification, solar bloom activated. The enormous sunflower at the gate began to tremble. Its bud slowly opened, revealing a glowing core that pulsed with gathered sunlight. Then it fired. A blazing meteor streaked through the air and crashed directly into the center of the zombie swarm. Explosions erupted everywhere. Flames engulfed bodies. Limbs flew apart. But the zombies didn't stop. Even as they burned, they kept running forward. Yonghwa shielded her eyes from the heat. These plants are way stronger than normal defense towers. Moments later, the ground in front of the gate was nothing but shredded corpses and pools of blood. The flower's bud closed again, entering cooldown. Yonghwa's eyes widened. More are coming. Fresh zombies climbed over the remains of the fallen and rushed toward them. Jinhyuk stepped forward, twin blades gleaming. 1 minute, he shouted. Hold them for 1 minute. Teresa glanced at him instinctively. He looked back and smiled. The simple expression made her heart skip for a moment. Memories surfaced, every dangerous situation where he had stood beside her, protecting her while trusting her completely. A faint blush touched her cheeks. She closed her eyes and focused. Mana surged through her body. When she opened them again, her expression was firm with resolve. She trusted him completely. Together, they cut through the remaining zombies until... System notification, first wave cleared. Several adventurers nearby collapsed in exhaustion. That was only the first wave, one muttered, wiping sweat from his face. Another laughed nervously. Think about the rewards. Experience, items, and if it gets bad, we just run. At that moment... System notification, battle highlights from each base will now be broadcast for popularity voting. Elsewhere, inside a fortified supermarket base belonging to the Triad Guild, players watched the live feed. That's the stadium team, someone said, pointing at the screen. Only 5 members. Yungwan's eyes widened when he saw the footage. His bald head gleamed under the lights as he leaned closer. What did they do to those plants? He exclaimed. They're insanely strong. On screen, Jinhyuk's group was fighting effortlessly despite their small numbers. They gathered all the top rookies, a girl commented. When Teresa appeared on the broadcast, Yungwan nearly shouted in admiration, remembering how she had saved him before. Vote for them. Hurry, someone yelled. Back at the stadium, Jinhyuk held a glowing sphere of golden light above his palm. This is solar energy, he explained. You get it from killing zombies. We use it to strengthen the plants. Teresa considered this. So defense becomes easier? System windows popped up rapidly, displaying energy requirements. Jinhyuk tossed seeds to everyone. 1 cannon plant for the east. 1 for the south, he told Teresa. Then to the others, ice seed in the center. Stone seed in the west. Yonghwa raised her hand. Do we just stick it in the dirt? Jinhyuk sighed. If you do that, it won't grow in time. Watch. He pulled out a strange collection of ingredients, dried mountain cow dung, a withered leaf, and a gray worm. He fed them directly to the plant. System notification, plants are in a state of anticipation. System notification, taste satisfaction extremely high. Growth acceleration applied. The plant visibly trembled with excitement as if savoring gourmet food. Jinhyuk tossed the empty bag aside. Eat more. Grow faster. Taeming pointed at him, horrified. You've completely lost your mind. Yonghwa snorted. How long do you have to stay in the tower to turn into this? Even Yusung stared in disbelief. Jinhyuk ignored them. Fertilizer speeds growth massively. Take care of them until the next wave. Teresa tilted her head. Where are you going? He smiled casually. Just cleaning up a bit. She blinked, completely confused. Raven silently followed his movement from above. As Jinhyuk crossed the battlefield, he noticed players everywhere gathering supplies, reinforcing defenses, and preparing for a prolonged siege. He chuckled softly. What a waste. Jumping off an abandoned bus, he looked up at a nearby high-rise building. Only amateurs prepare for a long battle. Inside the building, dust coated everything. Cobwebs hung from corners untouched for months. I haven't been here in a while, he muttered. Even the view outside the window looked exactly the same as he remembered. He pulled away a large canvas sheet. Behind it stood a tall mirror. That thing's still here too. Jinhyuk extended his finger toward the surface. Time to start. The moment his finger touched the mirror, it rippled like water. Elsewhere, inside a cultivator warehouse, an identical mirror suddenly reacted. Jinhyuk's hand passed through first. Then his arm. Moments later, half of his body emerged from the other side of the mirror. The concrete wall caved inward with a loud crack. Gunhyun slid down from the dent he had just created, blood running from the corner of his mouth, fury blazing in his eyes. I'm going to kill Jinhyuk, he growled. No matter what it takes. A girl lounging casually on top of a cabinet swung one leg over the edge and looked down at him. She rarely agreed with him on anything, but this time her expression was serious. Normally I'd argue with you, she said, opening her eyes slowly. But this time, you're right. We need influence, yes. But forming an alliance with someone we can't control? That's just inviting disaster. Gunhyun turned toward Wingbo in disbelief. You too? You're taking Soha's side? Wingbo didn't answer immediately. His brows furrowed slightly as thoughts raced through his mind. They had met outsiders secretly many times before. Deals, exchanges, information trades. But none of those encounters had ever risked exposing them. Unlike now. If Jinhyuk disappeared, the problem might solve itself. His eyes narrowed subtly. At that exact moment, the entire building trembled violently. One of their subordinates burst into the room, pale with panic. There's a monster plant in the warehouse. Everyone rushed out. In the center of the storage area, a gigantic crimson flower thrashed wildly, smashing shelves and devouring supplies with grotesque enthusiasm. Smoke drifted through the air. And standing calmly within that smoke was Jinhyuk. Leaning casually against one of the vines, he waved. "I brought a housewarming gift," he said with a grin. "This red flower? Absolute gourmet." He patted the plant affectionately. "Sorry about the mess. It ate everything in your warehouse." Wingbo threw his hand up in disbelief. "What are you even trying to do?" he shouted. "Stop this first. Do you even understand what you're doing?" Jinhyuk picked his ear lazily. "You talking about the queen?" The Murim members froze. "Queen," someone repeated. Confused murmurs spread through the group. Standing atop the massive flower, Jinhyuk explained casually, as if discussing the weather. "If a base defended by more than 200 players collapses before the third wave, the mistress of the fourth floor appears. The womb of the dead. Nickname, the Queen." Far away, something stirred. Claws slowly lengthened in the darkness. Jinhyuk closed his eyes briefly, almost nostalgic. "I've been thinking about how to trigger that condition the whole time." Gunhyun stared at him like he was insane. Arm, one of the Murim members, spoke in disbelief. "Even united, we couldn't defeat that monster. Why would anyone who knows that summon her?" Jinhyuk extended his hand toward the raging flower. "Because I'm too lazy to clear zombies 100 times." He tapped the plant lightly. The flower responded instantly, smashing through the cracked ceiling and bursting outside. Gunhyun charged after him in fury. And at that same moment, the enormous plant went berserk. The supermarket base collapsed. Concrete crumbled. Structures folded inward. Defensive formations shattered completely. Across the city, Teresa frowned. What was that vibration? Taming pulled up the system panel, eyes widening. The supermarket base, it's gone. Yonghwa looked around nervously. Please tell me this isn't related to Jinhyuk. Yusung crossed his arms. My instincts say he's involved. Not far away, a faint, ominous aura spread across the zombies surrounding Pendariel. A massive figure slowly raised her head. The Queen of the Dead opened her eyes. I will punish all humans. Back at the stadium. System notification, 4th floor boss awakened. Yonghwa screamed. Taming panicked. We just needed to survive the waves. Why is a boss appearing? Yusung gritted his teeth, unable to understand Jinhyuk's objective. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk stood calmly on the edge of a rooftop overlooking the stadium in the distance. A perfect battlefield, he murmured. He raised his hand. The reward from the 3rd floor boss, finally useful. Solar eclipse stone. He crushed it. Above the city, the moon began to slide across the sun. Daylight dimmed. Shadow swallowed the streets. The zombies' eyes ignited with crimson light. System notification, undead enhancement applied. System notification, monster abilities increased by 100%. The creatures roared as power surged through their bodies. Some began mutating, flesh expanding grotesquely as they evolved mid-battle. At the stadium, Teresa staggered. Her eyes widened in shock. My power, it's dropping. Taming rushed over. What happened? She looked at her trembling hands. My saint abilities, reduced by half. Elsewhere, Pendariel felt the surge as well. Her hair lifted violently in the rising aura. Rage consumed her expression. On the rooftop, Jinhyuk received another notification. System, floor boss has detected your presence. He smiled. Time to start the real fight. Across the city, players ran through the streets in panic. There was no announcement about a floor boss. We have to retreat. This raid is ruined because of the triad. One young man grabbed his bald companion while running. If we fail this raid, it locks for 20 days. We can't run. But chaos had already begun spreading everywhere. Forget the raid, we just need to survive first, his friend shouted desperately as players scattered through the streets in panic. At that moment, a notification flashed across countless system panels. New video uploaded. Curiosity spread instantly. When people opened it, chat messages began flooding in. The big guild couldn't even hold the first wave? This raid is doomed. Is anyone even fighting the boss? Then another video appeared. This time, it was Jinhyuk himself. Standing calmly on a rooftop, he spoke directly to the camera. I'll draw the boss toward me. That should buy everyone else some time. The reaction was immediate. Jinhyuk is insane, but amazing. He might actually defeat it. Where's unknown? Someone call unknown. Back at the stadium, Yonghwa stared at the screen in disbelief. When did he even upload that? Her expression twisted with frustration as she shouted toward him. You've gone completely overboard this time. Teresa gave a nervous smile, glancing between Jinhyuk and the collapsing city skyline. You didn't destroy the supermarket base, did you? Yusung closed his eyes calmly. It doesn't matter who did it, he said. What matters is that we now have a worthy objective. He opened his eyes and looked straight at Jinhyuk. You have a way to defeat the queen, don't you? Jinhyuk raised one finger. I have a method. Yusung immediately stepped forward. What's the plan? Instead of answering directly, Jinhyuk pointed at him. This time, your role is the most important. The swordsman blinked, surprised and slightly suspicious at the same time. Meanwhile, the ground trembled. A massive tide of zombies surged through the streets like a living ocean. Behind them, the Queen of the Dead walked slowly, her presence radiating overwhelming pressure. Humans are fragile creatures, she murmured coldly. Pendariel stopped in front of the stadium and extended her hand toward it. Kill everyone, except Jinhyuk. Her eyes sharpened. The zombie army charged. They began climbing the stadium walls in swarms. Fall back. Teresa shouted urgently. Defensive launchers opened fire. Explosions thundered across the perimeter as the sunflower towers launched blazing projectiles into the horde. Taming yelled, there are special variants mixed in. Fire rained down. But then, Pendariel stepped into the stadium. A blinding aura spread outward. She glanced at the towering plant defenses with disdain. Pathetic. Weak. Foolish. Her enormous fist smashed into one of the flowers. I will reclaim my home. Then, her expression changed. Right in front of her stood a gigantic block of ice. Inside it were Yonghua and Taming. Another block held Teresa and Yusung. A small shard of ice broke loose and slid across the ground, stopping near the queen's feet. She bent down and picked it up. What is this? Inside the ice prison, Yusung clenched his teeth furiously. Jinhyuk, you're not going to die peacefully. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk casually accepted a pouch of coins from the swordsman earlier. Honestly, no one else had that much money. A small part of him felt regret at how many coins he had just spent. Still, he pressed the activation trigger. From here on, everyone becomes bait. Yusung smirked despite himself. You're mocking me again, aren't you? Jinhyuk turned away, another crystal already in his hand. I prepared a small trap. At that exact moment, the crystal in Pendariel's hand began to glow intensely. The queen frowned. Her pupils shrank as realization hit. Ice creation activated. A massive wave of freezing energy exploded outward. The entire stadium froze instantly. Seats, walls, ground, and thousands of zombies were encased in thick ice. Even the queen herself was trapped. Cold, she muttered. A dark aura erupted from her body. Plague activated. With a violent crack, she shattered the ice around her and stepped forward, immediately locking onto Teresa. She approached sharply. Leave my home. Her fist slammed toward the frozen block holding Teresa. Then she froze again. Not physically. Mentally. Jinhyuk was gone. Far ahead, he was already sprinting away, activating the steps of the demonic Sword King. He grinned while running. Behind him, Pendariel realized his destination. Her fortress. Her eyes widened in fury. No! She lunged after him. The Queen of the Dead was terrifyingly powerful. Her poison claws alone could kill instantly. But she had one weakness. Intellect. The fourth floor's true rule was simple. Protect your base. That rule applied not only to players, but also to the undead defending their own flag. Now that the queen had left the stadium, her fortress defenses were weakened. Jinhyuk ran through the air, gaining distance. He glanced back. The furious monarch of death chased him relentlessly, face twisted with rage. Too late, he muttered with a smirk. I've already got enough lead. Ahead, another mass of zombies blocked his path. They turned toward him and roared. Jinhyuk accelerated instantly, becoming a blur. Twin swords flashed into his hands. Sword graveyard. Steel arcs exploded outward. He spun through the horde like a storm of blades, cutting down dozens in seconds. Limbs and bodies collapsed around him as he carved a path straight through the swarm. When he finally stopped, corpses covered the ground. He wrinkled his nose in disgust. That smell is awful. Jinhyuk's pupils shrank to pinpoints the moment he saw it. Right ahead, planted atop a grotesque mound of bones and rotting flesh, stood the crimson flag, the core of the enemy base. The symbol that determined victory on the fourth floor. But the instant he focused on it, danger screamed through his instincts. A massive cleaver tore through the air toward his neck. Jinhyuk didn't even think. His body reacted first. He closed his eyes for a split second, then dropped low. The blade howled past his head, missing by mere centimeters. Steel shrieked as he stabbed his sword into the ground to halt his momentum. Dirt and bone fragments sprayed outward while he slid to a stop. When he looked up, the monster blocking his path finally revealed itself. The butcher. A grotesque, two-headed zombie towering over him, each neck fused into a swollen torso packed with muscle and rot. In its hands were enormous scissor-like blades, crossed together like execution tools. Its eyes burned with rage. This creature wasn't just another undead. It was the guardian of the Queen's flag. Jinhyuk exhaled slowly, then smirked. "So, how should I deal with you this time?" One of the butcher's heads snarled, exposing jagged teeth. The blade snapped open with a metallic screech as the monster lunged forward to cut him in half. Clang! Jinhyuk crossed his twin swords, catching the scissor blades between them. The impact vibrated through his arms, but he held firm. He pushed off the ground and jumped upward. This isn't just scrap metal, you know. Heat gathered instantly in his palm. A second later, he slammed his flaming strike directly into one of the butcher's heads. Fire exploded outward. Flames burst from the monster's eyes and mouth as it staggered back, clutching its skull in agony. Jinhyuk landed lightly, already drawing both swords again. "The regeneration is insane," he muttered. "But that wasn't meant to kill you." His body blurred. Dozens of slashes erupted in a single breath. Steel flashed like lightning, carving deep wounds across the monster's torso and limbs. Flesh split, bones cracked, yet even as the damage appeared, it began knitting itself back together. The butcher roared triumphantly. It believed it couldn't die. That confidence lasted exactly one more second. Two blades suddenly pierced through its back. Jinhyuk stood behind it, smiling. "Want to argue about that?" Blinding light erupted. A massive dome of energy expanded outward, swallowing the monster completely. When the glow faded, the butcher's body disintegrated into particles. System notifications chimed in his ears. Level increased. Rewards acquired. Jinhyuk barely glanced at them. His attention was already on the red flag. "All right," he said quietly. "Time to finish this." He climbed the bone mound toward it. But just as he reached out, a system window appeared. "Anubis is offering a business proposal." Jinhyuk blinked, then chuckled. "So you're finally showing up?" In his mind, he pictured the jackal-headed god sulking after wasting power on the -1st floor. "I thought you'd stay quiet for a while after that mess," he said mentally. "I'm listening." The sky distorted. A colossal figure formed among the clouds. Anubis. Jinhyuk grabbed the flagpole casually. "Why do you look so mad?" The god forced a nervous smile. "The Egyptian gods wish to witness the logical conclusion of this battle," Anubis explained. "Clearing the 4th floor without defeating the boss is unacceptable to them." Jinhyuk clicked his tongue. Of course. The higher floor guardians couldn't tolerate someone bypassing their intended scenario. They hated irregular variables. "Why should I accept?" Jinhyuk asked, tightening his grip on the flag. "I can win right now just by taking this." Anubis grinned. A new contract window appeared. The rewards listed were absurdly generous. Jinhyuk laughed under his breath. "You're being suspiciously kind." Boom. The ground trembled violently. Pandariel descended from the sky, landing like a meteor. Cracks spread across the earth beneath her feet. She immediately looked toward the flag. It was still there. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Jinhyuk stood beside it, calm. "Don't you get it?" he asked. He was welding the butcher's scissor blades together, sparks flying as metal fused. "I could have taken the flag already." He tossed the newly formed weapon onto his shoulder like a crude scythe. "But someone paid me in advance." Pandariel narrowed her eyes. "Advance?" Jinhyuk removed his mask, revealing a wide grin. "I'm very happy with the payment." A sword materialized in her hands, dark, venomous energy swirling around it. "You will regret this," she said coldly. System messages appeared. Patronage of the heavens activated. Light attribute skills weakened by 50%. Solar eclipse stone effect applied. Jinhyuk assessed her instantly. Even with maximum buffs? His stats were nowhere near enough to kill her directly. Then she vanished. His instinct screamed. He turned. Too late. She was already behind him. Impact. His body was launched backward through the air. Yet he smiled. "You really think that hit me clean?" Pandariel frowned. Jinhyuk wasn't even looking at her. His gaze was directed downward. Confusion flickered across her face. Then rage replaced it. "Disappear." Her hair shot forward like living blades. But Jinhyuk moved like lightning. Thanks to Demonic Sword King's steps, movement speed increased by 70%, he dodged every strike with impossible precision. Blue light ignited in his eyes. Ice creation activated. Frost spread instantly across Pandariel's body. In the next instant, Jinhyuk was already above her. His sword crashed toward her neck. Clang. No damage. He jumped back immediately. Pandariel smirked. "You cannot kill me so easily." Jinhyuk nodded casually. "I know. That wasn't enough." She attacked again. Her sword carved yellow-black trails through the air. Ice suddenly formed over her vision. She raised her arm instinctively. Jinhyuk slipped past the strike and grabbed his weapon with both hands. 2 rapid blows smashed into her face. Her expression twisted with fury. "You made a fatal mistake." Her counterattack slammed into his blade. The force was monstrous. Jinhyuk's eyes burned bright blue as his body was hurled skyward from the impact. And yet, he was still smiling. Pandariel's expression hardened. She lifted her weapon high above her head, and the blade began spinning rapidly. Dark energy coiled around it like a vortex, condensing into crescent-shaped projectiles that screamed through the air toward Jinhyuk. The attack carried lethal intent. Then, a translucent image flickered before his eyes. A familiar beast. System message: "The Black Hound is pleased." Jinhyuk's lips curled upward. Right on time. He extended his hand forward without hesitation as another notification appeared. "The Black Hound offers an advance payment, Jackal's Fong. Movement speed plus 10%. Attack power plus 30%. Generous," Jinhyuk murmured after scanning the details. But he didn't move to accept immediately. Instead, he spoke calmly. "That's not enough." For a brief moment, the battlefield itself seemed to pause. A new message appeared instantly. "The Black Hound is curious about your condition." Jinhyuk closed one eye, smiling like a merchant negotiating prices. "Nothing special," he said. "Just one B-rank item. A white branch will do." To anyone else, the request sounded absurdly modest. The white branch was a common material, something easily obtained on floors above 10. Hardly worth attention. But Jinhyuk knew exactly what he was doing. For a being like Anubis, who governed the 42nd floor, that item was worthless junk. A spectral jackal face manifested briefly, baring its teeth. Condition accepted. Jinhyuk's hand remained extended. System notifications stacked rapidly. "You have received Jackal's Fong. You have received White Branch. Flag acquisition is restricted until the Queen is defeated." The items materialized instantly in his grasp. He clenched them tightly. Pandariel, mid-attack, frowned in confusion. She couldn't understand what he was doing in the middle of combat. Then Jinhyuk released the items. Another notification exploded across his vision. White Branch, Jackal's Fong, and Soul-Thirsting Scissors resonate. Initiating fusion. A soft pink radiance formed in front of him, swirling into shape. Meanwhile, the black projectiles were already seconds away from tearing him apart. Jinhyuk swung his weapon once. Every projectile split cleanly in half. Fusion complete. Item acquired, Scythe of Severing Causality. Ability, cuts what cannot be cut. Kills what cannot be killed. Even Pandariel froze. Shock spread across her face. Immediately, new warnings appeared. Divine artifact detected beyond floor limits. System intervention initiated. Only one activation permitted. Jinhyuk grinned. One chance is enough. He stepped forward. Pandariel sensed the danger instantly. Her instinct screamed louder than ever before. She tried to move. Her body wouldn't respond in time. For the first time since the battle began. Fear appeared in her eyes. She pulled her blade up desperately to block. Jinhyuk swung. The collision never happened. Her weapon shattered into fragments the moment it touched the scythe. The arc continued uninterrupted. The blade carved into her shoulder. A perfect, irreversible strike. Jinhyuk smiled. Far above, Anubis stared with his mouth open in disbelief. Pandariel's body trembled. A tear slipped from her eye. For a brief instant, fragments of memory surfaced in her consciousness. A small girl sitting on a carpet. Warm sunlight touching her face. Doors opening before her. Hope. Then darkness returned. Jinhyuk watched quietly. "That bastard Miran only hides behind his servants," he said. "You were stronger than him." He turned away. "Goodbye." System message: Pandariel has been defeated. Notifications flooded in. Level increases. Rewards. Achievements. Moments later. His base reappeared. Defense successful. His teammates, freed from danger, dropped to their knees in relief and respect as another message appeared. All team members have received 5 random A rank boxes. Yanawa looked up at the clear sky, smiling. Our leader did it again. 24 hours later. A television broadcast played inside a cafe. The host's voice carried excitement. It has officially been 24 hours since the 4th floor of the trial tower was conquered. Experts predicted at least 20 days to withstand 100 waves, yet Jinhyuk's team completed it in a single day. We've witnessed the overwhelming power of an S-rank player. The cafe door opened. Jinhyuk stepped inside. Am I late? He asked with a grin. Had to bring someone. He moved aside. Elegant heels clicked against the floor. Alice placed a hand on her chest, scanning the surroundings with mild disgust. This is supposed to be a banquet hall? It's filthy. One of the team members whispered in shock. That's the woman we met before. Jin-hyuk shrugged. She's part of our company now. What kind of company name is that? Someone protested. Jin-hyuk ignored it and looked around. Where's Teresa? She'll be here in about an hour, Yanawa replied. She said not to wait and to start eating. Jin-hyuk nodded, then noticed someone else approaching. A familiar face. He smiled. Didn't expect you to come. I came for one reason, the man replied. Tell me your secret to getting random rewards. Jin-hyuk slung an arm over his shoulder. I'll tell you, if you drink with me. Laughter erupted. The door opened again. More teammates arrived. Hannah bowed deeply. Congratulations on clearing the 4th floor, President. Thanks, Jin-hyuk replied casually. He gestured toward the table. Eat as much as you want. Today's celebration is on her. Alice reluctantly pulled out 2 coins. Instantly, plates and glasses appeared across the table. The team dove into the food. Jin-hyuk took a drink and closed his eyes. Perfect. Alice stared at the dishes in disbelief. All this, for 2 coins? Another teammate nodded while chewing. I've eaten plenty of meat before, but this is on another level. Jin-hyuk reached for another piece. Alice suddenly bared her teeth. He sighed and slid the plate toward her. Fine. You eat it. She smiled brightly. I'll never forget this kindness. No one present would have guessed that this cheerful woman was one of the most dangerous beings in the tower. Someone asked Yanawa about her past. She answered casually while sipping her drink. Medical student. The door opened once more. Late arrivals rushed in, apologizing. One teammate jumped up in excitement. The cafe filled with noise, laughter, and voices overlapping. Jin-hyuk watched the scene quietly. In his previous life, climbing the tower had been a lonely path. He had fought alone, bled alone, survived alone. Now, everyone was here together. Alice noticed his expression. Why are you smiling? Jin-hyuk glanced around the crowded cafe. It just got noisy in here. Outside, the signboard swayed gently above the entrance as the celebration continued inside. A translucent system window unfolded before Jin-hyuk's eyes, displaying his updated attributes in neat columns of glowing text. A slow smile spread across his face. Back when the tower had still been just a game, he had believed he was progressing in the most optimal way possible. Every stat point, every skill upgrade, every route through the floors had been carefully calculated. But now, the difference was overwhelming. His current growth speed wasn't even comparable to the past. Jin-hyuk lifted his hand, studying his fingers thoughtfully. The world had changed after the game became reality. Hidden mechanics, scaling adjustments, and system adaptations were clearly working in his favor. More importantly, he wasn't suffering resource losses anymore. That alone made an enormous difference. A scroll materialized in front of him when he opened the reward menu from the 4th floor clear. The moment it appeared in his palm, he already knew how he would use it. Ice creation. It was the skill he relied on most frequently. Without hesitation, he activated the scroll. The parchment dissolved into particles of pale blue light that seeped into his body. System message, ice creation level increased to 8. At that exact moment, cold air spread outward. Elsewhere in the building, an air vent rattled softly. A maintenance worker rubbed his arms. Did it suddenly get cold in here? The manager nearby snapped his head toward him, face twisting with irritation. If you're cold, put on a jacket. And don't you dare slack off during work hours. The worker muttered under his breath while the manager continued shouting. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk casually stuck a finger in his ear, ignoring the noise entirely as he pressed another notification window. A new item appeared before him. He immediately recognized it. A random reward roulette device. His hand dropped to the lever. The wheel began spinning with bright lights and dramatic sound effects, and a message appeared in the center. Press the red button to stop the wheel. Jin-hyuk crossed his arms instead. A countdown timer appeared beside the wheel, ticking down rapidly. Anyone else would have panicked and pressed the button immediately. But not him. He remembered something very specific. If the wheel kept spinning without input, the system would create psychological pressure, exaggerated sounds, flashing visuals, urgency cues, all designed to trick players into acting impulsively. The timer reached 0. System message, time expired. Please spin again. Jin-hyuk's smile widened slightly. Exactly as expected. He pulled the lever again. The wheel spun once more. Most players would still press the button. Everyone except someone like him. Back when it was only a game, Jin-hyuk had spent countless hours searching for bugs and hidden mechanics left intentionally by the developers. This was one of them. He rested his hand on the lever again, waiting patiently. Then he raised his hand toward the red button. But stopped. If he repeated this process? On the 37th spin, the rotation speed would decrease by 99%. A near-guaranteed selection window. Behind him, a companion's voice broke his concentration. Is it really possible to get the item you want like that? Another teammate leaned closer. How many times have you spun it already? Jinhyuk glanced sideways. He had also taught this method to that same companion once before. The memory surfaced briefly, Yu-sung gripping a weapon with excitement, convinced he could finally win with it. But there had been a catch. Items obtained through this exploit disappeared after 1 week. A temporary advantage. Jinhyuk chuckled softly. I collected every attribute back then, he murmured. It'll be interesting to see your face when it vanishes. The wheel slowed dramatically. He pressed the button. The pointer landed. System message, you have obtained A-rank Rit color pills. Jinhyuk nodded with satisfaction. Since the item would only last a week, this was actually the best possible outcome for clearing the next floor. But this wasn't the most important reward. Another item appeared in his hand, then dissolved immediately as he activated it. System message, Great Magic Library entrance ticket used. The world shifted. Space warped. Shelves rose endlessly in every direction, forming a colossal labyrinth of books stretching beyond sight. System message, you have entered the Great Magic Library. Jinhyuk exhaled quietly. Been a while. At the center of the vast chamber, an old man sat at a wooden desk, writing with a quill. Without turning around, he spoke. I heard the 4th floor was cleared, the old man said calmly. But I didn't expect visitors this soon. Footsteps echoed as Jinhyuk approached. The old man dipped his pen into ink, then finally stood and turned. He introduced himself as the administrator of the Great Magic Library, a mid-level authority figure within the tower responsible for managing its magical archives. Jinhyuk recognized him instantly. In his previous life, this man had been extremely influential. Jinhyuk smiled politely and introduced himself in return. Their first meeting. The old man descended the stairs slowly, hands clasped behind his back. In all my years, he said, studying Jinhyuk carefully, this is the first time I've seen someone arrive here so quickly. His eyes narrowed slightly with curiosity. Not only that, you found me immediately in this labyrinth. That's quite interesting. Jinhyuk kept smiling. Luck was on my side. His hand was already resting on the spine of a nearby book. A library staff member standing close by spoke up. You may take any books you want, he explained. But there are none at a level you can actually read yet. The administrator added calmly. To read most texts here, you must first understand the runic language. Jinhyuk pulled one book free and glanced at the cover. Teachings on Ascending to the 6th Circle, he said, reading the title aloud. Written by Telmos, Imperial Palace Magician. The old man's eyes sharpened. You can read runes? Jinhyuk turned slightly, expression relaxed. I've always liked learning new things, he replied. So I picked up a little of everything. The library administrator's brows slowly drew together. He had already confirmed through the system records that the young man standing before him was merely a player preparing to challenge the 5th floor. And yet, this same player could read runes fluently. That alone was abnormal. A section of shelves shifted aside with a low rumble as the administrator stepped closer. May I ask you something? He said cautiously. The old man, whose name was Ricky, closed his eyes for a moment before speaking again in a measured tone. You are different from the other players, he said. Not only did you reach this place, you did so far sooner than expected. Naturally, I assumed there must be some special backing behind you. Jinhyuk smiled faintly. Backing, you say? At that moment, a faint ripple of divine energy spread through the air. Behind him, a girl materialized briefly, a projection formed through the activation of Anubis's court. The pressure was unmistakable. Even Ricky felt it. Jinhyuk shrugged lightly. Well, you're not wrong, he said. The Egyptian gods are supporting me. That's how I obtained information about the tower and made it here. The administrator's eyes widened. He could clearly sense the presence of the god Anubis within that energy signature. Impossible, he muttered under his breath. Has the deity already begun taking interest in players? Jinhyuk rubbed the back of his neck casually. I guess I'm valuable to them, he said. They even gave me blessings. A system notification appeared immediately afterward. Anubis's court has been deactivated due to lack of target. The divine aura vanished. Ricky straightened his jacket, his attitude changing completely. A remarkable individual deserves appropriate treatment, he said respectfully. He bowed slightly. It seems I underestimated you. Please accept my apology. Jinhyuk imagined how Anubis would react if he saw the scene. The god would probably laugh until his neck cramped. The administrator raised his hand again. As proof of my apology, I will allow you to take one book from this library as a gift. Jinhyuk's eyes flicked toward the endless shelves. Any book? He asked. Yes, Ricky replied. A precious guest deserves a gift of equal value. A nearby shelf slid forward. Jinhyuk scanned the titles briefly before pulling out a particular grimoire. I'll take this one. The administrator, now standing behind him, hesitated. Are you certain? He asked. It is a fine grimoire, but it is written in ancient runic language. Only those who lived in that era can fully understand it. Jinhyuk opened the book. His eyes moved across the page effortlessly. Placing a hand on the parchment, he read aloud. For 1,000 years, the author researched methods to destroy the rules of the world. He snorted softly. So basically, it was written by some lizard with a chronic obsession. A smile tugged at Ricky's lips. Then the old man burst into laughter. My apologies, he said again between chuckles. He clapped his hands once. Immediately, the entire library began dissolving into particles of light. I will be watching your progress from now on, he said as his figure faded. I look forward to the day we meet again. His voice echoed until it vanished completely. The space around Jinhyuk shifted violently. When the light cleared, a man was running down a corridor, sweat sliding down his face. The environment around him was bleak and oppressive. The 5th floor. It looked like the ruins of a civilization long dead. Broken structures, corroded metal, and damp stone stretched endlessly into darkness. He glanced back while sprinting. Behind him, several figures staggered forward with weapons raised, eyes bloodshot and expressions twisted with fanaticism. We found victims, one of them screamed. This place is insane, he muttered. Nothing but blood-crazed lunatics. It's basically one giant asylum. Later, that same footage appeared in a broadcast interview. A reporter looked at him curiously. So you ran away? The reporter asked. Why not fight? They didn't look that dangerous. Chat messages flooded the screen, accusing him of being scared. I plan to fight, he said. But there's a restriction on the 5th floor. He raised a finger. Skill usage is prohibited. The reporter blinked. You mean, abilities are sealed? Exactly, you can't even open your inventory. I barely escaped thanks to a hearthstone. The video paused on him holding the item while advertising appeared on screen. Special discount. Hearthstone now 20% off, only 5,000 coins. Back in reality. A girl standing across the table leaned forward. Take me there, she said firmly. Jinhyuk lowered his head slightly. You can't. Teresa slammed both hands on the table. I already know you're going to the 5th floor, she said. But you're not going alone. He frowned, confused by her sudden determination. No, he said firmly. Even if you keep asking. I can do this alone. She grabbed his hand. Promise me, she said quietly. Don't try anything impossible. Jinhyuk stared at her for a moment, then smiled faintly. Just then, a system window appeared. Support gift received from the Kingdom of Caladium. His expression sharpened immediately. Caladium was an enemy faction of the Miram Alliance. Why would they help him? Another notification appeared. Item obtained, clouded scent, conceals smell, breath, and presence. Restriction on 5th floor partially bypassed due to higher power intervention. Jinhyuk smiled slowly. So the higher factions had started making contact with players again, just like Miram once did. A car moved through the city later that day while he considered the implications. This ability could provide enormous advantages. Soon after, space distorted. System message, you have entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Starting location, random. Skill usage, blocked. Random rank item granted. A book appeared in his hand. System message, player possesses Macedrian's grimoire. Skill unlocked, greedy sight. Jinhyuk tucked the book into his coat. This was exactly why he had chosen it in the library. Several other players materialized nearby, groaning as they stood. It's damp, someone muttered. And dark. A glowing ring suddenly formed near Jinhyuk's hand. Tracking scroll activated. Teleportation in progress. His eyes widened. You stubborn woman, he muttered. A figure materialized in front of him. Teresa. She smiled sheepishly. I wasn't sure you'd keep your promise, she said. So I followed you. Jinhyuk rubbed his neck. I told you not to come, he said. What were you thinking? Don't scold me, she replied. I came because I was worried. He sighed. Now he would have to change all his plans. Behind them, other players checked their pockets. I got something, one said. Teresa pulled out a flashlight. What about you? She asked. Jinhyuk held up a pen. She blinked. That's your item? We'll survive with this, he said calmly. Someone lit a lighter nearby, creating a faint circle of visibility. This place is weird, another player whispered. Suddenly, voices echoed. There. Victims. Figures emerged from the darkness, rushing toward them. "Turn off the light," someone shouted. Panic erupted. They ran through narrow passages until finally diving behind a stack of crates. Jinhyuk and Teresa crouched together, peeking out carefully. Footsteps passed nearby. Then, someone tapped Jinhyuk's back. A teammate pointed toward the distance where other players were being chased. "Should we help them?" he asked quietly. Since she had insisted on coming, he made one thing clear immediately: if she stayed, she followed his lead. No arguments. Keeping his voice low, he explained that the 5th floor wasn't a place for reckless heroics. They were surrounded by unknown enemies, their abilities were restricted, and Teresa wasn't ready for a direct confrontation with whatever monsters ruled this level yet. Avoiding attention was their best chance to survive. Teresa's expression tightened. She closed her eyes for a moment, clearly annoyed. "Are you underestimating me?" she asked, then opened her palm. 2 small stones rested there, faintly glowing. "I prepared 2, she said. "These are return stones. Emergency items for this floor. I bought one for you." For a second, he just stared at them. Then he dragged a hand down his face with a sigh. Somewhere nearby, wood splintered. A group of players were bracing a door with furniture, panic written across their faces. One of them looked over his shoulder and shouted that the enemy would break through any second. They needed help, now. Before anyone could react, a girl smiled slightly, as if she'd already solved the problem. "I'm leaving," she said. She crushed the stone. A sharp crack echoed. The stone shattered into fragments, and nothing happened. No teleportation. No system prompt. No escape. The man who had also bought one cursed under his breath. His hadn't worked either. Then the door exploded inward. The barricade flew apart as something massive forced its way through. A gigantic hand reached into the room, followed by the hulking body of a giant, towering, grotesque, and very real. Every player froze. Teresa stared at the broken stone in disbelief. "I didn't think it could be fake." He gave her a flat look. "You trust everything you see on TV?" A scream cut through the tension. Teresa turned just in time to see a cultist loop a rope toward her neck. She moved first. Her hand shot out, grabbing his clothes, and with a sharp twist she slammed him into the ground. The impact knocked the air from his lungs, and his body skidded across the floor. 2 more cultists rushed in with torches raised. "We've been spotted," she muttered through clenched teeth. "Yeah," he agreed calmly. One of the cultists clasped his hands together, eyes shining with fanatic devotion. He began ranting about holy blood, sacrifice, and the resurrection of a king who would bring eternal happiness. A pen appeared in the protagonist's hand. A blur. The cultist collapsed, the pen embedded in his neck. The second fell before he could even scream. The third backed away in terror as the young man smiled faintly. "Anyone else want to preach?" Heavy footsteps thundered behind them. The deputy, the giant enforcer, had arrived. He extended one enormous arm toward a trembling follower, who stammered excuses about being afraid. The giant didn't even acknowledge him. His focus locked entirely onto the protagonist. The atmosphere changed instantly. Danger. Real danger. The young man slipped his hand into his pocket and spoke casually to Teresa, as if they weren't facing a monster capable of crushing them both. "Ever played hide-and-seek?" he asked. She blinked. "That big guy wants to play," he continued, pointing. "So don't get caught." The hammer came down. They sprinted. Elsewhere, deep within the cult's headquarters, their leader watched multiple surveillance screens. His followers reported that victims were being captured successfully. The time for their god's revival had finally arrived, especially now that the tower had opened and more players were entering their domain. Then a new feed appeared. 2 figures dodging the deputy with impossible agility. The leader leaned forward, intrigued. "I've never seen him struggle like that," he murmured. A man beside him stared at the screen and spoke a single name. Recognition flickered. The leader turned slowly. "You know him?" "Yes." The man's voice was calm, certain. "He will be the greatest obstacle to our plan." In his hand, he held a strange mask. Back in the corridors, the giant's hammer smashed into the ground again, missing Teresa by inches. She looked back, shocked. "For something that big, he's fast." "He's not a normal cultist," the protagonist replied. "We can't fight him head-on right now." They needed distance. They needed time. He grabbed her wrist. "Borrow that." They rounded a corner just as the giant followed. A blinding flash exploded in the hallway. The giant roared, covering his eyes. The hammer struck empty air. When the light faded, only the shattered remains of a lantern lay on the ground. From above a ledge, the 2 watched him stumble in frustration. "Bought us a few seconds," he said. They crouched together while he outlined the plan. "I'll draw him away," he explained, pointing to himself. her eyes widened. What? We just escaped. You want to run again? We'll have to face him eventually to clear this floor, he said simply. This just changes when. Then his expression softened slightly. You need to find the other players, he continued. Get them somewhere safe. Everyone who came here trusted those fake return stones. They're trapped now. The giant's footsteps echoed closer. Time was up. He stood. Go, he said. The young man averted his gaze and spoke in a calm, controlled tone. He would clear the 5th floor as fast as possible. The situation had become more complicated than expected, but there was no turning back now. Beside him, the girl lowered her head. Guilt weighed heavily on her chest. This entire mess had started because she insisted on coming along. If she had just listened? He noticed her expression immediately and turned toward her. Before he could say anything, a mechanical rumble echoed through the hall. An escalator slowly slid into place ahead of them, metal steps clanking into alignment as if the tower itself was rearranging the battlefield. Remember one more thing, he said quietly. A heavy footstep interrupted him. The massive enemy advanced into view, scanning the area with irritation. Where are my sacrifices? A stone suddenly slammed into the side of its head. Hey, idiot, a voice called out mockingly. You're terrible at hide and seek. The young man grinned and bolted down the corridor. Behind him, the girl froze for a moment, eyes wide. He stopped just long enough to turn back toward her, pressing a small object into her hands. Use this at the right moment. When? She asked anxiously. You'll know. Without another explanation, he shoved her toward a large storage container nearby. She hesitated, then climbed inside as instructed, heart pounding. He was trusting her to understand on her own. Moments later she sprinted away down another passage, mind racing. First priority, save the trapped survivors. Meanwhile, he glanced back over his shoulder. The giant was already pursuing him, heavy footsteps shaking the floor. Good. That meant she had enough distance now. His eyes flashed crimson as he activated greedy gaze. A translucent system window materialized over the monster's body, and then... Warning, action detected that violates the causality of the 5th floor. Another notification overlapped it. The rotting heart is showing interest in you. Secondary condition for activity conversion has been created. He kept running, but his expression darkened. The rotting heart. One of the absolute entities that ruled the upper floors. In other words, the Demon King. A new prompt appeared. The rotting heart offers you a contract. Become a sword. Become a black apostle. Information flooded his mind instantly. If he accepted, he would gain tremendous new abilities, but in exchange, he would become the Demon King's servant for eternity. A memory surfaced. A girl's face. He smiled faintly. How would a tiger bow to a stray dog? He waved his hand dismissively. Refusal confirmed. For a brief moment, the world went silent. Then, the Demon King is enraged. A violent pressure exploded inside his chest. Black energy erupted outward like smoke from a ruptured furnace. Curse of the Demon King applied. You are now the target of all demons. Duration, until death. He staggered, dropping to one knee. Blood burst from his mouth, splattering across the floor. Damn. That hurts. He wiped his lips with the back of his hand, breathing hard. Footsteps approached. Several cultists surrounded him cautiously, weapons raised. One of them trembled. We made a mistake. Please. Another victim was dragged across the ground nearby, screaming. A cultist grabbed the man by the hair, shouting about sacrifices for their god. Suddenly, a blur shot through the air. Teresa. She launched forward like a projectile, her first punch smashing into an enemy's face with bone-crushing force. The man flew backward, collapsing in a heap. She landed in the center of the room, shoulders squared, eyes blazing. Protect the survivors, she shouted. One of the trapped players sobbed in panic. It's useless. We're all going to die here. A cultist swung a heavy weapon down toward her head. She blocked. Her weapon cracked under the impact, fractures spreading across the metal. But she didn't retreat. With a shout, she drove her fist into the attacker's chin. The force launched him off his feet, body slamming into the wall. The survivors stared in shock. Don't give up. Teresa yelled. We can all make it out alive. She tossed a weapon toward one of them. Take it. Go upstairs. My partner is already clearing the 5th floor. Elsewhere, the young man had lost consciousness briefly. The deputy carried him slung over one shoulder. Soon, prison cells came into view, rows of iron cages filled with terrified players. They're going to kill us, someone sobbed. We shouldn't have come here. I only wanted a few items. A cultist slammed a sickle against the bars. Silence. Make another sound and you'll be tortured first. Another bowed respectfully to someone nearby. They've been subdued. We may continue. The leader narrowed his eyes at the unconscious captive being dropped into a cell. Is this the one? Yes, the priest replied. First time I've met him in person. The young man slowly regained awareness inside the cage, rubbing his shoulder. He squinted toward the priest. His mana, human. But he was cooperating with the fifth-floor boss. That meant one thing. One of the main conspirators. His eyes glowed red again as he activated Greedy Gaze. The entire figure appeared shrouded in darkness. Cannot open status window. Target is protected by a high-level mental barrier. He clicked his tongue and pulled out a small tablet. Crushing it between his fingers, he swallowed the white pill inside. White pill used. One attribute doubled for 10 minutes. Adaptation increased from 10-20. He looked again. Greedy Gaze is penetrating the target's defense. A full status window finally opened. Recognition struck instantly. Ever since the round table incident, this man must be the influential figure Molina mentioned. And apparently far more powerful than expected. His gaze locked onto one ability. Mental barrier. A perfect counter against divine interference. He wanted it. Badly. A new system prompt appeared. Copy conditions. Target must reveal their true name. User must behave like a Chunibu schoolboy until the name is spoken. Reward, copy one skill. He rubbed his nose. What kind of lunatic designed this system? He muttered that he could only fulfill such a condition after drinking 6 bottles of soju. A cultist suddenly asked why he was so quiet. He lowered his head, letting his hair cover his eyes. Sorry. I'm busy suppressing the darkness inside me. Silence. 2 cultists stared at him. The leader frowned. This is the famous player? He looks insane. Even the priest hesitated slightly. Inside, the young man was dying of embarrassment. He could practically hear Alice laughing at him. But he committed to the act. Throwing his head back dramatically, he declared, "Do you truly believe you can imprison my destructive madness?" The priest studied him carefully. Maybe, he was hiding something. Given his previous feats, that was entirely possible. The priest's eyes suddenly turned white as he spoke. "We know your abilities. With your skills sealed, you will not survive here." A distant scream echoed through the halls. One cultist frowned. "Did you hear that? The ritual has begun. You'll all die slowly, painfully." The priest produced a key. "I can give you freedom," he said. "Tell me about the unknown entity." A smile spread across the prisoner's face. "You want to know its true name?" he asked softly. "Then reveal yours first, Overseer." The masked man considered briefly. He would die anyway. He removed the mask. "I am Hosenfeld." Notification appeared instantly. Conditions fulfilled. S-rank skill copied, mental barrier. "Now," Hosen said, "your answer." The young man raised one finger. "Listen carefully. I will only say it once." He whispered something. The knight behind Hosen stiffened slightly. The key clattered into the cell afterward. "Our deal is complete," Hosen said coldly. "Enjoy your death." He turned and left. A grin slowly formed on Jinhyuk's face. The moment they were gone, a man snatched the key. But when he reached the door, there was no keyhole. Figures. Just then, a lever outside was pulled. The cell door opened automatically. One cultist commented, "Never seen a sacrifice resist this much." Another nodded. That girl alone defeated 20 people. Elsewhere, Teresa wiped blood from her face as guards approached. "God will be pleased with such vitality," one said. She glanced toward the other prisoners. "Where are the rest?" Suddenly someone screamed from inside a cage. "It's all because of you." Another prisoner kicked a companion in panic. "If you didn't exist, everything would be fine." Fear was beginning to turn the victims against each other. And the ritual was only just beginning. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.